An ordinary guy with nothing special about him was suddenly swept into the world of the superhero comic Stardust. Once there, Kim Dane made a daring choice. He would become a villain named Egotic. He did this not only to challenge and elevate the power of the heroine, Stardust, but also to proactively prevent the heartbreaking tragedies that had occurred in the original story. His determination burned bright, like an oath engraved deep within his soul, a vow to protect this world, and, above all else, to protect her. However, fate always finds a way to twist things around, and Stardust, the heroine who once looked at him with eyes full of suspicion, began to change. Now she found herself caught in a strange obsession with Egotic, the mysterious villain she had sworn to hunt down. One day, Kim Dane launched a daring plan called villain hunting. With his knowledge of the original story, he knew these evildoers would soon become horrific threats. To protect the city and Stardust, he decided to strike first, eliminating them before they had a chance to sow chaos. Accompanying him was Seo-eun, a genius with super intelligence who provided support through a wireless earpiece. Her voice rang out, cold but precise, "Target is in sight." He's sitting motionless on the sofa. The perfect moment has arrived. Kim Dane gripped his weapon, his palms slightly damp with sweat. His first ability, teleportation, was activated. In the blink of an eye, the cold barrel of the gun was pressed against the forehead of Rhino, an A-rank villain. His second ability, psychokinesis, erupted. Like a lord of darkness, Kim Dane spoke in a low voice, a greeting from the realm of death echoing out. "Welcome to hell." In less than a second, before Rhino could react, he finished him off without the slightest hesitation. Once it was over, Kim Dane coldly picked up the stack of papers the villain had been holding. Just as expected, it was a detailed terrorist plan, ready to drown the city in a sea of blood. In the original story, Rhino was destined to become an S-rank villain, wearing a rhino mask and taking hundreds of lives. But now, thanks to Kim Dane, that future had been erased. Seo-eun's voice came through the earpiece again. "The police and heroes are on their way." Before leaving, Kim Dane left a message written in blood on the frame. It was a message sent directly to Stardust. When the police and heroes stormed in, they quickly realized that the perpetrator of this incident and the previous one were the same person. Those words, like a blatant challenge, made Stardust boil with rage. Those words, like a blatant challenge, made Stardust boil with rage. They criticized the hero's slowness and hailed Egotic as a dark vigilante enforcing justice from the shadows. In his small room, Kim Dane read those comments, his heart full of conflict. He ran his hands through his hair, his mind a mess. Seo-eun, sitting nearby, glanced at him because of the noise he was making. The fire of determination within Kim Dane burned more fiercely than ever. He couldn't let things go this far. If this continued, his image would be glorified, while Stardust, the true hero, would have the public turn their backs on her. To protect her, he had to become an absolute villain, a dark shadow, terrifying enough to make the whole world tremble. From this moment on, Egotic was officially born. He prepared a time bomb, hidden deep inside a backpack. At a crowded plaza, people were intently watching a giant screen, waiting for a spectacular sight. At that moment, Kim Dane, under the name Egotic, hacked into the system, taking over every electronic screen in the city. His face, hidden behind a mask, appeared in a live video broadcast, his voice deep and commanding. "I am the one who eliminated Rhino and Indizak, two A-rank villains." He arrogantly pointed toward Tower 127, then directed his other hand toward the observatory of Building 61. The crowds inside those buildings, as well as millions of viewers watching through their screens, went numb. They froze as he declared, "Those two buildings? I planted bombs in them." Terror spread like a tsunami. Some panicked and searched for an exit, while others stood paralyzed, unable to believe their eyes. Before hundreds of camera lenses, Kim Dane flashed a challenging smile and called out Stardust's name. "I'm waiting for you, hero." He didn't have to wait long. Stardust appeared like a whirlwind, landing with a force that made the ground shake. Kim Dane double-checked everything. His cape, his mask, all of it was perfect, but his hands were shaking. This was the first time he was facing his favorite character from the story face to face. Stardust, radiant as a goddess, was so beautiful she made his heart skip a beat. Wow, he whispered, unable to hold back his admiration. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Memories came rushing back. The first day he was pulled into this world, his body covered in wounds, standing on the line between life and death. He had once desperately wanted to return to his old world, until the light from a screen illuminated Stardust's face. That exact moment changed everything. If he became a hero, he could stand by her side. But Kim Dane, who knew every line of the story by heart, knew that even being a hero wasn't enough to protect her from her tragic destiny. So, he chose the path of the villain, not to destroy, but to become an unshakable wall, protecting Stardust from every danger. Backtracking to when our main guy Kim Dane was only 15 years old. The intense, gut-wrenching laughter of the man projected on the TV wouldn't stop. His expression was filled with twisted delight, laughing like a maniac. Back then, Kim Dane really couldn't understand it. Was Jackie actually insane? Even for a villain, he was going a bit overboard with the concept. Now that he understood the mindset of a villain, he delivered his own confident, monstrous laugh. He didn't care that the hero in front of him was glaring with eyes full of rage, ready to beat him to a pulp at any second. The world seemed to freeze, including the buzzing crowd below. It felt as if only a hero and a villain remained on that rooftop. Rewinding to a few minutes before the two of them officially met, Kim Dane pointed at Stardust with a smug look. I know exactly what you're thinking right now. Even my subordinate, who's controlling the broadcast, has a detonator, so don't even think about trying to overpower me with force. The hero's footsteps faltered slightly at those words. He spread his arms wide as a fleet of drones hovered behind him. I created this stage just for you, Stardust. What do you think? Her response was a scowl. You lunatic, let those innocent people go right now. We can trade a few blows, and then you can just let yourself be arrested. Kim Dane kept a relaxed smile on his lips as he leaned over and held his hand up to the camera. Oh, I have to let them go, of course. Those are the words of the hero of justice. Stardust, everyone, listen up. Everyone look at me. Now I'm going to hack and open elevator A on the observatory floor. He snapped his fingers with a sharp click. A sound echoed from the elevators in both buildings. Stardust's brows furrowed slightly because she knew the nature of these villains all too well. Things could never end this easily. Did the people in the building really rush toward the elevators the moment they saw them working again? Hurry up. A voice rang out to stop them. Wait a second, this is still part of Kim Dane's plan. If I let you go right away, where's the fun in that? Look, the down button is glowing. He spoke to them with excitement. Just press it, and the bomb in the other observatory will blow sky high. Simple, right? His voice had a sing-song quality to it. Let's see. With 30 minutes left until the bombs were set to go off, he became incredibly hyped up. Before that happens, hurry up and press it so you can get down. Kim Dane became a devil, tempting those with weak wills. Go on, hurry. They're complete strangers anyway, right? On the giant screen, scenes of chaos inside the building played out, with children crying loudly and people arguing frantically. Stardust gritted her teeth and cursed, "You bastard!" Kim Dane acted as if he didn't care about her mood at all. Today, right here, I will show everyone the absolute peak of human selfishness. This is a Ghostic's game. The people inside were already in a total frenzy. If the other side presses it first, we're dead meat. We have to live too, don't we? It'll blow when time's up anyway. And he said there's 30 minutes left. No, you mean you want to kill the people over there just by pushing a button? They were all anxious, insecure, and suspicious. Will the other side press it? We don't have time to think about this. The bombs are going off in a few dozen minutes. So what now? They're going to press the button. The situation was truly chaotic. Some people couldn't even sit still anymore. Damn it, what is the hero even doing right now? Stardust stood there, unable to act impulsively. Even if she rushed in and took him down in an instant, it would be useless if there were other detonators elsewhere. Damn it, if this keeps up, the hostages will. Her eyes were ice cold, her voice strained. Is playing with people's lives that much fun for you? Facing her was Kim Dane, still squinting his eyes with a casual smile. Haha, the fun isn't in that. Stardust, one of Korea's few A-rank heroes, a believer in justice and her own convictions, never compromising with evil. Truth is, I actually respect you quite a bit, Stardust. Those words made her flush with anger. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? He just smugly rubbed his nose with pride. I just wanted to give you a compliment while the whole country is watching you on TV. Kim Dane's voice rang out again, grabbing everyone's attention. Seeing you in such a helpless state, unable to do a thing. His expression turned manic as he toyed with the bomb trigger. It's honestly very entertaining. His silhouette began to blur and fade. I'm giving you a chance to join the game, too. Now, I'll connect you with the people who are desperately waiting for a hero. Stardust looked confused, staring at him warily. What? Kim Dane continued his performance. If you manage to convince them and no one presses the button within 30 minutes. He crossed his legs and let out an evil smirk. The bombs won't go off. Stardust obviously didn't believe him. You expect me to trust a scumbag? Instead of being intimidated, he provoked her. It's better than letting them stare at the sky in despair, isn't it? Helpless, she clenched her fists at her sides. Kim Dane didn't need her opinion. He waved his hand to give the signal. Let's go. A loud shout rang out, ready, and all the cameras swarmed around her. 3, 2, 1. After the 3-second countdown ended, the drama began. The hero's face appeared on the massive LED screens on the buildings. The citizens recognized her immediately. Stardust. It's Stardust. She took a deep breath against the invisible pressure, looking into the camera as if she were looking straight into their eyes. Hello, everyone. I am the A-rank hero, Stardust. Every person carries their own beliefs in their heart. His handsome face went blank for a moment. Right, this is exactly what I wanted. A world that was half real and half fake, just like a dream. I'll be etched into the public eye as a terrorist villain. His dream was coming true, and she was going to shine. This is your stage, Stardust. Her image was radiant, so that later everyone could feel proud of the choice they made today. Now, show this villain what you've got. Her voice flowed into everyone's hearts like a wave of warmth. We are strong. Her words made their eyes steady. Our faith does not waver, and we never succumb to evil. Thank you, everyone. Kim Dane let a mysterious smirk play on his lips. The countdown on the screen hit 5. Those trapped inside the building held each other tight, praying. Stardust's face was filled with anxiety as she watched the screen. The second the counter hit 0, everyone closed their eyes and braced for the end. Every single person was gripped by tension and unease. They didn't know if the punishment would rain down or if the villain had actually told the truth. That was the moment Kim Dane stepped onto his stage. Right now, all the cameras dropped as his voice rang out in a shout of disbelief. No way. The cameras caught his confused and anguished expression, framing him as a man betrayed by the selfishness of others. So, you didn't just rush out to save yourselves? Impossible. No way. At least one person should have pressed the button. There had to be at least one person as selfish as me to push it. Kim Dane clutched his head, murmuring with some serious overacting. Humans can't be this kind, why? At that moment, Stardust spoke up. Egos tick. People aren't as selfish as you think. She appeared as if bathed in a brilliant aura. No one is completely selfless, but I believe in human decency. So, it was because of you, Stardust. You made them unite. He suddenly shifted his expression and chuckled. Interesting, isn't it, Stardust? Before Stardust could charge at him, he gave a polite bow. The next game, for sure. Kim Dane took one last look at her. Wow. Stardust's resilient blue eyes made him marvel. Her gaze was overflowing with justice. Finally, he vanished with a definitive statement. I'll win. The citizens burst into a frenzy of joy. They cried out, happily hugging one another to celebrate the hero's victory. Everyone chanted one name in unison. Stardust! Stardust! Despite the cheers, the hero stood silently in the empty space. Kim Dane had quickly teleported to another location. The moment his feet touched the ground, he collapsed weakly. That was brutal, he groaned and complained. Oh man, I think I'm gonna die. This was the consequence of teleporting, the deadly side effect of his instant movement ability, where physical damage was proportional to the distance traveled. His body felt so heavy he couldn't even crawl. Ugh, I'm probably going to be bedridden for days. A girl's voice piped up. I told you to stop wearing that hat, didn't I, Appa? The white-haired girl looked at him with a look of pure disgust. It's so ugly. Kim Dane pleaded in a faint voice. Sion, I'm seriously dying here. Give me a glass of water. She just brushed herself off and heartlessly walked away. Get yourself. She left him frozen right where he was. The giant LED screens announced the breaking news of the terrorist attack, reporting the death toll was 0. Stardust hovered in midair. She gritted her teeth with pure hatred. Playing with people's hearts, huh? Next time, I'm definitely catching you. She would remember that name until the day she finally dragged him in. Ego's tick. Early one morning, at the Korea Hero Association, the organization for superhuman individuals in South Korea. Countless tabloid articles were being posted online across the giant monitors. These are the recent headlines. The broadcast hijacker watched by the whole country. Who is the hero Stardust really targeting? Let's review his actions. Who is Ego's tick, the A-rank villain? A hot topic. 0 casualties from the terror attack. The truth spreads across the peninsula. Broadcast hijacked abroad. Is Korean media security really okay like this? The meeting chair flipped to the next page. Next was the analytical profile on Ego's tick. Information on the villain along with some data on Kim Dane's persona. Male, wears a mask, possesses an identity-blurring function, estimated place of residence pending. A middle-aged man with a potbelly and a bald head spoke up. Let's begin the report. This was Park Jun-ho, the president of the Korea Hero Association. Images of locked-room murder scenes popped up. He looked at them, sick of it. All right, I've seen this part enough times, move on. Yes, sir. This was Park Jun-ho, the president of the Korea Hero Association. Images of locked-room murder scenes popped up. He looked at them, sick of it. All right, I've seen this part enough times, move on. Yes, sir. First of all, it appears the perpetrator used teleportation to plant bombs on the exterior of the building beforehand. After disposal, they were confirmed to be high-powered, improvised explosive devices capable of blowing away the entire observatory, classified as high-performance homemade bombs. The conclusion was that he likely built them himself. Park Jun-ho rubbed his shiny head, looking distressed. Still no clues on the hijacking? The secretary replied, awkwardly. Yes, sir. How he bypassed our cutting-edge security systems to broadcast remains a mystery. They still had some specific analyses. However, since no one with signal-related powers had ever appeared before, we believe there's a high probability he has a tech-savvy accomplice behind the scenes. That was as far as their current speculation went. An accomplice? There's a good chance that person is the bomb maker. The secretary's expression turned grave. There is one more thing I want to add. He seems to be obsessed with Stardust. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the blonde girl. Based on the minor clues, he was certain that the message left at the murder scene was intended for Stardust. And in this case, it was confirmed that he mentioned her directly, the A-rank hero in charge of Seoul, Stardust. Hearing this, Park Jun-ho asked her directly, You met the guy in person. How was he? He called her out by name, Stardust. She stood up slowly and gave her assessment. He's like a psychopath who enjoys playing with people's hearts. Furthermore, he's capable of organizing large-scale terror attacks, a truly dangerous villain. 2 days after the terror incident, in Kim Dane's room, he was lying in bed groaning, Oh God, I'm dying. He had to force himself to sit up and head to the kitchen for some food. He was just chugging a bottle of orange juice when a sudden voice rang out. Appa, are you at it again? Kim Dane was so startled he spat out his juice, then frantically explained, It's not like that, Seo-un. I'm not doing anything. Now, for an introduction to this girl. This is Han Seo-un, a girl with superintelligence. At first, he wasn't used to the fact that she, a genius hacker, kept calling him young like a boy would. In the original story, she was destined to grow up into an S-rank villain, a genius hacker. Well, that was the original plot, but now he had managed to keep her by his side. She was throwing a bit of fit. This is my house. Stop acting like it's yours. In reality, they were currently in Han Seo-un's underground base. He gave a sheepish, light laugh. I mean, I'm the one paying for the living expenses and everything. Han Seo-un immediately cut him off. Anyway, just shut up and drink. Got it. Kim Dane chuckled at the cute threat. He gently patted her head. All right, I got it. The warm moment didn't last long before she shyly pulled him and the water bottle away. Oh, something else happened. Hurry up. The door to the high-tech electronics room opened and then hissed shut. Han Seo-un sat before a sophisticated control panel. Remember that girl Lee Subin I mentioned before? She's a candidate for our accomplice. Kim Dane didn't have to think hard. Oh, the girl from the deep web? I think she's a fan of yours. She tapped a few keys and pointed at the screen. Look, she's right here. The news anchor's voice rang out. Egoistic copycats are currently carrying out a hostage terror attack in the heart of Incheon. They have planted bombs inside that building. He was stunned and leaned in toward the screen. What the hell? These lunatics. So, is that girl being held hostage there or what? Han Seo-un pointed at a person holding a gun with trembling hands. No, it's that girl in the mask. The anchor announced the situation, saying the egoistic fanatics refused to negotiate and were only interested in a death cult terror plot. The police confirmed that at least 3 people had died so far and about 300 hostages were still trapped. His voice trailed off. Seo-un? Hey, what's our number 1 rule? The girl remembered her brother's instructions perfectly. Never, under any circumstances, kill civilians. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. We've got to clean those guys up. Help me out, Seo-un. Han Seo-un nodded firmly. He was already thinking about how to handle the other person and that girl, planning to judge the situation once he saw the scene. Over at the site of the copycat terror attack, Stardust stood in front of the burning building. She bit her lip, standing silently for a long time before speaking into her radio. HQ, requesting permission to breach, but they're denying it. Stand by for orders. Once police finish the final negotiations, breach will be authorized with a shoot-to-kill order if necessary. This incident made her hate him even more. It was all because of that bastard. Most previous terror attacks were the exclusive domain of villains with superpowers. This performance, more or less, sent shockwaves through the villain world, but this time, he hadn't made superpowers the focus, instead using explosives and kidnapping as the spearhead to pressure the heroes. Clearly, the image of him cornering us had inspired ordinary people. She ground her teeth in frustration. Copycat crimes had started happening the very next day. Suddenly, an announcement came over the radio. Stardust, Egoistic has appeared at the scene and is live-streaming the interior on YouTube. Check it now. She was shocked. Stardust immediately pulled up her phone. Sure enough, the villain who had just mocked the deaths of others had appeared again. Viewers were flooding in fast. What is this? A villain live-streaming a terror scene? The world's number 1 villain. The chat is full of crazies. This is a crime scene. Yeah, as long as it's not me. Free Kim Seon-woo. Free Kim Seon-woo. Where are the mods? Did he hijack the broadcast again? The footage showed Egoistic inside the building, facing a group of people dressed exactly like him. They pointed their guns and barked. Who's there? They quickly recognized him and immediately began to celebrate. Our hero, Egoistic, has descended upon us. Egoistic. They had no idea what was actually coming for them. He's here. He's really here. Who? He's going to kill all these idiots himself. Just watch. Kim Dane was not at all happy with this crowd. Oh man, I used long-distance teleportation again, so my whole body is aching because of these guys. Damn it. The terrorists were confused. Egoistic. Suddenly, a thunderous laugh echoed out. Ha. Now this is interesting. Ha. They didn't understand, so they just gave forced laughs along with him. Ha. At that moment, Han Seo-un reported, 3 o'clock position, the guy by the pillar holding the detonator. He glanced over and confirmed the target. And immediately, he met his end, his body ruthlessly hollowed out into a donut shape. The terrorists shouted in horror, No, this guy isn't Egoistic. He must be a cop in disguise. The terrorists shouted in horror, No, this guy isn't Egoistic. He must be a cop in disguise. Oh, the very next scene was gun barrels pointed directly at each of their faces. Kim Dane sneered, raising his hand to use his power. I've never had anyone as stupid as you guys for lackeys. Countless gunshots rang out, and the building was shrouded in thick smoke. The agonizing screams of those being shot were captured in the live stream, alongside confused comments and those who still had their wits about them. Whoa, are they on the same side? Why is he taking them all out? Just like that, killing everyone. That's actually satisfying to watch. Who is Ego's tick that he's so brutal? Those guys are crazy. People are actually dying. Whoa, are they on the same side? Why is he taking them all out? Just like that, killing everyone. That's actually satisfying to watch. Who is Ego's tick that he's so brutal? Those guys are crazy. People are actually dying. This is for real, everyone. At that moment, the superiors finally gave her, Stardust, permission to enter. The top priority was ensuring the safety of the hostages against both the terrorists and Ego's tick. Without a second of hesitation, she rushed in to confirm the situation. There was only one person left who hadn't been shot, and it was exactly the person he was looking for. Han Seo-eun's voice rang out, "Appa, save her." According to my confirmation, she was dragged out and forced into this by those lunatics. She didn't participate in the terror attack. The girl was cowering, clutching her head and sobbing in a corner. "Ah, help me. Sobi, Sobi." Kim Dane's hand made her jump, causing her to let out a hitched breath. "Ick." He directly snatched her mask off and tossed it aside. His voice boomed as he asked, "Did you do anything wrong? Yes or no?" Lee Soo-bin's eyes welled with tears as she choked out, "Fine, I admit it." "Eek, ah." She began to cry even harder. "All right, I admit it." "Wah." Kim Dane didn't have that kind of patience. "Keep crying like that, and you're getting a bullet." Lee Soo-bin immediately went silent, covering her mouth tight. He turned his footsteps toward the citizens who had been held hostage. Surprisingly, he gave a formal bow. "I apologize. Even though I didn't cause this directly, I feel a great deal of responsibility since these copycat actions stem from my case." This move sent the comment section into a frenzy. What? Is this really a villain? Wait, what the hell is going on? He followed up with a sincere message. "To the hostages and those affected because of me, I will send compensation to your accounts. Please check them. I am deeply sorry for the 3 victims who lost their lives. I will pay the highest compensation possible." However, Kim Dane still felt hesitant inside due to the logistics. Man, transferring from dummy accounts is too easy to track. "I don't know, Seo-eun will handle it, right?" Han Seo-eun sighed and urged him, "Ha, Appa, just bring her back now. I can tell she's agreed to the deal." "Okay." Kim Dane promptly hoisted Lee Soo-bin onto his shoulder. Ick. His body felt like it was breaking into pieces. Ugh, the side effects of teleporting are making me shake all over. Suddenly, a shockwave rocked the entire floor. Kim Dane realized instantly that the only person capable of that was Stardust. She was storming in, not yet having a clear grasp of the situation here. A few more days passed following the scandal at Jeonhai University. At a certain Chill cafe, KPS News reported that the villain was taking responsibility by paying compensation. The public fell into chaos. The villain Ego's tick bowed at the scene of a terror attack. Confirming the hostages' accounts was no easy feat. What kind of person is he? KPS Deep Dive Investigation. A blonde girl sat alone at a table, her eyes fixed on her phone screen. Who even is Mangostic? Mang Ego's tick actually sounds legendary. Does Mang Ego's tick only save women? When Stardust wasn't being a hero, she was an ordinary person named Shin Haru, currently a university student. For some reason, she let out a tired sigh. She remembered that moment, charging into the building with fierce, life-risking determination. That assault had sent tremors through the entire building. The moment she burst in, she was met with Egostic's surprised face. She locked onto her target immediately. "Ego's tick, you bastard. I'm definitely catching you this time." She abruptly changed her trajectory as she lunged. Fortunately, Kim Dane's legs were weak at that moment, allowing him to dodge just in time. Stardust was truly too impatient to react. Oh man. And just like that, she let the villain she needed to catch slip through her fingers. Thinking back on it made her even more bitter. Shin Haru sighed in frustration. Right then, another girl approached and pulled out a chair. She asked gently and kindly, "Shin Haru, what's wrong? Is the homework too hard to do?" Kim Chae-hyun, Haru's senior, snapped her out of it, making her look up. "Oh, it's nothing, Yuni." She awkwardly turned back to her studies. I'm fine, I was just spaced out for a second. Stardust, the A-rank hero of Korea, was actually named Shin Haru. When operating as a hero, she hid her identity with a perception-blurring filter. Therefore, everyone thought she was just a normal student named Shin Haru. Well, maybe not entirely normal, because the gaze of every man there was fixed on her. Regardless, she had been worried about something lately, the fact that Haru was mumbling the name egoistic all day long. She circled that resentful name. Everyone is human and selfish. A massive question popped into her head. But why on earth did he save the hostages? Suddenly, the person in front of her pinched her cheek. Look at you, making that sad face again. Kim Chae-hyun cheerfully made a suggestion. Put the homework aside. Let's go get a mango bingsu, Haru's favorite. Haru's face lit up instantly. Mango! But immediately, Egostic's manic face and perverted laugh flashed through her mind. Kim Chae-hyun, watching her expressions closely, noticed right away. Even mango can't fix this? No way. She heard Haru snap her pen and mutter, the mango is mine. Chae-hyun coddled her like a child. All right, the mango is yours, it's all yours. The fire in Haru's heart burned like the depths of hell. I'm obsessed with that Mang egoistic guy. I'll definitely make you show your face. Despite being angry, she looked really cute while eating the spoonfuls of mango ice cream. In the heart of Seoul, where villains and heroes haunt the streets, stood a very ordinary-looking house. But when the main door opened, there was another door right next to the entrance. When a second door opened, surprisingly, an elevator appeared. After entering the elevator and punching in the code, the door slid shut and it began to descend. Dropping dozens of floors underground, the destination was Egostic's hideout. Kim Dane lay proudly in a glass chamber, calling it the Ego Base for short. Hanseu eun lukadanoyit. Appa, why are you naming someone else's house without asking? He used some very natural-sounding logic. Why? Well, there's no mine or yours between us, right? My house is your house, and your house is my house. The girl pouted in disdain, but didn't deny it. What the heck? That's so illogical. Suddenly, his knees wouldn't let him stay so relaxed. The pain shooting through him made him thrash around and scream. Ark, Seon criticized him irritably. Stop talking nonsense, and just lie there, so you can recover quickly. Don't make such a fuss. Kim Dane whined. Stop it. I'm twice as tired because I had to teleport while carrying someone else. Suddenly, he let out a sly grin. Han Seo-eun, the one with superintelligence. He was definitely directing a longing gaze toward the girl sitting on the sofa. Geez, how far did I get in the story? His expression was full of satisfaction. Though the reason for recruiting an accomplice wasn't for this, the fatigue recovery capsule really was the best. Seo-eun looked at him and randomly gave a thumbs up with a weird look in her eyes. What? The door suddenly opened, and the person he had risked his life to save walked in. I'm back. Since the fridge was empty, Lee Subin asked shyly, I was wondering if you guys wanted some snacks? Kim Dane jumped and yelled, Wait, aren't you a wanted fugitive? I cover my face before going out. He was stunned and panicked. That's even more suspicious. However, little Seo put her book down and obediently ran over to Melina. But seeing this, Kim Dane had a different theory. Did she tell me to go kidnap someone just to do the chores? He immediately teleported in front of the girl. Why did you tell me to bring this person here? The girl unwrapped the ice cream she'd received and answered nonchalantly. Oh, I was just planning to ask her for a little help with some work. Kim Dane threw a fit. What? He whispered frantically. That should only be considered before someone commits a terrorist act. He objected to bringing a terrorist into the house. Seon? Hey, can you guarantee she won't start shooting in our house? The girl sighed and shook her head. That's not going to happen. The girl stated firmly. And this person had no intention of joining the terror attack. She was forced out by her copycat fans, basically against her will. Then, she pointed straight at the girl. Appa. No, Yuni. You're Lee Subin, right? The girl was startled. Wait, how do you know my name? Seon obviously saw right through it. I know everything. Lee Subin Yuni. She even knows her family registry. Your parents are both researchers at the Han Seo-eun group, right? Her face went pale. How do you know that? Seo-eun recounted calmly. I read the posts you wrote on the deep web. Those masking programs have a lot of loopholes. Yini, do you want revenge? The girl walked closer to Lee Subin. The Han Seo-eun group. Don't you want revenge for what they did to your parents? I'm looking for the heads of the Han Seo-eun group. I've suffered a lot because of them too. The girl delivered a clear invitation. I have to find those bastards and crush them into pieces to feel at peace. Yuni, will you help me? In an instant, Kim Dane understood Seo-eun's reasoning. So that's it. That girl was also a victim of Han-eun, just like Seo-eun. When I wanted Seo-eun to be my first accomplice, I also convinced her by promising to help her get revenge. Naturally, my goal was to prevent her from becoming an S-rank villain later on. But still, this Lee Subin girl, I don't have any memory of her from the original story, so she's probably just a side character. Maybe that's proof she's harmless, but I'll have to see if she's actually useful to me. Suddenly, he snapped out of it when he saw the two girls hugging and crying. Kim Dane stood there blankly amidst the sound of their sobbing. Boo-hoo, yinny hick hick. Seo-eun. Man, this development is way too fast. I'm the only one who can't keep up with the emotions. Seo-eun, your cool image is totally falling apart. He watched the two of them being emotional for a long time in silence, then settled back into his recovery chamber. Whatever, I'll just lie here. That evening, at a cozy restaurant, everyone was looking concerned for a young couple. The restaurant was quiet, except for the sound of the wife sobbing, hick hick. Tears streamed down her cheeks nonstop as she asked in a desperate voice, "Why hick? Are you like this to me?" However, the man opposite her looked gloomy and glared at her, making her lose her appetite completely. "I'm confessing my love to you, so why do you look so miserable?" This incident led someone to report it to the police. A person with a cold expression walked up to their table. "There's been a report of an assault. Please follow me to the station." The man muttered a curse. "Oh, for God's sake, let me eat something. Get lost." The police officer couldn't wait any longer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Fine, consider yourself under arrest." His body flashed with a red light. Suddenly, the police officer was teleported onto the very edge of the building's rooftop railing. The man's twisted voice rang out from behind him. "Shall we head to the station together?" He delivered a contemptuous kick. "Fine, but let me send you on your way first." Caught off guard, the officer plummeted from the high floor. The man flashed a cold smile. "Who do you think you are, talking back to me? You pathetic cop. I'm an A-rank villain. Kim Hakshul, the space teleporter." The world appeared in a state of ruin as a scream rang out. "Do you think this world will change just because you kill me?" Han Seo-eun, the White Witch, a rank 5 villain with an appearance completely different from her current self. It was unclear what the hero Stardust's expression was, as a shout cut through the flashback. "Appa, come back to the present." 16-year-old Han Seo-eun, who loved orange juice, screamed. "You drank all my orange juice again, didn't you?" Lee Subin, who was washing dishes, spoke up awkwardly. "Seo-eun, I'm sorry, I was actually the one who drank it. I'll buy you more." Seo-eun, who had been confronting her brother, ran over to hug her. She flipped her mood in a heartbeat, beaming. "It's okay, Yini." Watching this play out, Kim Dane grimaced in disgust. "She treats me totally differently." He suddenly asked, "By the way, Seo-eun, did you finally give up on pretending to be a boy?" She immediately screamed in anger. "Appa." Kim Dane took the chance to tease her. "Ka ka ka." Life for the three of them passed by happily and peacefully. Recalling the misfortune mentioned in the original story, Han Seo-eun possessed superintelligence. She was the sole survivor of the Blossom Project carried out by the Han Seo-eun group. Hundreds of children had been used for illegal experiments. One day, a child developed unexpected complications. Everyone involved died, except for Seo-eun. The entire building collapsed that day. Afterward, covered in wounds, she escaped from the experimental facility. She then hid in a basement and built the hideout they were in now. She had lived in solitude for years until he found her. Kim Dane's sudden appearance happened while she was living quietly. A chair crashed down, making a loud noise. Seo-eun bristled like a hedgehog on guard. Kim Dane calmly made an offer. "Don't you want revenge on them? I need your help too, Seo-eun." In the face of her terrified gaze, he reached out a hand, appearing friendly. "I'm not here to hurt you." And that was the starting point that led to the present. He had come to save her. Unlike the original story, where she became an S-rank villain out of hatred and lost her life, it was tragic for her. He vowed never to let her fall down the path of a villain again. Regardless, he had a few doubts. Now that she's my accomplice, does she still count as a villain? Anyway, let's stay on the right track. Sensing his stare, Seo-eun turned around, annoyed. What are you looking at? You don't even understand what's happening, so quit staring. Kim Dane's gaze shifted to the other girl. As for Subin, her parents were researchers, but they've both passed away. She's self-taught and got into a prestigious university. He had a firm grasp on her background. As a computer engineering major, she would likely handle technical support for Seo-eun later on. He took a casual sip of water. Even though she was a character he never knew and seemed a bit suspicious, he had to admit her cooking skills were top tier. Suddenly, Seo-eun held out a small robotic spider. Here it's finished, an external tracking sensor. Kim Dane's face went blank. What am I supposed to do with a tracker? She clicked her tongue in frustration. TSK, did you forget our line of work already? She pointed to a figure on the screen. It's for the guy on that villain list you picked. He was stunned, full of surprise. He's the teleporter? Kim Dane knew well, summarizing his ability. This guy could teleport infinitely over short distances without any penalty. He couldn't be blocked by telekinesis, making him incredibly difficult to deal with. The girl smiled excitedly. The harder the opponent, the more we need to take them out first. He rubbed his head in agony. Do you have any idea how much it hurts me to teleport repeatedly? Seo-eun cheered him on. Get to work, egos tick. They quickly set out on their way, with the destination being a small apartment in a remote area. Kim Dane lurked on the building, feeling nervous. Seo-eun? Hey, can I go in now? She urged him on. What's the deal? You're still not inside? Just go in already. However, he was still anxious and tense. Is it really okay to teleport straight into the living room? What if he's right there? Seo-eun sighed and repeated herself. I've told you so many times, you fire a shot with a tracker attached. Even if he teleports to dodge the bullet, it'll still stick. Kim Dane looked back at the shiny gun. What? How? She started to get annoyed. Because I made it faster than a bullet. You were a liberal arts major, so you wouldn't get it even if I explained. Just go in. Despite that, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be faster to just take him out on the street? Seo-eun felt like flipping a table at her brother's personality. He never goes out on the street in the first place. He teleports everywhere. I've already investigated and prepared this whole plan. God, this is so frustrating. She was burning with impatience, quickly gulping down a bottle of water. Lee Subin, standing to the side, cheered nervously. Egos tick, good luck. Hearing that, the girl shyly followed suit. Yeah, egos tick, good luck. Kim Dane felt like he'd been given a power boost. All right, thanks. Let's get started. He suddenly teleported into the criminal's home just as the man had finished showering. The man jumped at his appearance. Oomph. Immediately, Seo-eun screamed. Up a shoot. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Damn it. Two small spiders immediately launched out at an unbelievable speed. But as expected, Hakshul instantly vanished. Kim Dane tossed the gun aside. Shit. Seo-eun, did the tracking sensor stick? On Seo-eun's end, she had a clear handle on the situation. It stuck. Yini Subin, report the location. She quickly pinned him down. He's currently 500 meters east of here. He didn't think twice and followed the directions. Ugh. Suddenly, he appeared right in the middle of a street. Whoa, who's that guy? What the? People nearby recognized him immediately. Dude, isn't that Ego's tick? Huh, it really is him. He frowned, scanning the surroundings. Shit, this situation wasn't in the plan. His presence went viral instantly, spreading all over social media. At John University's lecture hall, Shinharu was focused on her studies, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, an announcement blared over the radio. Ego's tick has appeared in the city center. Superhero Stardust, prepare to deploy on orders from the association. She stood up in a panic, shouting, What? Everyone in the class turned to look at her. Sorry everyone. Haru scrambled to pack her things and left. Excuse me. She rushed out in a hurry. What is he up to this time, Ego's tick? Seo-eun tracked the location carefully. Appa, over there, right at the intersection ahead. Kim Dane quickly spotted Hackshul staggering away. Did he get hit? Just then, the light turned red, and he recklessly jumped out to block the man's path. Whatever. I'm just going for it. Seo-eun's panicked voice rang in his ear. Oppa Dane. His rush to catch the A-rank criminal made him fail to notice the traffic. A truck barreled toward him at a breakneck speed. It was uncertain if he could react in time and escape with his life. While on the run, Kim Hackshul suddenly remembered that fateful day. Hey Kim Hackshul, you had a lot of fun stealing our money and running away, didn't you? Kim Hackshul was helpless and weak back then, only able to groan and plead. I'll pay it back, please have mercy. Feeling like he wasn't sincere enough, he switched to screaming his plea, I'll pay it back. These words annoyed the leader, who couldn't stand it anymore. He bluntly pressed his cigarette into the rope binding Kim Hackshul. I don't give a damn anymore. Witnessing this, he struggled even harder. No, please don't, I was wrong. Just let me go this once. No matter what he said, the rope burned through, and he plummeted into the sea. At that moment, having nothing left to lose, Kim Hackshul cursed out loud. God damn it, you bastards. As his face was about to hit the water, he screamed with all the rage in his heart. I curse you all to hell. It was at that exact moment that Kim Hackshul suddenly vanished. And just as that group of men was about to leave, he suddenly reappeared nearby. This strange phenomenon made their faces go pale with fear. What the? Kim Hackshul, seeing himself still safe and sound, was dazed and confused. Oh, what happened? Once they regained their composure, the group quickly rushed toward him. Catch him. In no time, Kim Hackshul was surrounded. He hadn't moved a muscle yet. After standing still for a moment, Kim Hackshul clenched his fists, his heart full of ecstatic joy. So now, nobody in this world can ever catch me. Thinking this, he quickly vanished, causing the two sides to crash into each other as he made his escape. Back in the present, the truck driver realized someone was there and slammed on the brakes. But Kim Dane had vanished, reappearing inside the driver's cab, giving the driver the fright of his life. Seeing that he was still perfectly fine, Kim Hackshul was furious. Damn it! Realizing things were looking bad, he turned a bolt. I timed it perfectly, and he still dodged it. Shit! By the time Kim Dane stepped out of the truck, Kim Hackshul had already teleported to the roof of a nearby building. Carefully observing the situation, he gnashed his teeth in fury. It really is Ego's tick. Is it possible his elimination of those two villains wasn't due to a personal grudge? The more he thought about it, the more Kim Hackshul couldn't swallow his anger. We clearly have nothing to do with each other. Down below, after getting out of the truck, Ego's tick was surrounded by a crowd of citizens. Yes, I'm busy working right now, so I can't talk much. Oh boy. Oh, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Now, go to hell, you A-rank villain with the teleportation ability. As soon as those words were spoken, a crazy thought popped into Kim Hackshul's head. Is he actually hunting down villains to finish them off? Just as he escaped his train of thought, Ego's tick appeared out of nowhere. From that moment on, wherever Kim Hackshul went, he followed. Trash belongs in the trash can. Scum villains must be erased from this world. Come on, let's go. I can clean up one piece of garbage today, damn it. Being followed so relentlessly made him go insane, and he reached out to quickly snatch a nearby citizen. Why the hell can I still hear that guy's voice in my ear? Kim Hackshul immediately threw the person behind him and took off running. Before the girl could even hit the ground, Ego's tick reached out and caught her. Whoa, steady there. While the girl was still dazed, he asked her gently, Are you all right, miss? This kindness made her blush deep red. Why, yes, sir. That Kim Hackshul fellow, after teleporting repeatedly, had exhausted most of his strength and could no longer hold on. He officially collapsed. Why me? Once the girl was resting safely, Ego's tick shifted his focus to his original target, the A-rank villain, the teleporter. Ignoring the man's silence, he pulled out a handgun and pressed it against the villain's head. You've already confessed to your crimes. Being barked at like that, the half-conscious Kim Hackshul tried to argue back. Ego's tick sneered and countered. Damn you, you're a villain too. Yeah, but at least I'm not a coward like you. With that, he turned and shouted to the onlookers. Everyone, this piece of trash stole tens of billions and murdered 4 innocent people. Those people were someone's husband, father, friend, or son. Do you want to let this cold-blooded killer go? Asked this, the crowd didn't hesitate to answer bluntly. Finish him. That's right, end him. Kill him, kill him. Hearing this, Kim Hak-shul thrashed wildly. You bastards. If you call for my death, how are you any different from me? Egoistic smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the people's response. Hak-shul, your greatest sin is actually that in the future, you become an A-rank villain who murders hundreds and torments Stardust countless times. Snapping out of his thoughts, his expression shifted, and he growled a threat. You think those two things are the same? Sorry, but it looks like your journey ends here. A moment later, a painful scream rang out. Egoistic cautiously scanned his surroundings. What met his eyes was the sheer jubilation of the citizens. This reaction caught him by surprise. What? They just saw someone get shot. Shouldn't they be screaming in terror? Having finished the deed, he stood up blankly, observing the joyful crowd. Aside from the superpowers, this world isn't much different from my old one. But at times like this, I truly realize I'm in another world. The people here are truly hard to understand. After some mulling over, Egoistic brushed it aside, tipped his hat, and greeted them. But I'm a villain, you know. Aren't you all afraid? Seeing his face, the nearby citizens did feel a bit of apprehension. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Egoistic knew exactly who it was. He quickly looked up at the sky. Stardust. Damn, I drew attention for way too long. Stardust landed swiftly and pointed right at him, scolding, You bastard. Egoistic didn't mind the insult, instead focusing his gaze on the newcomer. Usually, she was just a slightly cold college student, but as a hero, she spoke like a character from a historical drama. Thinking about this, his simple mode switched on. She was just too cute. However, Stardust misunderstood his expression. What have you done? No matter how smitten he was, Egoistic played the villain perfectly. What have I done? I just took out a vicious A-rank villain who committed murder and bank robbery. I'm just doing the hero's job for them. Faced with these words, Stardust was speechless. Seeing her reaction, he continued, Hey, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? A-rank villains can be judged on the spot by heroes anyway. Unable to argue the point, she shifted the subject entirely. Egoistic, do you think you're a hero? This successfully caught him off guard. Huh, I'm a villain. At that point, he suddenly realized something. There must be a lot of people filming this and cheering for Stardust, right? This place is crowded. It's perfect. Snapping back, he grinned and gave a half-hearted clap. Typical Stardust. A villain like me punishing the wicked is indeed against the law. But I really can't abide by her rock-hard chivalrous spirit. Maybe I should retreat for today. These words sparked more chatter among the crowd. Exactly. Are villains only allowed to fight heroes? He sounds so cool. After all, you showed up late and couldn't even catch the teleporter. Honestly, Egoistic didn't do anything wrong. These words left Stardust feeling confused and saddened. Not just her, but Egoistic also felt the world was becoming a total mess. What? Something feels off. Just then, Hansun urged him through his earpiece. Appa, stop rambling and let's go now. Being rushed and flustered by the situation, he explained frantically. Wait, no. I didn't mean that what I did was right. I'll keep doing evil deeds, and Stardust. You just keep trying to stop me. Pausing for a second, he switched back to his cool persona. Well then, that's enough for today. After saying that, he used his power and vanished instantly. With nothing left to watch, the crowd dispersed, leaving Stardust standing there in deep thought. We should probably leave too, shouldn't we? Yeah, let's go. Once everyone was gone, she walked over to the deceased Kim Hak-shul, looking somber. Back at the base, the moment he arrived, Egoistic collapsed. Hansun was prepared and called out loudly. Subin Yuni, over here. Hurry. Lee Subin ran over in a panic. What happened? The girl sat down, checking his condition while explaining. It's the side effect of the teleportation power. After checking him over, the two girls dragged him back to his room. All right, 1, 2. Oh, at that moment, the phone in Egoistic's pocket vibrated. It turned out a post about this afternoon's events had been uploaded to an open forum, gauging public sentiment. Who likes the cool Egoistic Kappa more than that old-fashioned Stardust Ajumma? Definitely me. That evening, Stardust sat atop a building, quietly reading that post. After finishing it, She couldn't hide her sadness. Sitting on that rooftop, Stardust recalled some painful memories from the past. Back when she was just Shin Haru, a 17-year-old student. A tragedy occurred. No, Mom, Dad. Seeing her in such agony, the robber smugly held up the wallet he had just snatched. You should have just handed this over nicely. After admiring his spoils for a moment, he tucked the wallet away and pulled out a handgun to threaten her. Blame your stupid parents. Even with a gun to her head, the Shin Haru of that time had nothing left to lose and felt no fear at all. Not getting the reaction he wanted, the robber grew bored, gave a bright smile, and put the gun away. Lucky. You're very lucky, aren't you? With that, the robber tossed his cigarette aside and walked away. Seeing her parents' killer walk free, Shin Haru was filled with resentment but could only collapse in a helpless fit of tears. If only I had the strength to protect Mom and Dad. No matter how much she regretted it, it had already happened. Mom, Dad, I'll finish that bastard. After that declaration, Shin Haru could only sit there by her parents' bodies, crying her eyes out. At that exact moment, a light appeared in the dark sky. Immediately following, a meteor streaked straight down into the narrow alleyway. The crying student, Shin Haru, saw the strange light and looked up to investigate. As she looked up, a blindingly bright glow met her eyes. Following that, a strange light filled the alley. When the light finally faded, Shin Haru was unconscious, and her hair had turned from black to gold. The next day, at the secret base, after a full rest, Kim Dane finally opened his eyes. Han Seo-eun was already waiting by the glass, just waiting for this moment to cheer. You're awake. Before he could say a word, he looked at her tiredly. Seo-eun, can I get a hot meal to eat? Suddenly, Han Seo-eun held up her phone. Listen to this while you eat. She immediately read a news article on the screen for him. A summary of facts regarding the A-rank villain Ego's Tick. Dane, I'll only list the facts about the A-rank villain Ego's Tick. Reading the article carefully, Han Seo-eun recounted the numerous feats Dane had achieved. Eliminated A-rank villain Liv. Eliminated A-rank villain Zodiac. For the weary citizens of South Korea, he even suppressed the special situation at the observatory with 0 casualties. Just as the article seemed to end, the girl read more. At the same time, he suppressed the fanatics who were causing trouble and taking hostages in his name, and even paid compensation to hostages. Pausing for a moment, Han Seo-eun read the rest. The A-rank villain, the teleporter, has been in hiding for a long time. Despite a bounty, authorities deemed his capture extremely difficult. Honestly, Ego's Tick doesn't look like a villain at all. Sensing he wasn't shocked enough, she shared another piece of information with a smile. 7,842 likes and 12 dislikes. What do you think? Hearing this, Dane was bewildered and asked quickly, What about Stardust? At the mention of her name, Han Seo-eun couldn't hide her annoyance. That Stardust lady? Look at the comments right below. Without waiting for him to grab the phone, she read them aloud. Honestly, Ego's Tick is better than Stardust. What has Stardust even done so far? Hearing this, Dane froze mid-bite. Not stopping there, she read more. Ego King has already taken down 3 A-rank villains. After calming down, Dane asked hesitantly, so why is Stardust being criticized? To this, Han Seo-eun thought for a moment before replying. Probably because she's the least active among the 3 A-rank heroes. Actually, Shadow Walker and Ice have saved dozens or hundreds of people single-handedly, while Stardust hasn't done nearly as much. After reading everything, she tentatively watched the reaction of the man beside her. There, that's how people are reacting. Hearing these comments, Kim Dane couldn't hide his despair. Is that the majority? As if that wasn't shocking enough, Han Seo-eun held up the screen, showing a strange mango to show off. Yep, while Ego's Tick even has his own fan club. This information officially broke Dane. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. No way. These people are crazy. A fan club for a villain. Unable to accept this, he stood up, his mind calculating a plan. All right, we can't just leave it like this. After some thinking, Kim Dane made a decision and began preparing for the next terror attack. All right, Seo-eun, Subin, can you two handle it? Suddenly being put on the spot, the 2 girls were stunned and panicked. Hey again? Me? Ignoring the girls' dejected looks, Dane was full of excitement and anticipation. Either way, I have to show the Korean people what a real villain is and who the real hero is. Just you wait, Stardust. I'll put you back on top. The person being anticipated was currently enjoying a delicious mango frappe with great satisfaction. While enjoying her drink, Shin Haru suddenly noticed something. It turned out the cherry blossoms outside had burst into bloom, creating a romantic scene. Romantic and poetic as it was, her mind was only filled with the public's comments. Being a great hero, huh? Only showing up after the job is done? She probably couldn't even catch the teleporter. Recalling those words, Shin Haru sighed. Seizing the moment, a tide of negative thoughts washed over her mind. The public is more enthusiastic about Ego's Tick, the villain slayer, than heroes who only handle things with suspended sentences. I did my best, so why am I still being criticized like this? Refusing to let herself spiral, Shin Haru slapped her own cheeks a few times. Get a grip. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Haru, why are you slapping yourself? At the sound of the voice, she snapped out of it to see Kim Chae-hyun smiling gently, sitting down beside her. Shin Haru was startled. Her senior laughed, looked at her, and suggested brightly, the weather is so nice, let's take a little break. Being invited like that, Shin Haru didn't hesitate to agree. You're right. What did the cherry blossoms bloom like this? Kim Chae-hyun took out her phone excitedly. Oh, that's right. Do you want to see this? It's really hot lately, but you probably don't know about it yet, Haru. She held up an image of a dancing mango to introduce it. How is it? Hilarious, right? I found Ego's Tick quite charming lately. Seeing that image, Shin Haru gritted her teeth in resentment. Even Chae-hyun Sunny likes him. While scrolling through the phone, she suddenly noticed something. Wait, what's this? Kim Chae-hyun held out the screen. Haru, Ego's Tick is live streaming right now. Hearing this, she was surprised. What? As soon as she took the phone, the familiar voice rang out. Ego's Tick was targeting Stardust again. Immediately, Shin Haru headed back to the association and deployed to the scene. As soon as the announcement ended, Shin Haru slammed the table and stood up. Chae-hyun Yuni, I have something urgent, so I have to go first. With that, she turned and ran out of the shop before Chae-hyun could utter a word. Huh? Hadu? As he ran, Shin Haru's resolve hardened. Just you wait, Ego's Tick. I'm definitely catching you this time. At that moment, on a certain cliffside, a familiar screen appeared, followed by the sound of Egostic's voice. Long time no see. Hello everyone. I am the villain Ego's Tick. Having finished his introduction, he looked expectantly at the rapidly scrolling comments. I wonder what the reaction will be. This is crazy. Are they treating this like some kind of surprise event or something? Shaking off his stray thoughts, Ego's Tick pulled up his phone and spoke playfully. There's been a lot of news about me lately, hasn't there? I'm not a hero. I'm a villain, though I've even got a fan club now. At that, he flashed a sinister smile and manipulated his phone to point the camera down toward the train tracks. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. I am a villain. Pointing at the captives held hostage, he then gestured toward the train in the distance. Ah, the train is pulling in. Are you watching, Stardust? As soon as he asked the question, a comment popped up. He's still a total Stardust fanboy, isn't he? Ignoring it, he began his introduction. The rules are simple. Make your choice. Ego's Tick panned the camera down to the tracks, starting to turn up the pressure. Keep the lever, as is to save one person instead of 5, or sacrifice one for the majority. Pull the lever and one person says bye-bye. Speaking of which, he thought of Lee Soo-bin, who was currently operating the train, and continued the pressure. Don't think too fast. If you try to pull these people off the tracks, I'll flip the train immediately. Got it, Stardust. Having laid out the rules, Ego's Tick issued his invitation. You only have one choice. Pull that lever. Right as he finished speaking, Stardust appeared. You bastard, Ego's Tick. Without a second thought, the girl dove straight down and stood above them. He watched with satisfaction. So you've arrived, Stardust? Looking at the hostages, she began to do the math. If I try to save them, the passengers on the train will be in danger. Think, Stardust. How can I save everyone? Seeing her hesitant face, Ego's Tick, contrary to his conscience, urged her on. Come on, come on. The Pinnacle train is pulling into the station. What will our Stardust choose? Before she could even act, the viewers were already speculating. Egostick was very pleased with these comments. As expected, everyone thinks Stardust will pull the lever. But I believe the Stardust I know isn't that kind of person. Just then, Lee Soo-bin's panicked voice screamed through his earpiece. Dane, she's running toward me. What do I do? Watching the figure flying like a bullet, he offered some comfort. We're live, so mute the broadcast mic first. Don't worry, Soo-bin. She's not coming to hurt you. Moving forward, Lee Soo-bin regained a bit of confidence. Okay. Having successfully calmed her down, Egostick went back into character as the villain. Okay, mic back on. Whoa, is this even allowed? What is Stardust doing? Can she actually pull that off? She's going to get crushed. Stardust, why are you on a suicide mission? Stop. No matter what he said, Stardust and the train collided head-on. And with all her might, she tried to encourage herself. Just hold on a little longer. But suddenly the train surged faster than it should have, surprising Egostick. Is it speeding up? Realizing something, he panicked. Soo-bin, Miss Soo-bin, wake up. But with her having been passed out for ages, there was no response, and he grew frantic. I didn't prepare for this. Looking at Stardust, standing dazed at the foot of the mountain, Egostick continued his psychological warfare. Come now. The Pentakill train is entering the station. What will our Stardust choose? Though he said that outwardly, his heart was full of anticipation as he watched the girl below. What would the girl filled with justice choose? The one he was waiting for was currently undergoing an agonizing internal struggle. After a moment's thought, Stardust gritted her teeth and dove straight toward the train. Witnessing this, Egostick was very satisfied and pulled the brim of his hat low. Good. Everything is going exactly according to plan up to this point. Content with the unfolding events, he carried a terrified, struggling girl closer to the tracks. Once there, Egostick gently set the pale-faced girl down on the tracks and secured her with tape. Despite his actions, Egostick's inner self was screaming. Man, this is exhausting. If it weren't for Shadow Walker, doing this at night would be so much more comfortable. Planning a daytime terror attack requires worrying about way too many things. Regardless of his complaints, he finished the final knot. After securing the hostage, Egostick used his teleportation power to get back up the cliff to watch the development. Observing the 5 people he had tied to the tracks, he was quite satisfied with his handiwork. I'm actually a little proud of this. Looking at the peaceful scene before him, Egostick recalled some information. In the original story, Stardust would be weakened after clashing with a villain, but in exchange, she would grow more mature. So, if I eliminate the villains early to help her, she'll lose her chance to grow. Snapping out of his thoughts, he reached down and wrote a few familiar lines on the ground. Once finished, Egostick smirked and told himself, consider this your specially designed physical training ground. Returning to the present, seeing Stardust throw herself at the train with everything she had, he was somewhat caught off guard and rushed to stop her. What are you doing? You'll be blown to bits, Stardust. The scene caused a stir among the people watching from home. Looking at the comments, he felt a sense of despair. This wasn't my intention. He said that outwardly, but inwardly he was beyond thrilled. It totally was my intention. At that moment, Stardust slammed into the train, causing the front engine to crumble. Standing on the cliff, Egostick watched and analyzed the scene. Her muscle power and flight capability are both about 2% short. She's still just a near-rank hero, so stopping this train might be beyond her. But there's one trait about her that others don't know. Watching Stardust's tense, determined face closely, Egostick commented sincerely. It's that when she faces danger, her power explodes exponentially. Even as he thought that Stardust was being pushed back. Despite this, he remained confident. So, she can absolutely stop this. Following his intense belief, the train's engine began to sputter and clank. However, instead of stopping, it pushed even harder. This phenomenon made Egostick uneasy. Is the train speed increasing even more? Realizing this, he quickly called his accomplice, but Lee Soo-bin had already fainted long ago. Soo-bin, Miss Soo-bin, wake up! Receiving no response, Egostick fell into a state of panic. I didn't plan for this. Worst-case scenarios played out like a movie in his mind. If the people tied to the tracks die, then even if it was a path of roses, Stardust's image as a brave superhero will be destroyed. Thinking of that situation, Ego's Tick clutched his head and paced. What should I do? At the same time, the train had drawn close to the unfortunate girl. Noticing this, Stardust gritted her teeth and unleashed power far beyond her normal limits. Seeing the train wasn't stopping, she poured every ounce of her soul into holding it back. Though the front of the train was nearly pulverized, it didn't slow down at all. Standing above, Ego's Tick watched Stardust expectantly. Please, please, please. As the distance between the train and the hostage closed, all he could do was pray. Please, I'm begging you. Suddenly, Ego's Tick noticed something. As it turned out, after all that effort, the train was finally stopped by Stardust, and the whole thing was captured on the phone. Witnessing the impossible, Ego's Tick cheered with joy. She stopped it. We're temporarily off the road to a dead end. Amidst the chaotic scene, he was filled with anticipation. Come on, hurry up and appear, Stardust. Is she okay? That train was so fast. Looking at the live stream on his phone, Egostic's mind raced. Could she be dead? But at that very moment, Stardust's familiar silhouette appeared. Seeing that the girl he admired was safe, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered. A moment later, realizing he was still playing the villain, he corrected himself. Oh, wait, no. You actually stopped it. You really endured that? My plan wasn't supposed to go like this. Turning his attention to the dazed Stardust, Ego's Tick hypnotized himself. She found her own way out of the dilemma in her own way. Exactly. This declaration sent the comments section into an explosion. Reading through them, his face was full of excitement. Yes, this is the reaction I wanted. See? With immense pride, he showered the girl below with praise. This is the hero named Stardust. Look at her power explode just from the desire to save people. After exhausting all her strength, Stardust finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Seeing this, his eyes filled with worry. Forgetting his persona, he jumped down to check on her. As he got closer, his heart ached when he heard her faint cursing. You, Ego's Tick, you bastard. Despite the sadness, Ego's Tick stayed focused. All right, Stardust. You did great in a way I never imagined. This is your victory. After saying that, he brushed her eyelids to let her rest and instructed her. I'm leaving now. Get some good rest. Another hero will be here to help you soon. Letting Stardust rest, he stood up and took off his hat to show his respect. Yes, my terror attack ends here. Thank you all for watching. Following those words, the screen went black, and a shocking comment was posted. Those two, what's with that ambiguous atmosphere? The next morning at the secret base, Han Seon was full of energy, running around everywhere. Wake up, you sleepyheads. Kim Dane and Lee Soo-bin were haggard and exhausted after yesterday's events. Oh my God, I'm dying. Good morning, Seon. Their appearance led the girl to judge them. It was only one terror attack. Why is everyone so worn out? Instead of scolding them, Han Seon pointed to the table full of food and invited them. Come on, look at all this hot food. The other two's eyes lit up. Seon, did you prepare all this? Dane woke up fully and rubbed Han Seon's head in praise. Thank you so much. Oh, it was nothing, Seon. Feeling shy, the girl gave his waist a pinch. While Dane writhed in pain, Han Seon sat at the table and urged them. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. The three of them sat at the table together to enjoy breakfast. Enjoy your meal, everyone. After that, everyone focused on enjoying the delicious food. While eating, Han Seon noticed a remote nearby and reached for it. She ate quickly and ran to the sofa to watch TV. Let's check out the new news. As the news report started, Han Seon pointed excitedly at the screen. Let's see how yesterday's achievements were reported. Next story. Hearing that, Dane, who was eating, couldn't hide his smugness. My image as a villain must be deeply etched by now. Of course, Stardust's reputation has skyrocketed too. Two birds with one stone, or rather, the bird ate the eggs too. Right then, Hansen burst out laughing, and her strange state left him confused. Oh, what's so funny? The little girl pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly. They're saying you two are dating. The news anchor's voice rang out. This is the aftermath of A-rank hero Stardust stopping the train yesterday. First off, I'd like to draw your attention to this photo. The moment where he brushed her eyes closed, so she could rest appeared on the screen. The anchor continued. Looking at this, the interaction between the villain and the hero looks like nothing less than a pair of lovers. Elsewhere, Shin Haru watched the broadcast, unable to contain her rage as she crushed her glass. In a similar fashion, Kim Dane shouted in frustration, "What the hell is this?" The host said, "In Korea, the most popular villain is Egoistic, and the rising rookie is superhero Stardust. The dating rumors between these two are trending like crazy lately." Reporter Park, why exactly are these romance rumors exploding like this? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and continued, "Looking here, do you see it?" The host replied, "Huh? Ah, yes, that's text with Stardust's name written on it." Reporter Park slammed his hands on the table, stood up, and spoke loudly. "Wrong. It's not just a simple line of text. To my Stardust, it's like saying, 'This is a gift I'm giving to you.' That's the real meaning." Reporter Park slammed his hands on the table, stood up, and spoke loudly. "Wrong. It's not just a simple line of text. To my Stardust, it's like saying, 'This is a gift I'm giving to you.' That's the real meaning." Reporter Park pointed at the scene and asserted with a powerful tone, "Look closely. If this isn't love, then what is?" When Egoistic said those final words and closed Stardust's eyes, she quietly drifted off to sleep. Reporter Park said, "If these two aren't dating, then what do you even call this?" Elsewhere, Shin Haru sat alone in a classroom watching the discussion. In a gloomy mood, Shin Haru rested her chin on her hand and thought to herself, "Is everyone out of their minds? Stardust dating that crazy villain? That is absolutely never going to happen." Shin Haru fell silent for a moment, then asked herself, "What is this? I clearly feel nothing but hatred and resentment toward that guy, but somewhere along the line, there's this confusing, mixed feeling." While Shin Haru was sitting there gloomily muttering to herself, a girl walked up. Kim Chae-hyun looked at Shin Haru with a sympathetic face and said, "Haru, your soul is totally drained from all this studying." Then, Kim Chae-hyun pulled out an ice cream flyer and said with a bright smile, "I'm going to heal you today." After that, Kim Chae-hyun tossed the flyer aside and said with sparkling, emotional eyes, "Just trust me today. Let's go out and have some fun." Elsewhere, the sound of constant whining came from a house. "Come on, please." Han Seo-eun was throwing a tantrum, kicking and screaming on the floor because she desperately wanted to go out. Lee Soo-bin at a loss said, "Stop whining like that." Han Seo-eun refused, saying, "We've already done 2 terror attacks. Now I want to go play." Just then, Kim Dane spoke up. "Miss Soo-bin, how about we all head out for a trip?" As soon as Han Seo-eun heard this, she immediately sat bolt upright and stopped her tantrum. The girl let out a joyful shout in celebration. Soo-bin smiled as well. Kim Dane held an ice cream festival flyer in his hand, identical to the one Kim Chae-hyun had earlier. He smiled and thought, this event wasn't in the original story, but it shouldn't be an issue, right? On Shin Haru's side, she was also in a better mood, thinking expectantly, an ice cream festival? At the ice cream festival, there were people everywhere, and the scene was full of life. Kim Dane remarked, "Wow, even for a weekday afternoon, it's pretty crowded." Han Seo-eun, walking beside him with a cone, asked Kim Dane curiously, "Hey, why are you wearing black again?" Kim Dane laughed and replied, "Seo-eun, men have to wear black." Han Seo-eun said jokingly, "What kind of nonsense is that?" Kim Dane seemed quite surprised. "Whoa, she's smiling that brightly. She even called me Appa just now." Kim Dane thought with a light smile, "It looks like she's genuinely in a great mood." Han Seo-eun cheered and pointed ahead. "There's the rice ice cream." Then, Han Seo-eun immediately ran toward the ice cream stall in excitement. Kim Dane smiled and said to Lee Soo-bin, "Coming out to play was definitely worth it, wasn't it?" Soo-bin smiled happily and replied, "Yeah, you're right. She looks so happy." Lee Soo-bin activated her personal perception blocking filter. Since being recruited by Kim Dane, she had already appeared on broadcast once. Kim Dane took a taste of a spoonful of ice cream. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this is actually really good." Kim Dane scooped another spoonful and said, "Soo-bin, you should try some too." Lee Soo-bin blushed, looking shyly at the spoonful of ice cream Kim Dane was holding out. Han soon stood nearby and asked innocently, "What's wrong, Yinny? Hurry up and eat." Lee Su-bin stammered, "Wait, just wait a second." Lee Su-bin shyly opened her mouth and slowly leaned toward the spoon, thinking, "Isn't this like an indirect kiss?" Finally, Su-bin tasted the ice cream. Immediately after, her face filled with pure enjoyment as she exclaimed, "It's so good." Han Seo-eun had also finished off her own cone. The little girl happily ran to another stall. "Over there, mango flavor." Kim Dane called out hurriedly, "Hey, wait for me." Han Seo-eun stared intensely at the ice cream through the glass with sparkling eyes. Then, she quickly and excitedly said to the clerk, "1 cone, please." The clerk laughed as he scooped the ice cream and said to Kim Dane, "Oh boy, this little one looks exactly like her parents. She's so cute." Kim Dane was speechless. "Excuse me?" Then he just closed his eyes and rolled with it. "Oh, yeah, exactly." Lee Su-bin, standing next to them, turned beet red. Han Seo-eun turned back and teased Kim Dane in a low voice. "Does this guy look older than he actually is?" Kim Dane didn't back down and teased her right back. "It's probably because of your height, not because of me." Han Seo-eun couldn't win the argument and just huffed. The clerk brought the ice cream out. "Here's the ice cream for the little girl. 1 cone and 2 cups, right?" As they took the ice cream, Kim Dane asked Han Seo-eun with a smile, "Did you order for us too?" The girl replied, "Since you're the leader of the Mango Club, of course you have to eat mango ice cream." Kim Dane was confused by his new identity and asked, "Mango Club?" Seeing the clerk smile, Kim Dane didn't know where to hide his face and said awkwardly, "Ah, it's nothing." Suddenly, Kim Dane's eyes widened in shock. It turned out the clerk was showing off the back of his shirt, which had a picture of Kim Dane in his egoistic persona. The clerk laughed and said, "I made this myself. Looks cool, right?" Kim Dane was at a loss for words. Han Seo-eun, however, generously gave a thumbs up and praised, "Totally cinematic." A while later, the three of them sat on a stone bench, relaxing and eating their ice cream. Suddenly, Kim Dane spotted something. He asked Han Seo-eun, "Seo-eun, did you know I used to be a pro at darts back in the day?" Kim Dane prepared to show off his skills. "I'll show you what I'm capable of." Han Seo-eun seemed to have read his mind and asked, "Hey, are you planning on cheating using your telekinesis?" Kim Dane immediately froze up. The staff member said, "We have an event going on." The girl at the dart stall introduced it. "If you hit all 10 targets, you'll win a 10-tier ice cream cone." Han Seo-eun said, "I actually prefer the second prize. That teddy bear is so much cuter." Kim Dane asked the staff, "The first prize winner gets to choose whatever they want anyway, right?" The staff agreed, yes. Kim Dane promised Han Seo-eun confidently, "Seo-eun, did you hear that? I'm going to get it for you." Kim Dane thought to himself, acting like he was concentrating, planning to discreetly use a bit of his power to finish it in one shot. At that moment, Kim Chae-hyun also walked up to the dart stall and asked the staff, "How much for 1 turn?" She caught the attention of Kim Dane nearby. He thought to himself, this person looks really familiar." Immediately after, Kim Dane flinched, remembering that this was Kim Chae-hyun, Shin Haru's college senior. Kim Chae-hyun said, "Wow, Haru, the prize includes a 10-tier ice cream." Another female voice spoke up, "Let me try to get one for you." Seeing Kim Dane dazed for a while, Han Seo-eun wondered, "What are you doing? Hurry up and throw." At this point, Lee Su-bin and Han Seo-eun finally noticed Shin Haru's presence as well. The group of 3 broke into a cold sweat, not daring to make a single sound. Then, Shin Haru glanced over the 3 of them. She looked at Kim Dane, who was still frozen in his dart-throwing stance. Kim Chae-hyun let out a bright, radiant smile and pointed ahead. "Haru, there's rice ice cream over there." The two went to the ice cream shop. Kim Chae-hyun was in ecstasy over the flavor. "This is so delicious." In a happy mood, she looked at Shin Haru. "Haru, you should try this." Shin Haru leaned down and took a taste of the ice cream. After eating it, her cheeks turned pink and her eyes lit up. "It really is good." Kim Chae-hyun, holding the ice cream cup with a satisfied smile, said, "Your face finally relaxed, Haru." It seemed like something caught their attention as they both turned their heads at the same time. Kim Chae-hyun grabbed Shin Haru's hand, her heart full of blooming roses. "Let's go. They have your favorite flavor over there." Looking toward the food stall, she said, "It's mango." Let's eat. Upon seeing the mango, Shinharu's eyes sparkled with extreme delight. But shortly after, her mood suddenly turned gloomy and she looked down. The clerk happily turned his back to show the chibi image on his shirt. I made this myself. Kim Chae-hyun praised enthusiastically. Oh my god, it's so cute. Afterward, the two of them rested on a cool stone bench. Kim Chae-hyun stretched comfortably. This feels great. She tilted her head slightly toward Shin-haru. You like it too, right? From her annoyance, Shin-haru broke into a positive smile and replied, Yeah, of course, Yuni. Then Shin-haru closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Under a large cherry blossom tree, a few petals fell gently, and Shin-haru thought, How long has it been since I've been out like this to enjoy the view? With a smile on her lips and her eyes closed, she thought, This is wonderful. Not long after, Kim Chae-hyun pointed at a food stall in front of them. Haru, after we finish this, let's go try that one. Shin-haru watched her intently as she got excited. Darts. Immediately, Shin-haru smiled brightly. That looks like fun. Balloons were decorated and neatly arranged on top of the stall in vibrant colors. The friendly staff member held out the dart equipment. We're having an event. If you hit all 10 targets, you'll win a 10-tier ice cream. Shin-haru looked at it gently and replied, Okay. Her distinctive blue eyes scanned the area, and her gaze landed on 3 players who were breaking into a cold sweat. They looked like a young married couple, but why was the little girl's hair silver? No, she's probably more like a niece. Shin-haru stared at the anxious Kim Dane for a long time, thinking to herself, Why does this man feel so familiar? Before he could think for long, Kim Chae-hyun shouted from behind him, Haru, give a shot. Hearing her, Shin-haru quickly agreed. Oh, okay. Shin-haru threw it straight, emitting a vibrant orange light. Kim Chae-hyun grinned with delight. A bullseye on the very first shot. Kim Dane watched, sweating and a bit anxious, thinking to himself, Stardust abilities are monstrous strength and flight. The more I look at her, the more I realize this monstrous strength isn't just about being powerful. Then he used the item in his hand, or more accurately, at that moment, Shin-haru made another perfect throw, demonstrating her vastly superior physical condition. An excited, cheerful voice rang out. That's 2 hits. Kim Dane lowered his head, feeling a bit disappointed, thinking, right now, her power only explodes like crazy when she needs it, but later on, she'll gradually become a superhuman who transcends human limits. Shin-haru threw the darts in a happy mood. Not only her 5 senses, but also her 6th sense was developing. In other words, her instincts would make her realize immediately if something was off. Shin-haru found it strange seeing Kim Dane looking so dejected and kept trying to figure out why. If I reveal my identity right here, he thought as the image of Shin-haru becoming a superhuman flashed through his mind, she'll throw me straight into prison. Shin-haru and Kim Chae-hyun hugged each other in joy, making Kim Dane fall over backward. A dart thrown by Shin-haru at high speed popped a balloon. Kim Chae-hyun, standing next to her, praised her relentlessly. Haru, you're so good. You hit all 10. Hearing that, Shin-haru immediately became modest and shy. It's nothing really. No big deal. A staff member happily handed the two of them a 10-tier ice cream cone. Here's your 10-tier ice cream. The staff member suddenly turned to Kim Dane. Oh, aren't you going to throw, sir? He was caught off guard and replied unexpectedly, Oh man, the person next to me was so good at shooting that I got totally distracted watching. I'll throw right now. Kim Dane turned to Han Seung, forcing a smile and hesitating as he spoke. Seung, look at this. I'll show you my dart throwing technique. The little girl cheered him on, though she was a bit skeptical. Hurry up. Kim Dane held 10 darts at once, thinking anxiously, I don't need to use my powers. I'll just toss a few and get out of here. He quickly and decisively threw them forward in rapid succession. But unfortunately, his 10 throws perfectly hit all 10 balloons. Everyone was stunned, eyes wide and mouths agape. Kim Dane, on the other hand, was the opposite. Why did that even happen? Holding the 10-tier ice cream, Kim Chae-hyun looked at him with an amazed expression. The guest next to us is incredibly skilled too. The staff member brought out a teddy bear. You said you wanted the teddy bear more than the first prize, right? Here, the teddy bear is all ready for you. But Kim Dane chose to bolt. The staff member reached out to stop him. Oh, wait. The three of them ran off, laughing awkwardly. It's fine, we're leaving. Han Seo-eun quickly chimed in. Yeah, bye. Holding the towering ice cream, Kim Chae-hyun smiled brightly. Hey, let's bring that over for Haru. Shin Haru held the bear and looked back. Okay. But halfway there, the ice cream toppled over because it was so tall, spilling everywhere. The colorful layers of ice cream headed straight for Kim Dane. Seeing this, he thought, if even a little bit of that sticks to me, it's game over. With eyes wide and mouth open, he thought, I have to avoid this at all costs. Kim Dane's brain worked fast as he dodged to the side where the ice cream wouldn't hit, then tumbled to the ground. Everyone who saw it rushed over in a panic. Hanseon gospid. Oppa. Shin Haru felt guilty, her mouth open. Are you okay? Kim Chae-hyun's eyes drooped with worry, her hand over her mouth. Kim Dane quickly replied, Oh, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Then, slowly and cautiously, Kim Dane stood up, touching his neck. It's okay, I overreacted a bit, I just needed to dodge. Come on, let's go. Lee Soo-bin saw this and felt a bit annoyed. What were you thinking? Please hurry up, at this rate we're all going to die. Sweat dripped down Kim Dane's face. Mid-sentence, a dark, gloomy cloud of smoke rolled in from behind. Let's move now. Shin Haru and Kim Dane immediately turned around to look at the bizarre sight. The sky turned a dark red, accompanied by thick, gray-black smoke, making the citizens run for their lives. The sharp fangs of a blue-furred crocodile appeared. He stood tall and puffed out his chest before roaring, Stardust, Stardust, get out here now. The system board announced, Crocodile Man, a rank villain. Kim Dane pulled Han Seo-eun and Lee Soo-bin close, making Lee Soo-bin shy. You two stay right here. Kim Dane's gaze grew sharp and suspicious as he thought. According to the original plot, that guy wasn't supposed to show up yet. Why did he suddenly start acting up right now? Shin Haru seemed to have a handle on the situation and rushed forward. Kim Chae-hyun was taken aback. Haru. Kim Dane gritted his teeth, the pain evident. It's too late to run back to the association to get a perception filter. If this were the Stardust from the original story, the moment she revealed her face would be the beginning of a path of misfortune and ruin. An image of a blonde woman hiding her face appeared. No, in the original story, something terrible happens when she shows her face. Kim Dane's body throbbed with pain, his teeth clenched tight. That, even if the sky falls, I won't let it happen. Kim Dane let out a roar as purple sparks suddenly erupted, enveloping his body and growing more intense by the second. Kim Dane's everyday clothes fell away and flew off. He appeared dressed in a sleek suit and a stylish hat, looking completely different from his usual self. I'll clean up my things later. Seo-eun? Oh, the girl's standing behind me. What are you planning to do? Shortly after, Kim Dane ordered Han Seo-eun, help me with the broadcast. Han Seo-eun sat there dazed, clutching her teddy bear, muttering, Dane Appa. The crocodile was frantically tearing everything apart with his hands. Stardust, if you don't show yourself, I'll smash everything to pieces. His eyes glowed a bright gold at the sound of a broadcasted voice. Hello, viewers. The black speakers emitted a resounding voice. The true villain of this era. Kim Dane held the mic, a grin revealing his teeth. The public enemy of the Republic of Korea, Ego's Tick. His voice echoed far through the speakers. You dare trespass on my territory, you little crocodile brat. The creature stood below, fuming and ready to act. What? Online forums were already abuzz. Ego's Tick, Ego's Tick, Ego's Tick. Someone exclaimed, Oh my God, is that really Ego's Tick? Another account said, he's calling himself the public enemy with his own mouth. Someone else wondered, wasn't he a hero before? I don't get it. Everyone was hyped. One person burst out laughing. Why does this feel like a rock festival? Kim Dane's terrifying face came into view as he looked down and whispered, Now, you will die here. At a large corporate building 3 years ago, inside an association lecture hall, a voice rang out. The device in front of them was an essential tool for heroes. A middle-aged man stood before a crowd of people sitting neatly in rows. He pointed to a high-tech machine next to him and said, This is what we call perception dampening filter, or simply a filter for short. He explained, when you enter the device and come back out, a filter will be applied to your face for a certain period of time. Only faces with a filter applied will cause viewers to experience recognition confusion. He continued, however, if you reveal your face to someone who already knows what you look like, the filter won't work. Does everyone understand? The crowd below responded in unison, yes. Afterward, his expression became serious. He gripped the microphone tightly and said, any idiot knows how dangerous it is for a hero's face to be exposed. Not to mention your career, your whole life would be over. Keep that firmly in mind. Shinharu, sitting below, shouted back with determination, yes. Back in the present, the streets were in ruins, shrouded in smoke and dust. Currently, Kim Chae-hyun and Shinharu were desperately hiding by the side of the road. Shinharu turned her head to look around with a worried face. She thought, it's too late to go to headquarters for a filter. What should I do? Suddenly, Shinharu clenched her fist, looking very determined. She looked at the panicked crowd and thought, in this situation, am I supposed to be a hero just to run away? Shinharu then untied her hair. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind, her expression resolute. She clenched her fists, stepped forward, and thought, no. Kim Chae-hyun saw this and screamed in panic, Haru. Suddenly, a group of people looked at their phones with happy expressions and shouted, it's Ego's Tick. Ego's Tick is here. Hearing this, Shinharu turned around in shock, her expression a mix of doubt as she uttered, what? She muttered, the true villain of this era, the public enemy of the Republic of Korea, Ego's Tick. At that moment, Kim Dane was standing on the rooftop of a building. Next to him were two giant speakers blasting music at full volume. Below was a green crocodile monster. Kim Dane shouted, you dare trespass on my territory? You little crocodile brat. Hearing this, the crocodile exclaimed in surprise, what? Kim Dane gave a savage smile, pointed at the crocodile monster, and said, now, you will die here. Then, Kim Dane held up the microphone and thought, I can't let it happen. No way. In the original story, Stardust went through so much suffering after her face was exposed. A hero's daily life is truly important. Kim Dane yelled at the crocodile monster in an angry tone. Do you even realize that, you piece of crocodile junk? The crocodile monster roared back at Kim Dane. You bastard. Isn't the guy acting all close with Stardust supposed to be Ego's Tick? Suddenly, the crocodile monster leaped toward Kim Dane as fast as the wind. Kim Dane said, hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust? A comment appeared. Stardust fanboy has arrived, Mr. Crocodile. The crocodile rushed toward Kim Dane with a furious expression, screaming, I'll kill you. By now, it had quickly climbed the wall of the building, using its strength to grip the edge of the rooftop. It scrambled onto the rooftop where Kim Dane was standing. Upon seeing Kim Dane, it looked aggressive and roared, come here. Seeing this, Kim Dane used teleportation to move backward. The crocodile monster then lunged at Kim Dane. Suddenly, Kim Dane used teleportation and appeared right above the crocodile monster's head. He said, what do you think you're doing, kid? Kim Dane struck the crocodile monster's head hard with a satisfied look, saying, you know my name but didn't know I have teleportation powers? Caught off guard by the strike, the crocodile monster flailed its limbs wildly to hit Kim Dane. But no matter how close it got, Kim Dane vanished before its eyes. It roared in frustration, you damn mosquito. Fight me fair and square. Kim Dane replied calmly, hey, I'm a villain. Just as he finished, a comment appeared. A villain through and through, still insisting he's a villain today. Kim Dane looked at these comments, totally bewildered. More comments appeared. But what is Ego's Tick doing running over there? Kim Dane thought, wait, I need to explain this a bit. If I let this go, everyone will misunderstand and think I came here for Stardust. Suddenly, Kim Dane stopped and shouted at the crocodile monster, wait, listen to me. The crocodile monster replied, fine, talk fast. Kim Dane shouted in a questioning tone, yeah, but first, I have to ask this. Why did you suddenly attack me? The crocodile monster replied without hesitation, that's obvious. I've targeted Stardust. And you seem very concerned about Stardust, so you are my enemy. Kim Dane was stunned and thought, what the hell? What kind of logic is this? A comment appeared. That stupid villain knows Ego's tick like Stardust. Doesn't know Ego's tick can teleport, but knows he likes Stardust. Ha ha ha. The comments continued. Are two guys fighting over one girl? Didn't Ego's tick come here in place of Stardust? What is this? Why are these two getting tangled up like this? Kiki, why now of all times? Suddenly, the crocodile monster pointed at the dazed Kim Dane and shouted, Besides, you're the one who said you'd kill me first. A comment appeared. Haha, exactly right. Kim Dane replied in a daze. When did I say that? Hearing that, the crocodile monster became extremely angry, its aura blazing like fire. It roared. You said, You dare trespass on my territory? You little crocodile brat. You will die here. You said that, didn't you? Kim Dane flusteredly tried to justify himself. No way, I didn't say it like that. A comment appeared. Why is the crocodile suddenly being so sweet? How did the threat even go? It roared frantically at Kim Dane. I'm seriously pissed off now. Then it opened its long mouth wide. A ball of fire slowly appeared inside. Seeing this, Kim Dane looked terrified, his eyes wide as he thought. Wait, isn't that an ultimate skill? Before he could finish his thought, a massive flame erupted from the crocodile's mouth, incinerating almost everything in its path. Crocodemon, ultimate skill, high-powered flame breath. Fortunately, Kim Dane quickly used teleportation to dodge the monster's lethal blow. He teleported behind the crocodile monster, looking at the horrific scene in shock and saying, One hit from that would mean instant death. The crocodile monster turned its head to look at Kim Dane and said with a murderous tone, Surprised? Ego's tick? At that moment, Kim Dane didn't hesitate to pull out a black handkerchief. 1. Instantly, a swarm of guns emerged from the handkerchief and lunged toward the crocodile monster. 2. Kim Dane looked at the creature coldly and, without a single moment of hesitation, clenched his fist and spoke, See you in hell, bastard. 3. Immediately, all the guns fired in unison. After a series of thunderous explosions, the scene was swallowed by a cloud of smoke and dust. 4. Kim Dane flew upward, peering into the debris and wondering, Is he finished? 5. A comment popped up. Ouch, surprise. After getting hit by that massive barrage, the crocodile monster is actually still alive. It lunged out of the smoke and roared. You think a few bullets can damage my body? 6. Suddenly, Kim Dane's mask fell off right in front of the livestream camera. 7. He quickly used teleportation to distance himself from the phone. He slowly pulled out a gas mask, looked down at the crocodile monster from above, and said, No, I only did that to make you drop your guard. 8. Suddenly, Kim Dane threw an unidentified object toward the crocodile monster. 9. Seeing this, the monster scoffed, opened its huge maw, and swallowed the object whole. It shouted, You damn little mosquito. 10. At that moment, a powerful beam of light from the unidentified object erupted from the crocodile monster's mouth. 11. The monster jolted in agonizing pain as if electrocuted, a golden aura appearing around it. 12. Seeing this, Kim Dane thought, Hey, big guy, in the original story, do you think I don't know how much Stardust suffered because of your thick hide? Did you really think I wouldn't come prepared? 13. At this point, after taking that attack, the crocodile monster was covered in blood. 14. It stumbled for a moment and then collapsed completely unconscious. Comments continuously flooded the screen. Mangostic, Mangostic. The association needs to designate Mangostic as a hero right now. And yet he calls himself a villain. 15. At that moment, the guns from before lost their power and began to free fall to the ground. 16. Kim Dane slowly descended to the rooftop. The floor was covered with guns everywhere. 17. Kim Dane gathered the guns, looking shaky and exhausted. 18. He looked up at the sky and groaned. Damn, that took way too much out of me. I want to set the scene to look cool using telekinesis, but my energy is totally spent. Even holding the phone is a struggle. 19. Only then did Kim Dane remember the live stream, reading a comment. So you came here to clear out the villains? 20. Seeing that, Kim Dane frantically tried to explain, well, yeah. No. Listen, everyone, I only came here because I hate that crocodile guy. Don't go thinking I did this for Stardust or for the public good. A comment appeared, "Whatever you say is right." 21. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flew in and landed on the rooftop where Kim Dane was standing. 22. It was Shin Haru. She slowly stood up after her spectacular landing. 23. Afterward, Shin Haru approached Kim Dane and questioned him. "Did you take that guy down?" 24. Kim Dane calmly replied, "Yeah, he was in the way, so I took care of him." 25. Hearing that, Shin Haru grew suspicious. She looked at Kim Dane coldly and asked why. 26. Kim Dane shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Why? Because he kept shouting that you and I were having some kind of scandalous affair, and it was getting on my nerves." Shin Haru was taken aback. "What?" 27. Then Kim Dane put on his earpiece, looked at Shin Haru, and smiled as he continued, "Oh, Ms. Stardust. Next time something like today happens." 28. Don't just think you can go around exposing your face just to show off. Once your face is revealed, your life will be incredibly difficult. 29. Shin Haru was stunned, staring at Kim Dane in a daze. 30. After that, he turned back to the phone and said, "All right, that's all for today's broadcast. That was way too unexpected, and I'm exhausted. There's a big event coming up next month, so stay tuned, everyone." A comment popped up. "What were you two saying when the mic was off?" 31. Then Kim Dane vanished in a flash of light, saying so goodbye. Shin Haru reached out and said, "Wait." 32. Her expression was a bit sad. 33. By then, Kim Dane had already teleported back home. 34. Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth. 35. Kim Dane's face went pale, looking like a hollow shell of a person. 36. Seeing this, Han Seon and Subin rushed over in a panic, screaming, "Appa! Mr. Dane!" At that moment, Kim Dane collapsed to the floor. 37. Back on the rooftop, Shin Haru found Kim Dane's mask and picked it up. 38. She looked at the mask and thought, "How did he know what I was thinking? How? Who are you really, egoistic?" 39. Shin Haru sat in front of her computer screen, checking the news. 40. On the screen, two hot topics from KBS News were displayed. Exclusive. Chaos at the Ice Cream Festival. A rank villain crocodile man arrested. He was subdued by Egostick and transferred to the Eastern Hero Detention Center. Building destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago. A close-up of Egostick, faster than anyone. Is a rank villain Egostick actually a villain or something else? 41. Searching for Egostick. The search returned about 2,030 results in 0.45 seconds. Official fan club, Egostick Mango Stick Society, Hero Information Portal. The true hero of this era, from Mango and by Mango, a fan club established to honor Mango Stick. One person commented, "Is Mango Stick a god?" Today, out of nowhere, the Mango Stick G Miyaga card joined the Mango Stick fan club. Egostik. Another person commented, "Lately, I think Mango Stick is better than these other heroes. It's confusing how much I admire him." Just before praising Mango Stick, someone was banned for a month for supporting a villain. Why isn't everyone doing anything anymore? 42. Shin Haru held her head in frustration. 43. Then she suddenly saw a comment. "What are the heroes doing today? Lately, Mango Stick walks the streets, and the fandom just follows him blindly. If Korea stays like this." 44. Under that post was a comment with a funny icon from Dane. "Pretty great, right?" Shin Haru blurted out, "That jerk." 45. She lay down on her bed and closed her eyes, thinking she was the only person who didn't like Egostick. 46. She remembered the ice cream guy excitedly showing off his Mango Club shirt. "I made it myself." Chai Hyun, standing next to him, also praised it. "Oh, it's so cute." 47. Then she remembered the scene where he warned her, "Oh, Ms. Stardust, next time something happens, don't just think you can go around exposing your face and showing off." 48. Shin Haru brooded over his words. Is it possible everyone else is right, and I'm the only one who's wrong? 49. On the other side, Subin and Seoun were standing in front of a glass chamber. 50. Kim Dane was lying inside. Little Seoun was fuming. It's all because of that Stardust girl. 51. Suddenly, a sound made the girl stop in her tracks. 52. Kim Dane opened his eyes, tapped on the glass, and asked, "Why is everyone crying?" 53. The two of them looked at him with nothing but worry. 54. Instantly, Seon lunged in to hug him, crying loudly. Seeing this, Kim Dane reassured her. "It's okay, it's okay." 55. Finally, he recovered and had dinner with everyone. He found it hard to believe he had been unconscious for 3 days. Looking back, it was probably due to using teleportation too much and lifting his body with telekinesis. It really was exhausting. 56. Suddenly, Seon spoke up. "From now on, you have to take proper care of your body, okay?" Kim Dane quickly committed. "All right, I'll do that." 57. He looked at her happily, thinking that the kid had actually shed tears for him. Working with her seemed to be paying off. 58. On the other hand, Subin said worriedly, "Since you're like this, why did you rush off so fast? People are going to think you're a hero." 59. Seon agreed and questioned him. "Exactly. I don't get it at all. Your mouth says villain this and villain that all day long." 60. Kim Dane calmly replied, "If I hadn't stepped in, Stardust would have done it anyway." The girls still didn't understand. So what? 61. Kim Dane's response made Seon pause. "It's too dangerous." 62. He explained, if that had happened and the hero's face was exposed, all their personal information would be leaked too. Then what? The villains who usually hold grudges or other bad people would track down and eliminate the hero. 63. Seon still didn't see why it mattered. What does that have to do with us? 64. Kim Dane patiently planet. Seojun. Well, the world we live in is an off-axis system, an imbalance between good and evil. 65. Most heroes don't actually follow the path of a hero. They choose the path of a villain. 66. The reward for the effort of elimination are too small, and they're constantly being harassed, so instead of struggling as a hero, many choose to be villains to live an easier life. 67. According to him, in Korea alone, A-rank heroes only consist of Stardust, Ice, and Shadow Walker, a total of 3 people. But A-rank villains are everywhere, aren't they? 68. After hearing this, Seon could only sigh. "So that's why you plan to go out and eliminate villains for them." Wow, what a Dark Knight hero, but what does that have to do with us? Kim Dane scratched the back of his neck, at a loss for words. "It's not quite like that. I'm just a little concerned about the fate of Korea." 69. Suddenly, Seon's face darkened as she asked, "You and that Stardust girl, do you actually like her?" 70. Immediately, Kim Dane became serious. "Hey, don't call her that, Seon. Come on, use some polite language." 71. The atmosphere between the two turned tense. Subin could only try to play peacemaker. 72. Seon. She changed the subject. "Why don't you talk about what we discussed earlier? Let Mr. Kim Dane hear it." Instantly, Seon's attitude shifted. "Oh, right." 73. She turned to look at Kim Dane and said, "Appa." Kim Dane gave a confused grunt. 74. Seon pleaded, "Summer's coming soon. Let's go on a trip. Let's go to the beach." Kim Dane replied, "A trip? A trip sounds nice." 75. The girl cheered with joy. But then Kim Dane had an idea. 76. "But let's do one more terror attack before we go." Seon was confused. Huh? Another terror attack? He wanted to do it to lower his popularity a bit. 77. In reality, Kim Dane had another goal, to make Stardust stronger. He wasn't sure if more guys like that crocodile wouldn't crawl out again. If Stardust had to face them, it would surely be difficult. 78. Seon was a bit sulky. "Are we really going to go on a trip?" 79. To soothe her, Kim Dane held out his pinky. "I promise." 80. The girl cheered happily. "You promised, okay." 81. Then Seon happily ran off. "I'm going to go pack my things." 82. She was working at full capacity, saying, "Actually, I've already thought of a dozen plans." 83. Seon said clearly, "Among them, if I had to propose one." Kim Dane and Subin thought, "Wow, Seon is being really proactive, huh?" 84. The girl laid out her plan. The previous terror attacks were at the observatory and the train, both ground-level attacks, right? 85. She came up with a new idea. "This time, let's do it underwater or in the sky." 86. Instantly, it was like a bolt of lightning hit Kim Dane, making him shout, "That's it." 87. Subin clenched her fists and asked nervously, "What is it, Mr. Kim Dane?" 88. He replied, "Let's try this, a plane falling into the ocean." 89. As the idea sparked, Kim Dane and Seo-eun shared a devious smile. Subin, meanwhile, was a little scared of these two villainous people. 90. A plane was flying through the sky. 91. Everyone on the flight was relaxed, unaware of what was about to happen to them. 92. Suddenly, the plane lost power, but people remained optimistic. 93. Look, with the lights off, the sky is so much clearer. It really feels like a vacation. 94. The screens on the plane suddenly lit up, displaying the words "the ego." 95. A sound echoed through the entire cabin. "Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all again." 96. The greatest riddle in the sky at an altitude of 25,000 feet. Or rather, let's call it the greatest airborne trivia game. Welcome to the Ego Live. 97. An angry passenger barked, "Flight attendant, what is going on?" Kim Dane continued the announcement. "Oh, right. And, of course." 98. The plane you're sitting on happens to have a bomb attached to it. 99. A bomb attached right to the fuselage. 100. At that moment, the pilot finally realized what was happening and wondered, what? When did he even attach that? Hearing those words, everyone immediately broke into a panic scream. On the other side, Kim Dane smirked deviously. "Now, let the game begin." Scene changed to the hero headquarters. Shinharu rushed into the room and asked, "How long has it been since the incident started?" The chairman of the association spoke with a tremble in his voice. "Even if you go now, you might be too late to do anything." These words instantly enraged her. She slammed her fist onto the table and barked, "Is that something the association chairman should say? I'm leaving right now." He turned away and said, "Did I say you couldn't go? It's just that during the day, things are truly difficult." Suddenly, someone walked in. Upon seeing this person, Shinharu's face lit up with a bright smile as she cheered, "Kim Ja-hyun." The person who had just entered was Kim Ja-hyun, the A-rank hero, Shadow Walker, King of the Night. He turned to the chairman and said, "Let's just get to Jeju Airport and go back to sleep. Fighting is too much for me." The chairman cautioned him, "Don't overexert yourselves. We can't save everyone." Shadow Walker activated his ability, while Shinharu replied, "I'll keep that in mind." As soon as she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two were enveloped by a surge of dark energy. In an instant, they were transported to the scene of the incident. Shinharu dashed away quickly, not forgetting to say thanks. "I appreciate the hard work." Meanwhile, Shadow Walker clutched his mouth and slumped against the stairs, looking as if he were about to faint. Shinharu rushed outside at high speed. When she looked up at the sky, she was struck with horror. Her running legs suddenly froze, and a look of utter despair washed over her face. How am I supposed to stop this? Before Shinharu's eyes was the airplane, currently engulfed in flames mid-air. Scene changed to 1 year ago, at a building where villains were gathered. Everyone was looking toward the man sitting at the top, listening to him speak. "The day I put Seon-woo and all of South Korea under my heel is not far off." He, Needle Thousand, an A-rank villain, laughed triumphantly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. But I happen to think differently." They snapped into a defensive stance. "Who's there?" Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and replied, "Just a hero." The rookie A-rank hero Shadow Walker, King of the Night, crossed his arms coolly and said, "You wicked people." Needle Thousand stepped forward to intimidate him. "Hey kid, do you even know whose territory this is?" One of the villain lackeys was confused. How did he manage to sneak in here? Suddenly, Shadow Walker's eyes went blank as he stood perfectly still. Needle Thousand charged, throwing a punch and shouting, "This is my territory, the territory of Needle Thousand." He unleashed a powerful blow, sending a surge of energy towards Shadow Walker, but the hero remained motionless. Suddenly, the punch stopped dead the moment it touched Shadow Walker. This left Needle Thousand in disbelief. He and his lackeys looked around in confusion. Where did he disappear to? Suddenly, beneath the shadow of one of the men, something strange happened. He was instantly swallowed down into the shadow. The remaining lackeys quickly met the same fate. Needle Thousand immediately surrounded himself with his power, thinking, I can't be careless. This guy is no ordinary opponent. Shadow Walker's darkness crept up onto his shoulders. Shadow Walker emerged from behind and lunged forward. But Needle Thousand had some skill of his own. He released power from his back like a porcupine, firing it into Shadow Walker. He turned his head smugly and said, This brat dares to bear his claws at me? However, when he looked back, Shadow Walker was lying on the ground, covered by the power of the black curtain. Suddenly, the hero vanished, sending Needle Thousand into a panic. Shadow Walker, with eyes glowing blood red, appeared behind him and asked, Hey, Porcupine, didn't you say earlier that this was your territory? He reached out his hand, gray power swirling around it, and said, Sorry, but this place has become my territory now. A dark hand enveloped everything, locking Needle Thousand into another dimension. Remembering that scene, Shadow Walker lay on the stairs, gasping for breath, thinking, I think I'm going to die. All this time, Kim Dane had been observing everything involving Shin Haru and the King of the Night. He thought, okay, the protagonist has stepped onto the stage. He gave a devious laugh and spoke into the microphone. Now then, it's time for the final dramatic quiz. Let's begin. Everyone clutched their phones, praying in desperation. One man was terrified, dripping with sweat, backtracking to 30 minutes earlier when everyone was still gripped by fear. A piercing sound rang out along with an image of Kim Dane. Everyone was anxious and silent, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, he spoke. Now, before we start the game, I will announce the rules. Everyone, please open your phones and turn off airplane mode. Seeing a message arrive, everyone stared at their phones with hearts pounding. The Ego Live, meaningless trivia. There are 10 questions in total. If just one person answers all questions correctly, the bomb will be defused. But if no one answers even a single question right, everyone will be wiped out. Send your answers to this number. Ready? Kim Dane continued. From now on, absolute silence. No cheating or discussing aloud. Understood? The moment you make a sound, you are disqualified. Question number 1 began. On the phones, it appeared, how many people can a Titanic lifeboat hold? A 59-second countdown started for the question. One woman tried to peek at the person next to her. Instantly, Kim Dane announced, the girl who just cheated, disqualified. Panicked, she let out a gasp. You just made a sound, didn't you? You're disqualified. In that case, the old man next to you can be disqualified along with you. People watching the live stream commented excitedly. This really is a trivia game from hell. Just watching it is stressful. Someone wondered, that's brutal. Who said Mango Stick was a hero? This is terrifying. As the timer hit 0, Kim Dane announced. Now, that was too easy, wasn't it? The answer to question 1 is 9 people. Why, you ask? He slapped his thigh with glee and laughed loudly. Because it saved myself, Q-Min. Everyone was silent. He gloated. Are you having fun yet? A seating chart of everyone appeared on the large screen. He reported, as for those disqualified, more than half are already out. Is everyone panicking already? You all should be a bit more tense. Now, good luck. Next question. As time passed, the number of disqualified people increased. Some breathed a sigh of relief as they passed a question, while others clasped their hands in prayer. Now, it had reached the final question, and only one person remained. Kim Dane said, well, the tension is at its peak, isn't it? Kim Dane looked at the screen, saw Shin Haru approaching, and thought, good. After that, he stalled for time. Since this is the final round, let's do a little interview to see how it goes. Everyone's lives are riding on your one word. This is Mr. Kim Dokbae from Baedong. You have become the last person left. How do you feel? The man named gasped in terror. That, truly, the responsibility. Kim Dane teased him. Why like that? I told you, what happens if you make sound? The man and everyone else were terrified, but then he breathed a sigh of relief when Kim Dane said, oh my, since it's the last question anyway, a small mistake like this can be forgiven, right? Isn't that so, everyone? But then again, I don't really like doing that. Kaka. Having finished his sentence, that man was also disqualified. The plane shook violently along with the screams of the passengers. The airplane caught fire and began falling freely toward the sea. Kim Dane laughed triumphantly. Now, this performance is also ready. It's time for the hero to appear, Stardust. Despair was written all over her face, as she had no idea how to save everyone. Shinharu looked up at the object exploding in the air. Then she spoke up in a somber tone. What should I do now? The association chairman on the other end of the line replied nonchalantly. What else can be done? Just give up. I'm busy drafting a statement to deal with the criticism. Damn it. Now the president is calling. I have to hang up. Shinharu's hands clenched in anger before she collapsed helplessly to the ground. I thought I could stop a train moving at 100 kilometers per hour. Is my current strength still not enough? Damn it, what is the right thing to do? Suddenly, Shinharu seemed to recall a memory. In the past, in a similarly desperate situation, a helpless girl had wept bitter tears of pain over the loss of her loved ones. Mom, Dad, I will kill that person no matter what. It was a tragic scene, a girl clutching the bodies of her dearest relatives in a dark, narrow alleyway. Recalling that painful memory, Shinharu slammed her fist onto the ground, creating cracks. She gritted her teeth in fury. It was like that then, and it's like that now. I can't save anyone. Suddenly, a connection was made in her communication earpiece. To her astonishment, a voice on the other end said, Hello, Miss Stardust. This is Ego's Tick. Elsewhere, Kim Dane stretched and let out a yawn. He said, Since we use a remote control for this terror attack, it seems easier to handle. Han Seung, who was typing on the keyboard, suddenly called out tensely, Hey, Mr. Kim Dane. He wondered what was up and looked over. Yeah. Han Seung turned around, pointed at the screen, and said with a smile, That Stardust lady, Stardust Uni, is frozen solid on the ground over there. Kim Dane saw it, his eyes rounding in surprise. Then he suddenly grew agitated, jumped up, and shouted, making Han Seung jump in fright. What? Why is that? Stardust. The image on the screen showed Shinharu focusing intently on her earpiece. Kim Dane seemed to realize something, and immediately turned to the girl. Seon, can you patch into the in-ear monitor Stardust is wearing? Han Seon's fingers flew across the keyboard as she said, I can connect, but why the rush? Kim Dane replied, There's no time. Hurry up. Back to Shinharu, who was stunned as she heard the voice through her earpiece. Hello, Miss Stardust. This is Ego's Tick. She immediately became agitated, screaming and cursing. You filthy piece of trash. Kim Dane continued from the other end of the line. You've got me curious. Why are you just standing there instead of saving people? It's going to fall any second now. The plane is going down. Shinharu was beyond furious, watching the burning plane plummet as she barked. This is your doing, and now you're telling me to go stop it. Kim Dane shot back. If you don't do it, who will? Shinharu was so distressed that tears began to stream down her face. Just touching that scrap metal falling at 1,000 kilometers per hour will tear my body to pieces. She continued. This was your plan, wasn't it? You intended to send me to my death, didn't you? On this side, Kim Dane wore a dangerous smile. You can do it, Shinharu. She was stunned. What? He continued. Take action, clench your fists, fly up there, and save everyone. It'll work. Because it's you. You can make it happen. Shinharu became even more overwhelmed. Damn it. What is this crazy guy even talking about? In a vast white space, Kim Dane stepped toward her and asked, Why would I want to kill you? Without you, Stardust, I'm just an ordinary villain. It was you who helped me become complete. Shinharu was momentarily stunned by his words, but she quickly braced her hands on her knees and pushed herself up. She thought, even if this might be a trap to eliminate me, I'll give it one shot. As she spoke, she pulled off her earpiece. On the other end, Kim Dane was startled. Wait, what? Meanwhile, Shinharu had already clenched her fist and crushed the earpiece. Then, she pressed her hands down, and following a surge of power, the space began to shatter, drifting away in tiny fragments. She summoned all her speed, launching into the sky like a rocket, heading straight for the nose of the plunging aircraft. Shinharu bit her lip, crying out internally, That's right, if I just stand by and watch these people die, I'll live with a burden of guilt for the rest of my life. An image of Kim Dane appeared, saying confidently, "It'll work. Because it's you, you can make it happen." Shin Haru's face was filled with determination. "I'd rather sacrifice myself to protect them than live a lifetime in regret." Just like that, the two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave in midair. She thought, I killed them. If only I had focused just a little more at that moment. An image of a happy family flashed by for a second. "Honey, kids, mom, dad." The man, tears streaming down his face, looked down at the scene and then closed his eyes tight as if giving up. Inside the plane, a young girl covered her ears, gritting her teeth as she tried to stay conscious and look outside. Suddenly, she froze in front of the window in shock, tears falling rapidly. As she thought to herself, is it actually slowing down? The people outside, tense as they watched the situation unfold, stared with wide eyes. At that moment, a stressed employee reported into his radio, "I'm not sure what happened, but the plane is currently receiving external assistance and is descending toward the ground." A reminder echoed through the cabin. "Passengers, please keep your seatbelts fastened and await further instructions." High in the sky, Shin Haru was putting everything she had into supporting the weight of the plane that had been falling at a terrifying speed. She gritted her teeth, the veins in her face bulging. Just a little bit more. The scene shifts elsewhere, where a blurry vision was slowly beginning to clear. A panicked flight attendant observed the person waking up and asked, "Mr. Kim Deok-bae, are you all right?" The man, identified as Kim Deok-bae, having just regained consciousness, clutched his head in exhaustion, and then looked around in total confusion. A moment later, the two stepped off the plane together. The flight attendant was supporting the victim. Kim Deok-bae looked around blankly, his face showing sheer bewilderment as he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Up ahead, Shin Haru was kneeling on the ground, drawing curious stares from the crowd. Kim Deok-bae stammered, Was it you?" The flight attendant looked at him, puzzled. Kim Deok-bae, tears of joy streaming down his face, said, "That's the person who protected us, a hero." Over on Shin Haru's side, she was looking up at the sky, gasping for breath from exhaustion. With tears falling, she choked out, "Ego's tick." The story quickly hit the news. Naturally, the image of Shin Haru was printed clearly everywhere. America was terrified, Japan was stunned, China praised her loudly, and even France bowed in respect to this hero. Who is Stardust? China was forced to admit that when it came to heroes, they were completely outmatched by South Korea. Even 10 Japanese heroes combined couldn't compete. The Japanese Minister of Internal Affairs made a shocking revelation. Following that, news outlets quickly caught on to the hype and began reporting. "Good morning, viewers. This is the 9 a.m. morning news. Yesterday morning, the A-class villain Ego's Tick used a remote control to hijack a plane and send it crashing. Fortunately, every single passenger was miraculously saved. The person who held up that plane was none other than Stardust, our proud hero. Many experts previously predicted that with her known abilities, she wouldn't be able to stop such an incident. But in the end, the plane was brought down slowly. Finally, Shin Haru returned home and heard the news about herself. She quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Having just finished her shower, Shin Haru looked incredibly relieved and cute. Suddenly the phone rang, and she quickly picked up. "Hello." After hearing what the person on the other end had to say, she asked, "Really?" On the other side of the line was a person with blue hair who confirmed, "Yeah, I asked the association president to give you a little time off. Go to the beach, see the sights, and just relax for a day. It's been a while since we've hung out like this." Shin Haru cheered happily. "Okay, I'm heading out tomorrow." The blue-haired friend added, "Yay, let's call Kim Jae-hyun to come along too." A little later, Shin Haru went out to the balcony to catch the breeze. Her expression turned serious again, as if she were deep in thought. Someone's words echoed in her memory. "It'll work. Because it's you, you can make it happen." Shin Haru smiled faintly and thought, "Has anyone ever placed that much trust in me before? And he's supposed to be just a regular villain." Suddenly, a realization hit her. Wait a minute. But why did he tell me to save the plane? If he was so sure I could stop it and save everyone, Then why did he make it fall in the first place? Kim Dane's words echoed again. I'm just an ordinary villain. You were the one who helped me complete myself. Shin Haru held her forehead, feeling a massive headache coming on. She thought, Ego's tick has too many secrets, but somehow I have a feeling he did all of this on purpose for some specific goal. I need to investigate his movements and background thoroughly. Her eyes were full of determination. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up with an incoming call from the Hero Association. The person on the other end spoke for a while, causing Shin Haru to gasp in shock. What? Remeasure the power parameters? Time moved quickly to the next morning. The sounds of roosters crowing filled the air. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Han So-eun had a yellow swim ring around her waist, looking totally hyped. We're finally here. Kim Dane stepped out and reminded her. So-eun, we're just about to leave, so deflate that ring for now. Stuff it in the trunk. The girl replied excitedly. Okay, Kim Dane Appa. Seeing this, Kim Dane looked weary. Appa, huh? Suddenly, he rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Come to think of it, this is the first vacation I've had since arriving in this world. Should I actually enjoy it? Then Kim Dane flashed a smile, full of anticipation. But just a short while later, looking at the congested road ahead, a mournful voice cried out, WH, what is this? Inside the car, all three of them were turning red from the heat, sweat pouring down. Kim Dane, sitting in the driver's seat, complained, Why did the AC have to break today, of all days? Han So-eun looked like she was about to faint as she suggested. Appa, can't you just teleport the whole car? Kim Dane replied in a panic. I'd die on the spot. Let's stop at a rest area and fix this first. Han So-eun, with her superhuman intellect, said, If it's too hot, I'm taking off some clothes. As she pulled off her jacket, she screamed, If I knew it'd be like this, we should have just taken the train. Why go through all this trouble? Kim Dane countered, We have too much gear, So-eun. It wouldn't work. The girl curiously opened the gray box next to her. What's this? Isn't this stuff for the vacation? It turned out to be a case full of guns. Kim Dane gave a smug thumbs up. Who knows what might happen? Han So-eun was fuming in the back, screaming, What kind of trip is this? Kim Dane panicked and tried to calm her down. I'm sorry, So-eun. Put the gun down and let's talk. After a series of road trip issues, the group finally reached their destination. Han So-eun had changed into a cute swimsuit and, holding her yellow ring, dashed toward the ocean excitedly. The beach. Sitting on the shore, Kim Dane laughed at the sight. She really does act like a kid at times like this. Lee Soo-bin then popped the top off a soda and handed it to Kim Dane. I just bought some drinks. Have one. She had also changed into a beautiful bikini. Kim Dane took the drink and replied, Thanks, Ms. Lee Soo-bin. Suddenly, Lee Soo-bin kept staring intensely at Kim Dane, making him look back in confusion. She said, I'm always grateful to you, Kim Dane. He asked, Grateful? For what? Lee Soo-bin replied, Just for everything. Thank you for saving me back then, and thank you for being so kind to me. However, faced with such a beautiful and charming figure, Kim Dane acted like a total blockhead, smiling with squinted eyes and giving a thumbs up. What's with that? I'm the one who should be thanking you. You do the housework for us, and your cooking is great too. Lee Soo-bin reached up and tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, looking shy. Hearing that makes me feel very touched. Kim Dane then swallowed hard, his expression turning suspicious. As he thought to himself, could this be a dead flag from a manga, or is it a betrayal? He looked down at the soda in his hand in a panic. Wait, am I being poisoned? His distorted facial expression made Lee Soo-bin look at him with utter confusion. The scene shifts back to a large building in the city. Shin Haru had appeared there. Several staff members were talking to each other. We didn't measure it wrong. The data clearly shows she couldn't possibly have stopped that plane. Another employee added, Maybe there was a mistake somewhere. Or maybe we just haven't grasped her true power yet. Shin Haru stood before a power testing board, thinking, No, the ability test wasn't wrong. When I stopped a disaster that seemed impossible, it was clear. While thinking, she unleashed her power, preparing to test one more time. The impact caused the nearby staff members to look over in shock. Shin Haru let out a shout, throwing a punch backed by immense power. That punch slammed directly into the testing board. The board shattered under the force, and even the bolts cracked and popped out. A wave of energy erupted into the surrounding space. The employees watched the scene in terror. Shinharu stood before her fist and whispered, "I've gotten stronger." Back with Kim Dane, Lee Subin sat beside him. Shyly tucking her hair, she said, "Hearing that makes me feel very touched." Kim Dane caught her expression and pursed his lips in tension, thinking, could this be a dead flag from a manga? Or is it a betrayal? His face turned pale, as if he had just realized something terrible. The sun continued to shine brilliantly down below. Han Seo-eun, wearing her swim ring, was enjoying herself in the ocean, and noticed them on the shore. Kim Dane responded to Lee Subin with a tense voice. "Haha, I look forward to your further help in the future, Ms. Lee Subin." Han Seo-eun quickly came ashore, pointing at the two of them and calling them out. Hey, you two. Are you planning to get all lovey-dovey and leave me all alone?" Lee Subin panicked, shyly protesting. "Who's being lovey-dovey?" Kim Dane remained calm, but confused. "Huh." The girl got angry, fuming. "If we're on a family trip, we should play together." He flashed a sinister smile. "Ah, is that so?" Han Seo-eun grimaced, looking at that expression with confusion. A second later, Kim Dane transformed into a scary middle-aged man persona, picking up both Han Seo-eun and her swim ring, making her panic. "Appa, what are you doing?" Wait a minute." Kim Dane, being a troll, tossed the girl out into the ocean while laughing mischievously. "What do you mean, what am I doing? We're just playing together." Han Seo-eun fell into the sea and struggled to surface, throwing a piece of seaweed at Kim Dane's face while screaming, "Water got all up my nose. Seriously, you're so annoying sometimes." Kim Dane gave a forced laugh, picking the seaweed off his face and thinking, "Anyway, it's been a long time since I've had peace like this. It's nice." Then, he grinned like a demon king and dove in to splash water at Han Seo-eun. Lee Subin sat on the shore, watching the scene and laughing happily. Time passed quickly, and evening arrived. On the road, strange cars sped along as voices rang out. "Which place should our team raid tonight?" "The Busan Hotel, Mario's Royal Hyperion, Han Grand Ambassador High." "All of them?" A bald man in a gloomy space exclaimed. "Let's make it a big one." The scene shifts to the Mario's Royal Hyperion Han Grand Ambassador High Hotel. Kim Dane's group, after a fun day at the beach, returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, "Welcome. Under what name is the reservation?" Kim Dane replied, "My Han Seo-eun." The receptionist smiled and handed over a room card. "Yes, I've confirmed it. Here is the key to room 2708. Kim Dane asked in confusion. "Wait, there's only one room?" Han Seo-eun stepped up, standing next to him, pursing her lips and whistling as she gave a guilty explanation. "Well, it's good to save a little money." After that, the group dropped it. The three of them went out to wait for the elevator to their room. Suddenly, Han Seo-eun cheered. "Oh, that's right. The bed is absolutely massive, so let's all sleep together." Kim Dane rolled his eyes and blurted out, "There's even only one bed?" Lee Subin, though very happy and expectant, acted calm and said, "It's been a long time. Sleeping 3 people at once might be fun too." "Whatever." Kim Dane broke into a cold sweat, looking at her. "Yeah, well, we haven't exactly slept together before." In his heart, he silently prayed to Buddha. Nothing's going to happen, right? Seriously, nothing is happening. So what am I even expecting? Ha! The 3 of them actually slept together in the bed. Han Seo-eun was in the middle, sleeping soundly and even snoring away. Kim Dane was closing his eyes to rest when suddenly whispers came from outside the door. "Wait, I want to go into this room." Then came the sounds of a countdown. 1, 2. 2 robbers dressed head to toe in gear, guns in hand, kicked the door down and shouted, "FBI, open up." Kim Dane flicked his finger upward, and immediately the 2 men took hits to their chins and fell backward. A moment later, Kim Dane sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning as he said, "Where did these guys even crawl out from?" The 2 were lying still, unconscious on the floor. The 2 were lying still, unconscious on the floor. He exclaimed, "Is it a terrorist attack? Seriously?" Then he gritted his teeth, crushing the edge of the doorframe. "Damn it, I've only gone on 2 trips, and I run into some bullshit every single time. On his phone screen, Kim Dane was looking up some information. He blurted out, "Wait, why is Shadow Walker still here, yet they dare to cause trouble at night?" On the screen was a news update. Breaking news. A-class hero Shadow Walker found collapsed in western Incheon. Han Seon had also woken up by now, yawning as she asked, "What's going on? Is it a terrorist attack?" Kim Dane repeated, "Yeah." In his heart, he rolled his eyes and thought, "At this point, I'm not even surprised anymore." He reminded her, "Wait, I'm gonna go check the parking lot for a bit. Wake up Lee Soo-bin and wait in the room, okay?" Han Seon, still groggy and rubbing her eyes, said, "Terrorists even on vacation? Fine, fine, I'll follow orders." Kim Dane then appeared inside his car. He looked outside and saw the terrorists fumbling around near the cars. He thought, "I can't just quietly leave without taking care of this." Kim Dane searched around and pulled out an eerie mask. Putting on a sinister expression, "I didn't expect the spare mask I brought to come in handy so soon." He said, "You bastards deserve what's coming for ruining our vacation. Now show your faces so I can get a good look at you." After grabbing his gear, Kim Dane warped back to the hotel room. The two girls had woken up and were sitting there waiting properly. Kim Dane tossed some gear toward them and announced, "Just take orders through the in-ears. Let's go, everyone." His expression was one of pure excitement. Han Seon, looking weary, let out a sigh. "At times like this, you look way too hyped." Out in the hotel lobby, the terrorists had stacked a pile of chairs into a small mountain. The leader, Monkey Spanner, an A-class villain, sat on top of it. Below him were subordinates with guns pointed in every direction. Monkey Spanner stroked his beard and spoke up. "Is everything ready?" Two men below nodded in response. He praised them. "Good." Then he spoke loudly, pointing downward, "Announce this to the Hero Association and the government. We are currently holding hundreds of hostages here. If the money isn't immediately transferred to the provided account, everyone will be eliminated." Below, the guests who had been taken hostage were tied up and kneeling on the floor. Monkey Spanner continued to shout, "The account number is 1002. Suddenly, a noise rang out, making both the hostages and the terrorists look in one direction. Monkey Spanner also took a cautious stance, shutting his mouth to pay attention to the sound. Kim Dane, now wearing an orange mask, stepped out while clapping his hands and laughing. "That's enough. Let's put an end to this pathetic excuse for a terrorist act right here." He reached his hand out, creating a surge of energy. Immediately, a gun in the hand of one terrorist was sucked away by that power. Then, countless guns were controlled by that same force, pointing their muzzles at the foreheads of the terrorists themselves. Kim Dane threw a punch, and a wave of power erupted throughout the massive hotel area. Inside, the hostages were terrified by this and screamed. Kim Dane's pupils glowed purple. He was a bit tense, thinking, did just that little move use up all the telekinetic reserves I've spent months building up? Then, he leaped up, launching a single attack at Monkey Spanner. Kim Dane kicked him down to the floor and took his seat for himself. Looking down from above, he wore a twisted smile. "Weaklings like you actually dared to try a terrorist attack." Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed red. He pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at Kim Dane. A bang rang out, and a bullet lodged right into his stomach, making even him look down at the wound in shock. Quickly, a crazed laugh erupted. "Ha! Was that just one bullet?" Kim Dane's reaction left Monkey Spanner stunned. Kim Dane sat up there, the bullet still in his gut, but he still smiled calmly and asked, "So is that all you got?" Monkey Spanner now felt like a giant who could control everything in the palm of his hand. Up above, Kim Dane was silently breaking into a cold sweat. Behind the mask, his face was contorted in pain. He thought, "Damn it, this is a dangerous situation. If I keep moving, I'm going to die from blood loss." Below, Monkey Spanner started to move his feet, his intuition telling him, "I need to get out of here right now." He calculated in his head, "Bastard, I plan to take advantage of Shadow Walker's absence for a hit and run. Could it be that I was also on the hit list he eliminated, and that's why he was hiding here waiting?" Up above, Kim Dane tried to endure the pain, saying with a smile, "You seem pretty tense. I'll give you a chance to run away right now, if you actually can." Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth, raising a fist as he questioned, What are you plotting? Kim Dane sat there and continued. Plotting my ass. The thing you're overthinking is the real plot. Now, because of you, my vacation is ruined. Don't bother me. Just retreat while you still can. In his heart, he was tense, urging his opponent. Please, don't overthink it, just go. Even just keeping my eyes open is making me dizzy. Monkey Spanner calculated again. This is an opportunity. That's right, as long as I boost my power, I can bounce back anytime. Then, to the shocking surprise of the hostages, he became like the Flash, dashing straight for the hotel exit, telling himself, Monkey Spanner, will one day become the king of South Korea. I can't die in a place like this. But from outside the door, a fist swung in, accompanied by sharp shards of glass. That punch sent Monkey Spanner flying backward with massive force. His body became deformed, like a misfired rocket launching away. Shinharu had arrived, just in time, shouting a warning to the terrorists. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender. But when she looked at the floor, she saw a bunch of terrorists already lying everywhere. At that moment, a pair of long, straight legs walked in. Shinharu was baffled by the situation. Ice, an A-class hero, said with a cold expression. Huh? Are they all dead? Shadow Walker, the A-class hero beside her, looked bored. This is so dull. Are they all down? Just one bit of fake news, and they immediately went for a terrorist attack. Shadow Walker noticed Kim Dane sitting on a high pile of chairs and asked, But who is that guy? Kim Dane was currently dazed, seeing pink bubbles as he looked down, and thought to himself, Why is she here? Shinharu frowned, looking up and asking, Who are you? Did you take down these terrorists? Kim Dane tried to hold his wound tight, thinking, If I don't focus, I'm going to die right here, Kim Dane. Luckily, it seemed they didn't know he was Ego's tick, so he tried to buy time. I just need to recover enough energy for 2 teleports. On the other side, Han Seon and Lee Soo-bin were tensely listening to the voices through their earpieces. Kim Dane, still acting the part of a dangerous figure, said, You're asking who I am? I'm an S-class hero, operating covertly in South Korea. This statement made the 3 below look up in amazement. Shinharu quickly pointed her finger, calling him out. The association has no records of an S-class hero. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Who the hell are you? Kim Dane replied calmly. A-class hero Stardust, don't you know what covert operations means? A-class hero Ice, A-class hero Shadow Walker. I'm a hero who's been active since before your generation even started. Han Seon was confused, questioning him through the earpiece. Kim Dane Appa, what the hell are you doing? Lee Soo-bin knit her brows, looking worried. Out there, Kim Dane continued his arrogant act. You should at least greet your senior first. These kids are so clueless. Shinharu looked up with an expression mixed with annoyance and suspicion. He continued to shake his head, feigning disappointment. Ha! I can tell by the look on your faces that you have no idea what's going on. Fine then, I'll introduce myself. Listen closely, I am the hero. His eyes darted to a young boy nearby, wearing a t-shirt that had apple mango printed on the back. An image of the delicious fruit flashed through his mind. Kim Dane blurted out his identity just in time. Apple mango. The released hostages heard this, and their expressions began to load as they processed the ridiculous name. Ice, hearing some information through her earpiece, responded, Yes. Right, he says he's apple mango. Then, she coldly beckoned with her hand, calling him out. Hey, mister, they're saying there's no record of anyone with that hero code name. Who are you, really? Kim Dane shouted back angrily. How insolent. I even know the association president's real name is Park Man-jun. Though he goes by Park Jun-ho now, doesn't he? My name was old-fashioned, so I changed it. Hurry up and check again. This statement left all 3 of them stunned. Internally, he was incredibly tense. I didn't expect information from the original story to be this useful. Ice replied, The president says he doesn't know you, regardless. At that moment, a guest spoke up in a highly dissatisfied tone. Hey, you heroes, I've been watching this and I'm getting annoyed, so I've got to say something. Ice looked flustered, breaking into a sweat. About that? I mean, everyone please calm down. The guest continued. That masked guy took down the bad guys for us. So who cares who he really is? Kim Dane screamed internally. Oh man, you're spot on, old man. I just need to recover a little more strength, and I can make a run for it. The man went on, and I saw him make a gun float in the air and fire it all over the place. He pondered, what was it? Oh, he's just like that guy who's always on TV. Shinharu caught the point immediately, while Kim Dane froze awkwardly. The old man below gave him a thumbs up. But even if he is, so what? Thinking back, it was actually pretty awesome. Kim Dane screamed internally. Stop. Stop right there. Ice gave a thin smile. Sounds pretty suspicious, doesn't it? Kim Dane was silently panicking, sweat dripping. Just a little bit more. The three below began to release their powers. First, let's just restrain him and see what's under that mask, shall we? Ice reached out and fired her power forward, a pillar of ice slamming into the floor. Kim Dane gritted his teeth, thinking, freeze. Shadow Walker had silently closed in on him from behind. Kim Dane, clutching his wound, screamed in his heart, please, please move. Shinharu's eyes grew sharp as she locked on her target and launched toward him like a rocket. Kim Dane grimaced, utterly worried about the situation. At that exact moment, Kim Dane managed to use his power, warping downward to evade the restraint. Han Seo-eun and Lee Soo-bin appeared just in time to catch him. Then, the two of them quickly vanished, taking the wounded Kim Dane away from the scene. A moment later, their car was speeding away recklessly. They were all being tossed around inside the vehicle. Han Seo-eun, her head spinning and unable to sit straight, still hurriedly asked, Appa, are you okay? Kim Dane, his face contorted in pain, said, the car? Oh, right now. Erase every shred of evidence that we were ever in Busan. The hotel guest records the CCTV if they find out. At that point, he couldn't continue. Both girls looked at him in a panic. Appa, hey, what's wrong? Blood was flowing incessantly from the wound on his abdomen. Lee Soo-bin screamed, we have to get him to a hospital right now. Kim Dane tried to stop them. I can't. I don't have enough strength to teleport anymore. We'll definitely get caught. Take me to Ego Base. Lee Soo-bin gritted her teeth in tension as she gripped the steering wheel, shouting instructions to Han Seo-eun. First, get the first aid kit and perform some emergency care. Han Seo-eun's eyes were welling with tears, as if she were seeing a haunting sight. Lee Soo-bin turned back and screamed urgently, hurry up. The girl regained her composure and hurriedly wiped her tears. Yes, okay. Lee Soo-bin, with a serious expression, floored it. I'm getting us out of here first. On the pitch-black road, the car flew along at high speed. Meanwhile, back in the hotel lobby, the hostages were being comforted by the police. I stood to the side, sighing, seriously, on a rare vacation, these villains still won't give us a single day off. Shadow Walker, his face darkened, asked, can I go take a break? She turned and replied, yeah, sure, good work. It's my fault for inviting you here to relax anyway. Ice turned to Shinharu. Well, we're already here, Stardust. In the meantime, Shinharu was biting her lip, lost in thought and oblivious to her surroundings. On the road at that moment, a car was driving along. The driver was yawning deeply, exhausted. Ugh, so sleepy. I need some gum. Suddenly, he saw another car behind him through the rearview mirror. Oh, what's that? What is that? The car sped past him like a blur of smoke. The driver shouted, is that car crazy? On the dashboard, the speedometer had already climbed past 220 kilometers per hour. Han Seo-eun tried her best to treat Kim Dane's wound. Lee Soo-bin, with a terrifying expression, held the wheel. By now, he was covered in blood. The wound kept bleeding despite the bandages, and he was drenched in sweat from the pain. Meanwhile, Shinharu clenched her fist and said seriously, I need to look into his movements. The scene shifts to the past, in Kim Dane's room. A voice exclaimed, it's villains again, always villains. They harass Stardust in every possible way. Kim Dane slammed his book shut, lying on the bed with a hollow expression, muttering, so, it ends like this? This was 19-year-old Kim Dane from the past with dark circles under his eyes. This story is just a total downward spiral into depression. That ending. The book fell to the floor. Kim Dane rolled around on his bed, lamenting, Stardust. He mumbled something and then drifted off to sleep. At that moment, in the night sky, a flash of light passed through the window. The scene shifts to the present, in a certain building. Han Seo-eun was worried about Kim Dane's medical condition. The girl's face was pale from extreme exhaustion. Lee Soo-bin brought over a tray of food, but the girl immediately refused. "I'm not eating." Lee Soo-bin urged her. "Seo-eun, you have to eat something. Kim Dane will wake up." Kim Dane was currently lying unconscious on a glass bed. Han Seo-eun buried her face in her hands, sobbing. Lee Soo-bin sat beside her, offering comfort. While the girl was sobbing and swallowing her food, a voice suddenly rang out. "You're still eating quite well, aren't you, Seo-eun?" Kim Dane looked over, grinning, and said, "Meanwhile, I'm basically at death's door." The two girls looked over in shock. Han Seo-eun started wailing again, crying out loud. She screamed and threw a tantrum, playfully punching Kim Dane. Lee Soo-bin sat nearby, deeply moved. He could only give a pained laugh. "Ow, hey." Outside, the sky was still pitch black. An image of Kim Dane wearing a white mask while holding a gold mask appeared. The internet was flooded with news about him. Was Egostic's casualty-free terrorist attack really a terrorist act? Shin Haru sat in front of her computer screen, researching and thinking. That's right, there were no casualties in the plane incident either. She wondered, what if Egostic's call hadn't happened and I couldn't have acted? The image of Kim Dane appeared, smiling and saying, "It'll work. Because it's you, you can make it happen." Shin Haru lowered her head, feeling tense. He was so sure I could do it, as if he knew beforehand that my powers would be enhanced. Then, she suddenly smirked and blurted out, "How could he know? It's probably just a coincidence." And she clenched her hand into a fist. But the fact that I've gotten stronger is undeniable. The villains Ego's Tick killed. They were ones who had the potential to cause a large-scale disaster one day, and he saw that too. Shin Haru concluded, Ego's Tick definitely isn't a hero. But calling him a mere villain doesn't feel right either. I have a gut feeling he's orchestrating some massive game board. Next time he strikes, I'm definitely going to unmask him. Shin Haru was completely determined. On Han Seo-eun's side, she was also pensively searching on her phone. So what is the purpose of those attacks? Ego's Tick knows the Hero Association president's real name, Park Man-jun. Could it be that Ego's Tick was a high-ranking hero in the past who switched sides after a conflict with the association? The conspiracy theory that Ego's Tick is in conflict with the Hero Association was spreading. The three of them were sitting at the dining table. Hearing that theory, Kim Dane nearly choked. Wait, Sin, he thought. I'm gonna puke. Lee Soo-bin gave a forced laugh and took the phone away. Son, let's not bother Kim Dane for now. He's very tired. The girl was still very dissatisfied, questioning him. What are you planning to do? More of that. I'm a villain. This is what I do stuff. And then back to terrorism? With that body. Again. Kim Dane flinched at her reaction. So I. He was speechless. Suddenly, both girls opposite him glared at him with sharp eyes. Kim Dane was forced to make a decision. We're going to take a break for a bit, about 3 months. This made both of their faces brighten with joy. Really? He continued chewing his food and confirmed. Yeah, let's stop for a while. With the public attention the way it is now, if I disappear for a bit, things will gradually cool down. Internally, he thought, and during this break, I'll need to recruit a new member. An image of a mysterious person appeared. Kim Dane calculated. If things stay like this, he'll become a major balance-breaking villain in the future. If I don't kill him, I have to bring him over to my side. 3 months passed quickly. An announcement rang out. A villain has appeared. Stardust, prepare for sortie. Shin Haru hurriedly asked, Is it Ego's Tick? The other side denied it. No, it's a villain calling himself Lockboom. Hearing that, she replied disappointedly, Oh, I see. Sometime later, Shin Haru, in her hero form, launched through the air like a rocket. As she sped along, she wondered to herself, Ego Tick, where have you been and what have you been doing for the last 3 months? The scene shifts to Kim Dane's house. He was currently watching a large TV screen showing images of Shin Haru. Oh, here she comes, here she comes. Kim Dane was eating popcorn, looking as excited as if he were watching a movie. Han Seo-eun sat beside him, looking at him with a weary expression. At that moment, a monster called Lock Boom, an A-class villain, was unleashing his power and roaring. Kim Dane cheered at the screen. Go for it, Stardust. Meanwhile, Shin Haru, as she lunged to attack Lock Boom, screamed, Are you egotic? He wasn't. Shin Haru seemed to fall into a frenzy, punching her opponent until he shattered into pieces. A moment later, a bald guy with his eyes rolled back was lying unconscious on the ground. Kim Dane was thrilled, tossing his popcorn tub into the air and cheering. Look at that, yeah. The power boost was definitely worth it. Stardust. Hanso knit her brows, unimpressed. Is that really so fun? Kim Dane flinched, feeling guilty. Well, a little bit. Suddenly, the girl barked a reminder that made him spit out his water. Now, let's get to work. Han So-eun continued. Appa, I can't stand you hanging around Stardust Fan Club all day anymore. Kim Dane looked over in confusion. What song? Han So-eun spoke in a gloomy tone. Kim Dane, leader of the Stardust Group. Did you think I wouldn't know? I'm a famous hacker. Having been exposed, Kim Dane quickly grabbed the remote, turned off the screen, and made an excuse. It's just a small hobby. The girl reminded him. Anyway, we were supposed to work today. Kim Dane sat up and asked, Let's see, today is the 17th, right? The girl became excited. What is it? A terrorist attack? Kim Dane denied it. No. Han So-eun followed up. So we're going to take down a villain? He denied it again. Not that either. Kim Dane flashed a bright smile and said, Actually, we're going to recruit a new member. The scene shifts to a high vantage point over a town where an elderly couple was looking down at the scenery below. The man exclaimed, Wow, this place is still the same, huh? This view hasn't changed at all compared to 20 years ago. Right then, a girl wearing a hat with her head bowed, her face hidden, bumped into the man, saying, Oh, I'm sorry. He waved it off. It's okay, I'm fine, student. But after the girl passed by, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had a pair of blue pupils. When she glanced down, she saw a group of thugs, each with a cigarette in his mouth, looking up at her with sleazy, mocking expressions. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. At that moment, a boy with clear blue pupils just like hers appeared, running up with a bright smile and calling out, Nuna. This boy was 13-year-old Chayu. The girl pinched her little brother's cheek and asked, Did you have fun playing? The boy replied very happily, Yep. She noticed her brother's injured knee. Your knee is scraped. Where did you get hurt? Cha-Yun replied innocently. I just tripped on the way back. The girl reached out her hand, emitting a healing power, and reminded him, Honestly, be more careful next time. Cha-Yun watched as the wound on his knee gradually healed, exclaiming in wonder, Whoa. A moment later, the tear had completely vanished. The girl took off her hat and put it on Cha-Yun, saying, Go home first, okay? The boy nodded obediently. Okay. With the hat off, a beautiful girl with orange hair was revealed. She smiled brightly and said, I'm going to buy some delicious food, and then I'll be home. Introducing the girl. This is Lee Ha-yun, who would later become the villain named Green Frog. Sometime later, it was dark. Lee Ha-yun walked back with a bag of food. She opened the door and called out with a bright smile, Cha-Yun, I bought some good tteokbokki for you. Suddenly, Lee Ha-yun's face turned pale as she saw the scene inside. A voice came from inside the house. I knew it, this kid. The bag of food dropped. Inside was the wild dog gang from the Dam District. Cha-Yun was currently being restrained by a masked man. One guy spoke up. You dare pickpocket in our territory? If I find out you're hiding anything else, I'll send you to meet your maker. You hear me? This guy had one eye larger than the other, looking quite ridiculous, yet he was trying to act dangerous. Lee Ha-yun, though terrified, still screamed, Enough! Let Cha-Yun go, take all that stuff, and get out. The man sighed, looking bored. Look at this girl. He grabbed Cha-Yun's hair tightly, making the boy scream in pain. This guy took pleasure in others' pain. Hey, kid. Lee Ha-yun was also lunged at and restrained by two other men. She screamed, You bastards! The man kept clutching Cha-Yun's head, saying, Look, it seems your sister doesn't understand what's going on. A man with a scarred eye held a knife to Cha-Yun's neck. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Lee Ha-yun screamed in horror, Don't. I was wrong, please. The cruel, scarred man raised his knife. Too late, you bitch. Chaeyoung closed his eyes tight in despair. Suddenly, some force sucked the knife right out of his hand. He was stunned, glancing back, only to be hit by a force that sent him flying forward, slamming against the wall. Then, incredibly dangerous gun muzzles appeared hovering over the heads of the Wild Dog Gang members. Taking the chance, Chaeyoung broke free and rushed forward. Lee Ha-yoon hugged the boy tightly, calling out emotionally, "Chaeyoung!" Kim Dane appeared in the yard of their house. He thought, Friday the 17th. Today, the younger brother Chaeyoung was supposed to be killed by that gang. Lee Ha-yoon would have been corrupted and followed the path of a villain. Lucky I got here early. If I'd been a little slower, it would have been a disaster. Chaeyoung turned toward the outside, saw him, and stammered in shock. Could it be? Lee Ha-yoon turned, standing guard in front of Chaeyoung warily, questioning him. Are you egotic? Kim Dane flashed a villainous smile. Nice to meet you, Ha-yoon and Chaeyoung. I'm here to take the two of you with me. Hearing that, Lee Ha-yoon's face darkened and she barked. Why would you take us? You're clearly a cruel villain too. Kim Dane explained calmly. Why? To save you too, of course. Didn't you just see that? Besides, it'll be a hassle if the police show up. She intended to refuse. I wouldn't go even if it killed me. Hey, you bastard. What are you trying to do? But Chaeyoung had already bolted outside like the wind. Lee Ha-yoon was struck dumb by the sight and hurriedly screamed, Chaeyoung, don't. The image reflected in her eyes was Chaeyoung rushing toward a dangerous, evil demon. By now, Chaeyoung had reached Kim Dane, grabbing his hand and exclaiming, Ego's-tic, I'm in a mango club. The boy looked at him with an expression of immense admiration and pride. Even Kim Dane felt flustered by the boy's affection. Huh. Quickly, Kim Dane brought the siblings back to his hideout and introduced them to the rest of the members. All right, so these are our new members. Everyone, say hello. Chaeyoung, his eyes sparkling, cheered. Whoa, it's Ego's cyber-terrorist beauty too. Lee Soo-bin broke into a cold sweat at that nickname. Chaeyoung's eyes were still shining with admiration. So that person is a hacker? Lee Ha-yoon bowed cautiously. Hello everyone. Lee Ha-yoon. This is my younger brother, Chaeyoung. Han Seo-eun had a serious expression, as if inspecting new merchandise. A new member with healing powers. Turns out it's a girl. Huh. A while later, the five of them had become more comfortable. Kim Dane happily opened the fridge. Mango! Chaeyoung kept his excited expression. As expected, it's a mango. Han Seo-eun stared ahead, thinking, it's just like the first time I met Kim Dane Appa. Lee Ha-yoon sat beside her, still very tense and wary. Kim Dane, over by the fridge, tilted his head back to chug some juice. Seeing this, Han Seo-eun bared her teeth and let out a terrifying scream. Don't just put your mouth on it and suck it down like that, making Kim Dane flinch and spit it all out. It's mango juice. This one is mine. Han Seo-eun, though she knew she had overstepped, still grumbled a reminder. Then remember to be more careful next time. Lee Soo-bin gently brought out a plate of peeled apples and asked cheerfully, Chaeyoung, would you like some fruit? The boy's eyes sparkled even more. Whoa, thank you. Chaeyoung quickly grabbed a fork and stabbed a piece of apple. Lee Ha-yoon, her face tense, called out, Chaeyoung. The boy was currently stuffing a large piece into his mouth, chewing while looking over with a questioning look. Huh? Lee Ha-yoon turned away helplessly, her expression still very worried. Oh, it's nothing. Kim Dane smiled brightly and said, Seo-eun, Ms. Lee Soo-bin, I plan to have a heart-to-heart talk with them for a bit. Could the two of you step out first? Han Seo-eun stuck out her tongue, being playful and mimicking his words. Could you step out for a bit? Kim Dane felt speechless at her personality. Lee Soo-bin, please go with her back to the main house first. Let's do that. A moment later, only the three of them remained in the room. Kim Dane sat opposite the siblings and spoke first. Lee Ha-yoon, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, didn't you? This statement made Lee Ha-yoon frown warily. Kim Dane continued, I've investigated everything. That director regularly abused the two of you. My finding you wasn't a coincidence. I had a purpose. She asked suspiciously, what purpose? Kim Dane stated, to let the two of you live happily. Lee Ha-yoon knit her brows, staring at him, and exclaimed in shock, what? Kim Dane smiled and continued, Oh, naturally not in this cramped underground spot. I've already set up a teleportation portal. We're moving to the main house to live there and go to school. Lee Ha-yoon felt he was very suspicious and questioned him. Ultimately, why are you doing this for us? We only just met today. Kim Dane thought of Han So-eun and then said, because I also have a younger sister. That's why I'm doing this. Cha-yoon's eyes were sparkling. I've watched all of Mango Egostic's terrorist attacks. I've rewatched them dozens of times. Kim Dane replied awkwardly. Is that so? Well, thanks. Internally, he thought in a panic. Should a primary schooler really be watching that stuff? Good lord. Lee Ha-yoon glared and reminded him. Cha-yoon. Kim Dane spoke up again. Just try living together once. It'll be more fun than you think. We aren't as terrible as you imagine. Cha-yoon clasped his hands together, full of anticipation for the bright life ahead. Lee Ha-yoon seemed to think it over seriously. All right. A moment later, Kim Dane led the two sisters to a location. This way, a secret entrance opened, revealing a mysterious dimensional portal. Kim Dane turned back, smiling brightly at the two of them. Follow me. He stepped into the portal, his body gradually vanishing. Lee Ha-yoon's expression remained tense, while Cha-yoon excitedly jumped toward the portal entrance, turning back to wave. Aren't you coming, sis? I'm going first. This caused Lee Ha-yoon to call out in a panic. Cha-yoon. She let out a helpless sigh and finally decided to step inside, following the others. A moment later, Lee Ha-yoon walked up the stairs with a look of amazement. Before her, Cha-yoon stood looking out a glass door as brilliantly bright and warm light poured in. Kim Dane asked, Do you like it? This will be our home. Cha-yoon seems to love it. I'm on the 3rd floor, and you're on the 2nd. There are 2 rooms for the both of you. Don't worry about tuition. At this age, you're supposed to be in school. I have plenty of money. Lee Ha-yoon looked at him, still skeptical. Kim Dane continued with a gentle tone. If it feels awkward, just stay for a few days and then decide. If you want to go back, you can say no at any time. Okay. Lee Ha-yoon stared at him with wide eyes. Suddenly, she shivered, her face turning pale, remembering the image of the scar man holding a knife to Cha-yoon's throat just a moment ago. I'm going to teach you guys a lesson. At that moment, the boy had been utterly desperate, closing his eyes tight. The image of the now joyful Cha-yoon flickered before her. Lee Ha-yoon accepted, nodding as she replied, Well, thank you so much. Kim Dane patted her shoulder to reassure her. No problem. Let's have a good life together. To the side, Kim Dane put on a smug, villainous expression. Recruitment successful. Suddenly, he scratched his head in confusion. Wait, I feel like I forgot something. What was it? It was now nighttime, and the moon was high. On the screen was the information from what he did today. What is the hero doing today? Hero Bulletin. Is Ego's Tick really dead? Mango Belly. No way. It's been nearly 4 months, and he's still MIA. Come back, 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 come back. 8 comments. Comment 1. First time I've actually missed a villain's terror attacks. Comment 2. He's not a villain. He's a hero. Comment 3. But seriously, why hasn't he shown up? Did he retire? Shin Haru was still sitting in front of her computer, disappointed. Where on earth are you, and what are you doing, Ego's Tick? Her expression was scowling, waiting as if she were about to lose all patience. In a lab, 2 people stood silently observing a strange creature in a liquid tank. Someone spoke up. Every time I see it, I'm amazed. The bespectacled doctor let out a crazed laugh. The white-haired man standing next to him said, By the time Dr. Kim Se-in is released, we will have completed this project. We will present the finished behemoth to him. The creature inside the chamber stirred. The white-haired man muttered, If that happens, then South Korea... No. The whole world will kneel before our Hanun group. The madman touched the sphere, raising his other hand as if to grasp everything. The doctors standing around immediately burst into laughter. One declared, No one can stop me. One declared, No one can stop me. Someone was holding a knife, their hands moving swiftly to slice mushrooms into perfectly thin pieces. Lee Soo-bin smiled and told Hale, Actually, you could just go take a rest. The young girl replied, startled, No, that's okay. I'll feel more comfortable this way. Lee Soo-bin smiled. Thank you. Hale lowered her head and sighed. Lee Soo-bin smiled. Thanks to you, we prepped quickly and finished early. The girl looked sadly at Lee Soo-bin and thought, the beauty kidnapped by Ego's tick. Hale recalled that 4 months had passed since the incident. She thought of the newspaper article she had read. The villain took responsibility and paid compensation. The public fell into chaos. Hale looked at Lee Soo-bin standing peacefully beside her and reassured herself, but I'm still living a happy and good life. All the wild rumors about what happened to him became meaningless. Just then, Hale heard a cry. Big brother, hold my hand for a second. Kim Dane immediately said, wake up a bit and walk yourself, Soon. You're going to get hurt. The girl looked at Kim Dane, struggling with Seo-eun, and fell into thought. And the true identity of Ego's tick was Kim Dane. He tugged at Seo-eun's shirt and asked, after finally cleaning up a place with this much light, why do you still like sleeping in the basement? The genius girl mumbled in response, I keep hearing things about some ego base or whatever. After that, he pulled Soon's shirt. Let's eat breakfast. The food was served. Kim Dane stared at it and shouted, meat for breakfast? This is great. Hale thought sadly, someday if someone gets hurt and comes back, then with my healing abilities. The girl looked down at her hands and fell silent. Hale clenched her fists as if she were making a firm resolution. After finishing the meal, Kim Dane lay on the bed deep in thought. It's almost time to prepare for the black disaster created by those Hanun group bastards. He lazily propped his head on his hand, staring at the calendar hanging on the wall. Just then, someone forcefully pushed the door open, and a voice rang out. Been hiding here this whole time, mango stick? Han Seo-eun screamed. Right now. Hurry up and organize a terror attack. I'm bored to death. Kim Dane pondered, made a small sound, and then suddenly spoke. Fine, let's do it. Let's get ready for a terror attack. She paused and asked, huh? For real? Kim Dane sat up, a smile playing on his lips. He called out loudly, everyone assemble. A while later, in the meeting room, Kim Dane stood before a whiteboard with his arms crossed. Hale hesitated, but her curiosity made everyone stop. In the first place, why do you guys even do these terror attacks? Kim Dane spoke cheerfully. If someone asked for the reason behind the terror, I have to answer. Someone immediately cut him off. Stop. That's enough, all right. Seo-eun said rudely. Old man, just get straight to the point. Kim Dane suddenly said, I won't be your appa anymore. Then, he answered Hale's question. Hale, the truth is we are villains. The girl was speechless, thinking to herself, I see. Kim Dane said, so we have to carry out a terror attack, but we can't have any civilian casualties. I need to keep setting up dilemmas that suit this son of stick, and I have to pull Stardust in too. That kid, Soon, interrupted boredly. These terror attacks have to have a positive impact on her. To sum it up, thanks, Seo-eun. The genius girl suddenly snarked. No way, did you just curse? I must have misheard. So he whispered to himself, I definitely just cursed. After that, he uncapped a marker and said, anyway, I'm drawing a bridge on the board. He continued, the theme for this terror attack is titled, Will Seoul National University Bridge Collapse? Lee Soo-bin looked at the drawing on the board and wondered, Seoul National University Bridge? He drew a monster and replied, yes. Because Kim Dane drew a plot of land again, then continued, right here, in Uedo, this winter, a giant monster will appear and head north, sweeping across the entire peninsula in one go. He drew an explosion and finished with the letter N. But what if we carry out a terror attack and make the Seoul National University Bridge collapse? He continued, illustrating the image of the monster sleeping, and then, boom. The monster's weakness is water, so that will be called both a terror attack and a win-win for a villain. To put it simply, it's a win for everyone, beneficial for both people and property. Seo-eun spoke up. As always, where did you get this information? Kim Dane took off his hat, made a bowing gesture, and replied, that's a trade secret. The genius girl laughed out loud. It feels like taking out a villain while doing a terror attack. Plus, it doesn't seem like it's because of that Stardust girl this time. Kim Dane reminded her, speechless, stop calling her that girl and this girl. Seo-eun asked with a blossoming smile. Good, so the boss's kid has made the call, right? Kim Dane smiled back. What do we have plenty of? She wondered time. Kim Dane rubbed his thumb and forefinger together and answered, no money. A while later, a live stream began. The moment Kim Dane appeared as Ego's Tick, the viewers immediately flooded the chat with comments. Before the camera, Ego's Tick hovered in midair. A speaker floated in front of him. Ego's Tick, voted #1 by the Korean Association. He smiled and continued, Ego's Tick, have returned. You all know what I'm about to do, right? Inside a car, the speaker broadcast Ego's Tick's voice. What am I going to do here on the Seoul National University Bridge? A bombing attack, of course. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes, screaming, terrorist attack. The cars about to get on the bridge stopped immediately. Ego's Tick smiled, pressed a button, and said, everyone, stop what you're doing. The bridge immediately exploded, debris flying everywhere. Ego's Tick said happily, it seems the invitation for the guest stars to support the game is complete. A skeptical viewer commented, who's lucky enough to be invited as a guest? Ego's Tick immediately announced, the participants of this game are all the honest citizens across the country watching this premiere. Yes, you. He explained how to participate was simple. Send your account number to the link in the video, and I will immediately transfer 100,000 won to you. But the livestream viewers were shocked by Ego's Tick's words. If by 7 p.m. tonight, the number of people who have received 100,000 won from me exceeds 500,000, I will blow up this bridge immediately. Some were happy, while others were shocked and terrified. Ego's Tick continued, of course, that includes those of you stuck there. He stood before the bridge that was on the verge of collapse and said, make your choice. Do you want 100,000 won for free? Or do you want a bridge to blow up at any second? He declared, thus, the choice of the residents of Korea, 100,000 won versus the Seoul National University Bridge officially begins. Ego's Tick smiled and said, oh, and Stardust, you don't need to come today. Just take a break. One commenter teased, I'll protect my girl. Another user commented, Mango Stick, the sweet criminal, making sure Stardust gets a rest. Someone else laughed, I'm the hero, you're the villain. Telling me not to come doesn't mean I'll agree. Ego's Tick stretched, thinking happily to himself. Those insane villains must be happy they won't be bothered as much, right? Someone suddenly lunged toward him. Ego's Tick looked at the person appearing before him and called out in surprise, Stardust. He almost dropped the remote. Ego's Tick thought in a panic, the detonator. He looked towards Stardust, remembering it had been a long time since they last met. The two of them stared at each other, both falling silent at the same time. Stardust glared at Ego's Tick. Pressure weighed down on Ego's Tick. He called out hesitantly, Stardust. She remained silent, staring at him with a cold gaze. Ego's Tick froze, panicking under Stardust's stare. What's going on? At another location, someone wondered, Manager Kim, what are you doing? Smoking. Manager Kim jumped up, pointed at the phone in his hand, and said, Manager, look at this. He wondered, what is this? The headline of the page read, Celebrating Mango Stick's return at Seoul National University Bridge and Charity Event. Anyone who leave their account number at the link above will be given 100,000 won. On social media, people were even posting proof photos. Manager Kim explained, you just have to write your account number here, and you get 100,000 won straight up. The manager was stunned. Let me see. If more than 500,000 people receive it, he'll blow it up. Is the Seoul National University Bridge going to be destroyed? Manager Kim asked, yes. You know Ego's Tick, right? Then, he scrolled to another post sharing the live stream. Celebrating Mango Stick's return at Seoul National University Bridge and Charity Event. Leave your account number at the link above to receive 100,000 won. On social media, people were even posting proof photos. Manager Kim said, that guy's doing some kind of terror attack at the Seoul National University Bridge right now. The manager exclaimed, that self-proclaimed villain? Good grief. What kind of game is he playing? Who would actually take the money? Manager Kim immediately laughed and replied, I just got mine, 100,000 won. The department head screamed in a rage. What? You there, what do you think you're doing? Sensing the man's fury, he immediately bowed deeply and yelled, I'm so sorry, sir. The boss winked and said, you're too slow. I claimed mine the second the news broke. What kind of person do you take me for? Manager Kim gave a thumbs up and laughed. Sir, You scared the life out of me. You're a great actor. The department head laughed out loud. With us included, there's no way it'll top 500,000 people. Let's have a company party tonight. He replied, yes, sir. Elsewhere, a woman was talking on the phone. Son, are you having dinner? What? My bank account. She narrowed her eyes at the phone screen and muttered, goodness, why all of a sudden? Who just give out pocket money like this? A notification of a deposit appeared on the screen. She cried out in shock. Oh my God, is this for real? What even is an ego's tick? On the bridge, the fires from the explosion continued to burn. Ego's tick wrapped his cloak tightly around himself. He shivered and muttered, I didn't think it would be this cold out here. He paused, but Stardust is still just standing there with her arms crossed, watching me. Ego's tick groaned. That stare feels like needles poking into me. I guess she's waiting for me to blow the bridge before she makes a move. Huh? Why do I feel even colder now? He turned his head to look at her and wondered, why is she staring like that? This wasn't in the original story. Is there some event related to the Seoul National University Bridge? Ego's tick thought. I didn't expect her to get this angry. I feel pretty guilty. He pulled down his hat and told himself, but there's no other way. It's all for Stardust. Only for her. With the power of the black disaster described in the original work, she wouldn't be able to stop it right now. Ego's tick recalled the black disaster. In the original story, this event was a brutal turning point. Unlike those time-killing superhero stories, this was the spark that signaled the plot would get much darker. He opened his phone and muttered, anyway, let's check the stats. Ego's tick was secretly stunned. 450,000 people have claimed it already, and there's still 3 hours left. He teleported under the bridge and lamented. The people in this world are seriously something else. Ego's tick rubbed his neck and sighed to himself. I thought it would work out even if I didn't step in. Are they really going to let people die, just out of greed? Seriously. He opened the live stream and spoke. Good citizens of Korea, did you really think you just got 100,000 won for free? Comments flooded the screen. Yes. Is this for real? Of course we did. Ego's tick reached out and touched a car, then asked, surely you haven't forgotten, have you? He tapped on the car window and announced, we're going to interview a guest who might be sacrificed, so we'll try to keep some semblance of a conscience out there. The car window slowly rolled down. Ego's tick looked inside and thought, it's on my hands now. Surely no one else is going to climb onto this bridge. He laughed and asked, oh wow, hello there. Thanks for your hard work. Could you introduce yourself? The black-haired man inside the car smiled and replied, yes, hello. I'm Choi Young-jin. Ego's tick was baffled. Why doesn't this guy look worried at all? He leaned against the car and asked, nice to meet you, Choi Young-jin. In such a life-threatening situation, don't you feel nervous or uneasy? Young-jin suddenly burst into laughter. Ego's tick was secretly amazed. Why is he laughing? Young-jin smiled so brightly he practically glowed and said, why be nervous? If the viewers don't take the money, the Seoul National University Bridge, and I will be safe, right? Ego's tick covered his face and thought, I'll apologize to you on their behalf. Just look at that innocence. A comment popped up. I went back and forth on whether to take it and finally decided not to. Someone said, you're so kind-hearted. Another wondered, am I trash? A cruel person commented, yeah, I'm taking it, as long as it's not me dying. Then comments kept repeating, I'm sorry. Ego's tick hesitated for a moment and then wondered, we've clearly heard Mr. Young-jin's statement about his strong faith in the character of the Korean people. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Young-jin replied innocently, go Korea, I believe in you guys. Meanwhile, Stardust stood in the distance looking toward the bridge, biting her lip and asking herself, what are you plotting, Ego's tick? Ego's tick headed toward another car. He groaned internally, man, this is exhausting. Can't someone just give me a normal reaction? He stood in front of a car window and slowly spoke. Me. A loud scream immediately erupted from inside the car. The girls inside the car bombarded him with questions. It's Ego's tick. This is crazy. He looks so good in person, totally hot. We're not going to die here today, right? Exactly. We're your fans. They asked again, but you're not actually going to kill us, right? You always spare people. Remember the plane crash incident, right? Ego's tick was so stunned he froze, thinking, this is a total mess. He quickly pulled his hat down and said loudly, "Well, I'll end the interview here. Gotta run." The girls screamed to stop him. "Wait a second, you're so impatient." Someone pulled out a tablet, grabbed his sleeve, and said, "Sign this before you go." Egostick immediately took it and signed. A girl in the car added, "Let me take 4 pictures." A comment laughed. "He's actually doing everything they ask. Hilarious." Someone else said, "I can't even tell who the victims are anymore." One person in the car kept rambling, and "I already got my 100,001. Thanks." Another said, "We got 400,001 total. Awesome. Let's have spicy hot pot tonight. Can't eat it if we die here." True, Egostick told himself. "I'm not interviewing any more citizens. This terror attack is a failure." A moment later, Egostick asked him, "Can you turn on the screens?" She replied, "Yes." The live stream immediately showed the devastated state of the bridge. The lights flickered on, and Egostick was surrounded by a fleet of cameras. He bowed and spoke. "Well, everyone, it's 7 p.m. now, isn't it?" He smiled and announced, "The nationwide 100,001 Seoul National University Bridge terror attack has concluded. I will now announce the results." The comments section went wild. Let's go, let's go. 500,000 isn't that hard. Don't let Young Jean down." "Young Jean, sorry man. Damn it. If that bridge collapses, how am I supposed to get to work?" The numbers changed frantically. To build suspense, Egostick kept pausing. Suddenly, fireworks shot into the sky all around, creating a beautiful scene. Egostick shouted happily, "Fantastic. Our Korean citizens are truly amazing." The people on the bridge panicked. "What?" Egostick snapped his fingers and laughed. "You selfish people, please enjoy the final fireworks display just for you." The bombs planted on the bridge immediately detonated. Stardust turned her teeth and cursed inwardly. That guy finally. Amidst the sound of the bombs, Egostick gave a stylish bow and said, "As always, I am Egostick." The people on the stream immediately felt regret. "Is that blood?" "They're dead." Egostick put his hat back on and sighed, muttering, "Floating in the air this long is killing me. I'm really at my limit." He stood still and whispered, "In the end, I just have to watch Stardust save them." Stardust quickly lunged toward a car that was about to fall. She reached out toward the vehicle. Egostick froze. "What? Did she catch me?" He raised his hand. Mana immediately gathered into a sphere in his palm. Egostick screamed angrily, "Damn it!" Stardust also lunged forward. The car was falling. Both Stardust and Egostick tried to lift the car. Stardust used her hands to pull 2 cars back. After assisting her, Egostick muttered breathlessly, "I'm out of strength." He suddenly felt dizzy. Egostick began to fall through the air. As he was about to hit the water, a spatial vortex appeared and swept him away. Egostick had teleported back to the base. Lee Soo-bin ran over in a panic. The genius girl cried out in horror, "No, Kim dying." Blood poured from Kim Dane's nose and mouth, and his eyes gradually lost focus. Han Seon and Lee Soo-bin stood outside the glass chamber. Han Seon pleaded sadly, "Please open your eyes." Hale stood outside. The young girl bowed her head, clutching her arm. Han Seon looked at him, lying motionless. "Please." Hale stood silently outside the room. She looked up and took a deep breath. Hale rubbed her eyes with her fingertips. Elsewhere, Shin Haru stood on her balcony. She thought to herself, "Egostick." Shin Haru pulled out a newspaper. The headlines were all about Egostick and Stardust. Egostick's message to Stardust, Stardust's observatory speech, Ice Cream Festival terror attack. She remembered Egostick's words. "Don't even think about revealing your face and stepping out there. The moment you do, your life will be miserable." Shin Haru remembered Stardust stopping Egostick's plane hijacking. "Even then, if he hadn't given me courage." She frowned and thought, "I definitely wouldn't have dared to act." At that moment, it was his voice that made me believe I could do it. Shin Haru told herself, "You seem to know everything about me." She remembered Egostick's encouragement. "You can do it." She let out a long sigh and muttered, "Go save them." Shin Haru recalled the moments she saw Egostick and kept asking herself, "A man who creates terror. It's been so long that I have so much to say. Are you really a villain? Are you really a murderer? Shinharu clenched her fists and bowed her head, thinking, what is your true nature? Ego's tick. But, because of an unclear emotion, she remembered staring at him and ultimately not being able to say a single word. And as she was lunging toward the car, falling into the river, she prayed, please. Stardust gritted her teeth and thought, just touch it. The car was enveloped in a faint purple light. Stardust immediately realized the speed was decreasing. She turned her head toward Ego's tick. She saw him use his power and then fall. After rescuing the citizens, Stardust looked toward the river. Meanwhile, the fangirls were cursing. I seriously want to kill him. That evil bastard. Only wreckage and smoke remained on the bridge. The river surface was quiet. Stardust was worried and fell silent. Shinharu gripped the newspaper tightly. Having thought this far, she wondered, then really Ego's tick is... Right then, a voice rang out. Why the long face? This was another terror attack with 0 casualties, wasn't it? A girl with light blue hair walked toward Shinharu, carrying 2 cans of beer, and asked, Hey there, gorgeous. My one and only Shinharu. The newcomer was Lee Seola, the A-class hero known as Icicle. Shinharu immediately brightened up. Seola, thanks for coming over. Seola pulled her into a hug and replied, What? Of course I came. Shinharu smiled, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. They popped the tabs on the 2 beers and quickly clinked the cans together. Seola downed more than half the can in one go and laughed. That hits the spot. Watching the night sky with Shinharu and enjoying a little bit of everyday peace like this. She suddenly paused, her gaze shifting to the side. Seola sighed and asked, What is this? Shinharu, you're off the clock and you're still working? Is it because of that bastard Ego's tick again? Shinharu nodded. Seola sighed and asked, What is this? Shinharu, you're off the clock and you're still working? Is it because of that bastard Ego's tick again? Shinharu nodded. Shinharu suddenly asked, But hey, Seola, can I tell you something? She said, The way I see it, maybe Ego's tick isn't actually a bad guy. Elsewhere, Hayel walked along and saw Han Seon passed out from exhaustion on the floor. Hayel took a blanket and tucked it over Han Seon. The girl silently made her way toward the emergency room. Hayel opened the door and stepped inside. She looked at Kim Dane, who was still lying inside the medical pod. She walked up to the pod and wondered if she should step up and help. Even though he seemed like a good person, what if he ended up changing like those people who once craved her power? Hayel pondered, What should I do? At that moment, Kim Dane suddenly convulsed in pain. The girl thought, her eyes welling up. This person didn't know anything, but still saved both Cha Yun and me. He treated us kindly without asking for anything in return, and now he's dying right in front of me. Kim Dane gasped in pain. A tear fell onto the glass. The girl asked herself, Am I really going to let him die like this? Hayel muttered, I'm sorry, Mr. Kim Dane. I'm just not brave enough. She whispered, You really are a good man, but if you find out about my power, I am scared. I'm scared you'll end up just like them. Hayel used her arm to wipe the tears from her face. She took a step back. Hayel raised her hand, and a soft blue light flashed. The girl said with determination, But I'll try to be brave, just this once. The wound on Kim Dane's abdomen gradually began to heal. The soft blue light didn't fade until the wound closed up and the bleeding stopped completely. Kim Dane's breathing also gradually stabilized. Afterward, Hayel walked out of the room. Before leaving, Hayel turned back and said, Thank you. Hayel quickly walked away. Inside the glass pod, Kim Dane placed a hand on his stomach and thought, finally recruited a healer. The glass opened. Kim Dane sat up and called out softly, Hayel. He smiled and said, Thank you. Elsewhere, Seola and Shinharu had finished 4 cans of beer. Seola spoke up. All right, let's sum this up. She continued, Egostic's terror attacks are weird because there are never any casualties. Aside from the villains, from that mysterious phone call to the plane hijacking incident. All the way to saving that falling car this time, right? Shinharu nodded with sparkling eyes. Seola teased with a laugh. Good grief, Shinharu. Do you really believe that conspiracy theory that Ego's Tick is an apple mango tier secret hero? Is that really you? Are you really the A-class hero Stardust? Is this the Shin Haru I know? Shin Haru thought to herself. I'm messed up. She turned her head and said crossly, It's not about whether I believe it or not. I'm saying it because I feel like it's more than just a conspiracy. Siola kept teasing her. Give me your username for the Mango Stick fan club. I don't have one. Just kidding. Don't be mad, little Haru. Shin Haru glanced at Siola, gave a light cough, and said, Anyway, she asked. True, there are a few ambiguous points, but he's very professional about doing bad things. Right? Shin Haru hesitated. That is also true. Siola questioned. Good lord, then what's the problem? Just see him as a villain. Right, Shin Haru. Shin Haru looked down sadly and thought. From what I can see, Ego Stick seems to be looking much further ahead. I don't know what it is, but Siola spoke again. Hey, workaholic Shin Haru, stop talking about that weirdo hat-wearing villain already. Hasn't anyone caught your eye lately? You need to take advantage of your time off and go on a date. Shin Haru immediately shot back. What do you know about dating? Siola was actually the heiress to a major corporation. She blushed and said, My family keeps a super tight leash on my private life. It's not that I can't meet anyone, I just don't want to yet. Shin Haru teased her. Siola, your face is all red. It's cute. Siola immediately replied. No, it's not. Seriously. At a large prison, a black car pulled up to the gates. An elderly man stepped out. He was Kim Seon-woo, an S-class villain and technical advisor for the Hanun Group. A white-haired doctor greeted him with a smile. Welcome back, sir. Dr. Seon-woo cut him off. Drop the formalities. What's our progress? The white-haired man reported. We're currently at 56%. Progress is smooth. We expect to complete the project around September of next year. He clicked his tongue. Good lord, that's too slow. No matter what, all preparations must be finalized this winter. The white-haired doctor silently glanced at him. Once inside the car, Seon-woo ordered his subordinate. Let's go. He thought to himself, just you wait. He told himself, before this winter passes, everything in Korea will be under the feet of Dr. Kim Seon-woo. At Agostic's base, a reporter on the TV delivered a breaking news report. Dr. Kim Seon-woo, suspected of concealing unethical experiments, was released at 7 a.m. today. Mr. Kim Seon-woo is expected to return to the front lines of the Hanun Group. Kim Dane watched the TV with his chin in his hand and said with a smile, All right, time for the players to take the field. Han Seon walked by and cried out, Geez, what's with that dialogue? 3 months later, a blanket of snow covered the city. Cha-yoon, bundled up in warm clothes, ran out into the yard and shouted happily, The snow is so exciting, let's go. Come back here. Han Seon ran after him, yelling, Hey, I was here first. Lee Soo-bin and Ha-yeol walked over to a table. Lee Soo-bin took a sip of hot cocoa. She laughed and asked, This feels nice, doesn't it? Ha-yeol replied, Yeah, it's really great. Kim Dane walked over and called out, Hey Seon, can you walk like a normal person? What's with those steps? You're ruining the snow. Mr. Rambler, the snow was so beautiful a second ago, untouched and perfect. A snowball hit him square in the face. Han Seon yelled, Game on. Han Seon and Cha-yoon teased him. Come and get it, Mango Stick. Get in here. Kim Dane silently raised his hand. 2 snowballs slammed right into their faces. Kim Dane raised his hands and through gritted teeth declared, You little punks, bring it on. I'll show you some manners, special skill, super freeze speed. Han Seon screamed in shock. What the hell? Hey, that's cheating, Mango Stick. Cha-yoon also protested. That's a total exploit. The boy threw his hands up and declared, I give up. I surrender. Han Seon stared at the boy in shock. Kim Dane replied, Accepted. Cha-yoon laughed. I'm safe. Just then, Kim Dane suddenly asked Seon, Are you ready? A giant snowball crashed down, turning Han Seon into a snowman. Kim Dane laughed out loud and said, I'm starving. Let's go get a light snack. Cha-yoon shouted, As you command. Kim Dane talked while eating. This is so good. Chocolate cookies. He and Cha-yoon were eating and laughing so much they completely forgot about Han Seon. She walked toward Kim Dane. He looked up while asking Cha-yoon, Can you ask Ha-yeol to bring some more? A fistful of snow slammed into the top of Kim Dane's head. His face smashed into the table. Han Seon looked flustered. Mango stick is a goner. Was I too rough? There is ice in that snow. Cha-yun asked awkwardly. Are you okay? The genius girl now frantically shook him. Hey, we killed Mango stick. Kim Dane, no. Ha-yeol walked over, glanced at him, and said, he's smiling, he's totally faking it. Kim Dane mimicked Han Seon's voice. Mr. Kim Dane? He covered his face, pretending to be bashful. I'm so touched. Was Seon really worried about me? Han Seon gritted her teeth, her face turning red. She held up a snowball with 2 frozen water bottles stuck in it and screamed, but that really hurt. She yelled, shut up already. Then she chased after Kim Dane. While running away from Han Seon, he recalled, for the past 3 months, we've just been relaxing and enjoying winter. I thought about doing another terror attack, but Stardust is already as strong now as she was in her 3rd year of the original timeline, so it wasn't necessary. Kim Dane looked at Ha-yeol and thought, the only real change is that Ha-yeol has started smiling more. I guess she's finally stopped being so cold and open up to us. Bit by bit, fingers started pointing at him. Public opinion of me had shifted too. Everyone blamed the Seoul Bridge collapse on Egotic. My reputation completely tanked. I mean, obviously, the 1.2 million people who took my money had to find someone to blame. Those selfish citizens told themselves it's all that Egotic guy's fault for staging a monster attack there. Exactly. How is it all true? They even called us accomplices, so I scoffed. How convenient, right? Anyway, becoming a villain was my goal from the start. He pondered. Now I just have to wait for the black disaster to appear. Right then, Han Seon jumped on his back and shouted, Gotcha! Kim Dane fell to the ground, but laughed happily and said, You win. But in the blink of an eye, Han Seon was turned back into a snowman, while Kim Dane quickly ran off. Lee Soo-bin saw it and laughed. What was that pathetic scream? Ha-yeol said worriedly, You're going to get hurt if you keep playing like that. Everyone sat back down at the table in disgust. I'm hungry. What's for dinner? We played too hard. How about we make bibimbap? Great. Let's get inside quickly. It's freezing out here. Go call Si-woo first. Right? Elsewhere, warning lights were flashing a constant red. The research lab was collapsing, and employees were scattering in every direction. Kim Si-woo fell to the ground, screaming frantically, No way, this can't be happening, damn it. Where did it all go? An employee shouted, Doctor, you have to run now. He immediately protested. Let me go. How can I abandon my entire life's work? He turned to look at the site of the explosion, and a grotesque creature slowly stepped out from the smoke. 2 employees propped Si-woo up, and one shouted, Please, doctor, we have to run now. C'est muted. Impossible. Behemoth is only test subject number 1, a mere prototype. How could it have gained consciousness? The creature named Behemoth opened its massive maw and roared. At a high-rise building, security guards scrambled in chaos as a sudden explosion ripped through the air. Stardust rushed quickly into the building. She burst into a room and demanded, Mr. President, what is going on? The man pointed at a screen and cried out, It's an emergency, Stardust. Look, Behemoth had broken out of the lab and begun laying waste to the city. The man spoke in terror. Where did that horrific thing come from? Stardust looked up, her keen senses picking something up, and she yelled, Run now. Outside, Behemoth had already started tearing the building apart. An unlucky driver found himself trapped in the rubble caused by the beast. A wall slammed into the car. The driver luckily jumped out just in time and cried out in panic, My car! Someone advised loudly. What's the use of worrying about a car now? Run! Behemoth continued its mindless rampage through the area. Buildings collapsed one after another. A man clutched his son, praying in terror. Dear God! Behemoth roared. He screamed in fright. Oh my God! Stardust announced as she dashed toward the exit. I'm heading out immediately. Chief Runho tried to stop her. Calm down, Stardust. You can't face something that huge alone. Stardust turned back and countered, I can't just sit here and watch it run wild. You stay here and eat your popcorn, Mr. President. The man cried out in shock. What? A loud noise made her spin around. The screen showed Behemoth destroying everything in its path as it headed toward the Seoul National University Bridge. Suddenly, it tumbled into the river. It slowly began to sink. The air in the room immediately went still. Chief Runho called out to Stardust. She replied blankly. The president gave an order. I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow morning. Popcorn? What are you talking about? Stardust hesitated. I am sorry. At Agostic's base, he was calmly eating popcorn. The moment Behemoth fell into the river, everyone burst into cheers. That evening, lights remained on in a certain house. Shin Haru sat at her desk, scrolling through news on her computer screen. Her eyes landed on an article titled, Are there still fools who think Ego's Tick is a villain? The post argued that this was mandatory reading for those who still viewed him as a villain. This black disaster creature possesses a certain level of intelligence. If it had fully awakened its consciousness, it could have fought the top 3 heroes for days without tiring. If given more time and wisdom, it would have learned to avoid its weakness, water, and destroyed everything in Korea. The conclusion praised Mango Stick. After reading the article, Shin Haru sighed. She chewed on a piece of tangerine and couldn't help but think, it's unbelievable. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? In reality, if Ego's Tick hadn't collapsed the bridge ahead of time, no hero in Korea could have stopped that monster. Thinking of this dilemma, Shin Haru fell silent, lost in deep thought. This can't possibly be true. It was dark outside, with only a few streetlights casting a glow. Shin Haru, dressed in her gear and a hat, ran down the empty, dark road, her ponytail swaying with her stride. She kept reminding herself, he is a villain, and I am a hero. Even if it means protecting him, I will be the one to protect everyone. Shin Haru ran forward with a serious expression. On the TV, the news anchor provided an update. Next, reports indicate that experiments by a top Korean firm, the Hanun Group, were the source of the recent black disaster, a revelation that has shaken the nation. The Hanun headquarters collapsed overnight. There are no signs of life within the Hanun building. The screen cut to the Hanun Group site for a live report. The anchor continued. The chairman of Hanun, along with Dr. Kim Seon-woo, who was responsible for the black disaster experiments, have disappeared along with their research team. Han Seon, Lee Soo-bin, and Hyul watched the news while eating dinner. Hearing this, Kim Dane couldn't help but remark, so it finally came to this. Hyul threw punches and kicks in the air, cursing happily. Those bastards got what they deserved. Lee Soo-bin wasn't satisfied yet, flailing her arms angrily. It's not over. Han Seon agreed aggressively. We have to catch all those runners. Let's form an alliance against the people who managed Hanun's lethal projects. Kim Dane, holding a pair of plastic chopsticks, waved his hand dismissively. Tell them to be optimistic. Don't worry, they'll show their faces soon enough. Then, he asked with a smile, more importantly, can everyone gather here once we're done eating? Lee Soo-bin looked confused. Han Seon, who was full of energy just a second ago, slumped down suspiciously. What are you planning now? Every time you say that, I get scared. Looking at the detailed blueprints Kim Dane opened for them, the 3, Han Seon, Lee Soo-bin, and Hyul, shouted in disbelief. The Hanun Group's underground laboratory. After the outburst, Lee Soo-bin and Hyul went quiet, leaving only Han Seon to yell frantically, What's down there? Dane looked at her helplessly and asked, What exactly do you mean? He circled the text B9 with a red pen and said with a devious, vague smile, Something absolutely insane. A secret ultimate weapon created by the Hanun Group during their experiments on a superhuman army. They implanted it into human bodies. That tangled mess of wires and spheres is a living entity created from materials capable of stopping even nuclear bombs. Since the Black Disaster was the prototype for Behemoth, it's the source of the current mutations on Earth. If perfected, its power would likely. After a long-winded explanation, Kim Dane noticed the trio's reactions, confused, dazed, and scratching their heads. They then looked unhappy, and he asked hesitantly, Why? Why are you all looking like that? Han Seon, Lee Soo-bin, and Hyul all had stiff, frowning faces. Han Seon spoke up, her face dark as she questioned him in a low voice. Dane, is it a superhuman monster army? Are you planning to mess with your body again? 2 extra holes in your stomach might look cool, I guess. Kim Dane's face turned pale with helplessness, his eyes instinctively avoiding theirs as he stayed silent. Han Seon pressed further, jumping up and pointing at his face, screaming, Are you kidding me right now? Kim Dane argued back. I just want to get stronger. Hearing that, Han Seon became even more furious. She leaped onto the table and started pounding on him, gritting her teeth. You want to get stronger? Kim Dane shielded himself from her punches, not daring to say another word. Lee Soo-bin couldn't watch anymore and stood up to separate them. All right, both of you. That's enough. Kim Dane thought to himself. The original story is set. There was no specific mention of the Hero Association's next move in the original work, but I can easily block Han Seon's punches, which even made her let out a sigh of admiration. Kim Dane remained lost in thought, wondering suspiciously. Yeah, nothing serious is going to happen, right? Early morning, under a clear blue sky at a high-rise corporate building, an assistant stood at a podium reporting on the situation. Multiple biological signals have been detected in the buried underground lab. It appears the creatures and Hanun researchers are still alive. Chief Runho listened intently and asked, Underground, Jie Hyun, attending the meeting by video call, reported, I tried to approach last night, but my shadow couldn't reach it. It was blocked by waves emitted by that black substance. After hearing this, Chief Runho asked Stardust, Did you hear that? Support will be difficult. Are you still going? Stardust was currently hovering in midair, observing the massive pit below. She adjusted her earpiece and answered firmly, Yes. Chief Runho's voice came through with instructions. Good. I approve the mission to explore the Hanun Group's underground base. Stardust accepted the mission and flew straight down into the massive pit, unaware that Egostick was watching her from the rooftop of a nearby building. Egostick spoke candidly about his tension. This makes me a bit nervous because it's not exactly going according to plan. Han Seon, on the other end of the line, teased him loudly. If you're scared, you can come back right now. Lee Soo-bin stepped in to keep the peace. Seon, don't provoke him like that. Egostick didn't take it personally, boasting with overconfidence, as if I'd be scared of some monsters. Han Seon, typing away, couldn't hide her look of disdain. Lee Soo-bin was helpless with the two of them, but in the end, they both gave him a sincere, smiling reminder. Be careful. Egostick used magic to appear. Their live stream began. He started with an introduction. Nice to meet you all. I am Egostick. He then created a sense of mystery to draw viewers in before getting to the point. Is this a terror attack? What's happening today? I'm sure you're all curious. Unfortunately, today isn't a terror attack. It's an exploration. The live stream hit 10,000 viewers. The stream had started a minute ago. In the comments, netizens were debating frantically, what is this? Oh, is this a stream from SSS-Rank Heroine Mango? Thank you. Explain the soul bridge. If you knew it would be destroyed, where were you? Why is it so dark? What crazy thing are you planning today? The camera panned to the machinery around them. Egotick spoke in a playful tone. This is the Hanun Group's underground base, the very place where that horrific disaster was created. What were they doing here? I'm so curious I can't stand it. Shall we take a look? At headquarters, Chief Runho shouted for Stardust. Stardust, can you hear me? The assistant beside him advised. It seems she's gone so deep that the radio signals can't reach her anymore. Chief Runho slammed his fist on the table in frustration. He wondered who Egostick thought he was to suddenly barge in there. But then he grumpily ordered, Assistant, give me some popcorn. The assistant said, yes, and stood up to leave. On the other side, Egostick pointed his camera at the machinery, saying mockingly, Look at this, everyone. What were those bastards doing in here? Egostick looked around playfully. The viewers in the comments were arguing and commenting. Are you curious? The atmosphere is so serious it's scary. There's nothing here, right? Where did all the stuff from before go? Careful, Mango Stick. The camera moved into every corner. Egostick said half-jokingly, Would I, the man who shook all of Korea, be scared by a tiny lab remnant like this? Suddenly, hearing a noise, he turned on the lights. He alertly raised several defensive guns. He suddenly spotted a white cat and instinctively yelled, What? Egostick wondered in confusion. It's just a cat, right? He immediately raised his guard, thinking suspiciously. But why is there a cat here? The cat suddenly rolled over as red wires wrapped around it, and it backed into a corner. Egostick froze. The cat, with glowing red eyes, stood on the pile of red wires and stared at him, letting out a cry. Hearing a noise behind him, he spun around. A monster with a demon's face appeared, lunging aggressively toward him, extending its sharp-clawed hands. Egostick was startled, crying out in shock, his face turning pale with fear. Stardust was currently pushing deeper into the dark tunnel. Suddenly, she heard gunshots. She stopped immediately and spun around, thinking, gunshots. The scene returned to the protagonist's perspective. By now, he regretted every foolish decision that had led him here. As he fled, his thoughts swirled in panic. I shouldn't have crawled into this place. I should have listened to Sion. Straw my foot. I should have stayed home practicing telekinesis instead. Behind him, the hideous monster with a massive face was hot on his heels. Ego's-Tick frantically controlled the guns hovering around him, firing wildly while running for his life. But that only increased his fear. Stamping his feet, he muttered through clenched teeth. No, regret won't help now. At this point, I have to catch Behemoth before I get out of here. The next second, true to the nature of an overly dramatic villain, he tripped. His body flew forward, rolling several times on the floor before coming to a painful stop. His face twisted as he groaned, stealing a quick glance back. As expected, the monster had seized the opportunity and closed the gap. Saliva dripped from its gaping mouth as it loomed over him, ready to swallow its prey. Out of options, Ego's-Tick gathered all his floating guns and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Countless bullets riddled the monster's massive body, tearing bloody holes in its flesh. But given its size, those wounds were mere scratches. Instead of falling, the creature only grew more enraged. It let out an ear-piercing roar that shook the entire underground facility until the place collapsed in a cloud of dust. Whether by dumb luck or divine comedy, Ego's-Tick survived, crawling out from the wreckage, drenched in mud and in pain. He muttered, "Just how deep is this place?" In all the chaos, I lost both my camera and my guns. "Great," he said loudly, attempting to check his radio. "So, do you copy?" Silence. No response. A creeping sense of dread began to gnaw at his gut. The signal probably couldn't reach this depth. Now I'm actually starting to get a little scared. Just a little, he admitted to himself, wearily glancing around the wreckage. But before he could steady his nerves, a sudden shock wave shook the wall to his left. A fist punched through the concrete, leaving a deep crater. Stepping through the gap was a familiar figure, Stardust. Her enhanced senses were sharp as she narrowed her eyes, scanning the dust-filled room. This energy, it's familiar. Don't tell me it's Ego's-Tick, she muttered. Her gaze locked onto him, confirming her suspicion. Immediately, she dropped into a combat stance, her voice razor-sharp. "What are you doing here?" As for Ego's-Tick, he froze, panic flooding his mind as he waved his hands slightly and stammered. "Wait, Stardust. I should be the one asking that. What are you doing here?" Cracking her knuckles, Stardust replied coldly. "I'm a hero. Cleaning up places like this isn't unusual for me, is it?" Her words left him speechless. "Right. Yeah, that makes sense," he muttered, nodding feebly. That was all the confirmation she needed. A slow, confident smirk spread across her face as she straightened up. Perfect timing. Looks like I found an unexpected bonus target. Her eyes flashed dangerously. "If you come quietly, it won't hurt." The moment the words left her mouth, Stardust lunged forward, reaching out to grab it. Ego's-Tick barely managed to use his teleportation ability to dodge, and just like that, the two began a relentless pursuit within the cramped underground space. What made it worse was that Ego's-Tick's evasions were successful only by the narrowest of margins. Every time Stardust struck, her blows missed him by mere inches. Finally, panting for breath, he held up his hands in a desperate plea for time. "Wait. Stop. I know you only see me as a villain. But look around. You know as well as I do. This place is dangerous. You don't even know what this facility actually is, do you? So why don't we call a temporary truce until we reach the lower floors?" He proposed hurriedly, hoping she would at least listen. Stardust paused for 3 seconds, her brow furrowed. Instead of answering, she shot back. "Then why don't you tell me what you're doing here first?" Ego's-Tick shrugged helplessly, trying to look calm despite the sweat pouring down his face. "Let's just say I was curious. The people working here are the ones who created the Black Disaster. I think they might have built something even worse." She watched him in silence, judging whether he was telling the truth. After a few seconds, she finally gave a small nod. "Fine, that's acceptable. A temporary cooperation. Follow me. I'm having trouble with those monsters anyway. You can lend a hand." Having said that, she turned and walked away. Ego's-Tick blinked, surprised by how easily she agreed. "Huh? I just threw that out there. How did it end up like this?" he muttered. Meanwhile, Stardust's inner thoughts told a different story. If I try to take him by force, he'll probably just escape again. Better to keep him close and watch him. This way, maybe I can understand what Egostick is thinking. Time passed quickly. The two were now scouring documents in an abandoned research room. Instead of focusing, Egostick kept glancing around suspiciously, scanning every corner. His constant restlessness finally irritated Stardust. She punched the wall right next to him, leaving a deep indentation, and barked, "What the hell are you muttering about villains for? You're testing my patience. This place is full of secrets. Move it before I crush you." Seeing her terrifying gaze, like a lion about to pounce, Egostick immediately stood up straight. "Yes, ma'am. Moving now." "Geez, you're scary," he cried out dramatically. But when he turned back to look at her, focused, serious, and radiant even in the dim light, a faint blush spread across his cheeks. Getting to cooperate like this. I could get used to it, he thought, smiling foolishly. A while later, realizing they couldn't find any useful clues, the two decided to move on. Following behind her, Egostick couldn't help but be impressed. She navigates this place so easily. Don't tell me her superhuman senses have evolved to this level already. Setting that aside, the two finally reached a room labeled Superpower Suppression Chamber. The suspicious name made Stardust hesitate to enter. Instead, she turned back and gave a firm order. "Hey, Egostick, you go in first." Egostick froze on the spot, his voice rising in panic. "Me? You want me to go in there?" Stardust didn't bother arguing. She simply raised her clenched fist and cracked her knuckles. It was a silent but terrifying threat. Seeing this, Egostick immediately gave in. "Of course I'll go. I'll go." "Naturally," he said with a forced smile. Though his thoughts were different. "She's treating me like a total guinea pig." Reluctantly, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. To test the room's effectiveness, he took off his hat, tossed it into the air, and tried to control it with telekinesis. Nothing happened. He frowned, focusing harder, and closed his eyes to try teleporting. Still nothing. "It really doesn't work," he muttered. From the outside, Stardust's voice rang out, sounding a bit dark and suspicious. "Really?" Egostick didn't have time to respond. While he was examining the walls, a loud explosion boomed behind him. Startled, he spun around only to see Stardust standing before a cracked wall. Her fist was still partially raised. Debris fell all around her. "I just wanted to check if it really neutralized powers," she said calmly, brushing dust off her gloves. "Turns out it does. I wasn't lying about that." Egostick stared at her with wide eyes, half amazed and half terrified. She broke the wall with pure physical strength. So cool. But wait, what if this whole place collapses? Even so, deep down, he couldn't help but admire her. Her raw strength has increased to this level. Truly terrifying. Before he could think further, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the chamber. Red warning lights began to flash on the walls. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Both of them froze. The same realization hit them. We're locked in a sealed chamber. No superpowers. Stardust was doing her best to break through the emergency exit. Her entire body emitted a brilliant red glow, but the door didn't seem to budge. Kim Dane told Stardust that trying to break the door was useless because it was designed to open automatically after approximately 3 hours. He pointed out the countdown timer, which showed 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 41 seconds. Kim Dane continued, explaining that this heavily guarded door would open eventually, and advised her not to waste her energy so they could leave together when it finally did. Blood dripped from Stardust's hands. It appeared she had injured herself while attempting to force the door. Watching her quietly, Kim Dane noticed the injuries as well. Kim Dane slowly stood up and continued to advise Stardust not to be foolish, pointing out that she wasn't even in a fit state to use her powers. Stardust stood her ground, eyes determined and fists clenched, watching Kim Dane's every move. Kim Dane straightened up, reached his hand towards Stardust, and said, "Give me your hand." Stardust looked at Kim Dane in surprise, her eyes wide with shock and suspicion as he kept his hand extended. Kim Dane carefully held Stardust's hand, which was now neatly bandaged, though blood still seeped through the white gauze. Stardust stared at Kim Dane, her deep blue eyes wide with an indescribable surprise and a surge of complex thoughts regarding his actions. Stardust turned away, stating she wouldn't thank him. However, Kim Dane teased that her words sounded exactly like a thank you. Stardust angrily punched the wall and turned back to scold him, prompting Kim Dane to say, "Ah yes, I get it. Let's stop here. Be careful with your hand." Kim Dane placed a hand on his hat and let out a soft sigh. He sat down on the floor, leaning his back against the wall, and mentioned he was going to lie down for a bit. Stardust watched him in amazement. Kim Dane stretched out on the floor, remarking that there was nothing to do for the next 3 hours anyway, and suggested Stardust rest and take a nap to save her energy. Stardust looked suspicious and annoyed, her face clearly showing her wariness. After an hour had passed, Stardust sat leaning against the wall, while Kim Dane remained lying there with his eyes wide open, thinking to himself that despite what he'd said, how could anyone actually sleep in a place like this? Tears welled up in Kim Dane's eyes as he thought about how he couldn't let his guard down for even a second, given how dangerous the situation was. Kim Dane turned inward, thinking he was like a mouse in a jar. Meanwhile, Stardust, who was stronger than most grown men even without her powers, prevented him from fully relaxing his vigilance. At that moment, Stardust also turned to look, and their eyes met. Caught off guard, Stardust felt a bit shy and looked away. Kim Dane seemed to have caught Stardust's cute moment. He tugged slightly at his shirt and smiled with satisfaction. 2 hours later, the situation worsened as Stardust began to struggle for breath due to declining oxygen levels. Kim Dane also looked exhausted and remarked that he was truly spent this time. Kim Dane watched Stardust struggle to breathe. Suddenly, Stardust spoke up, bringing up the soul bridge. Kim Dane turned back with a surprised expression, seemingly not following her train of thought. Gasping for air, Stardust asked Kim Dane about the car accident, whether it was his doing. Kim Dane stared at Stardust, his eyes wide with shock, thinking she found out. Kim Dane recalled his hands surrounded by Manhwa as he tried to hold back the car, falling into the sea during the Soul Bridge incident. Stardust, still weak, brought up the car accident again and pressed him. "I'm asking you, you stopped it, didn't you?" Then he gave an awkward smirk. "What? Me, a villain? How would I know how to stop? I only ever move forward." Stardust looked at him angrily, thinking he was talking nonsense. Stardust stared at Kim Dane with determination, asking about the plane crash and demanding to know why he told her to save it. Kim Dane's face showed pure horror, his eyes darting around as if looking for an excuse to cover his tracks. After thinking for a moment, he began to explain, "I told you. I'm a villain and you're a hero. Your existence makes me more complete. That's the kind of relationship we have." Internally, however, he wondered, wait, why is she acting like this? Finally, with sweat beading on his face, Kim Dane concluded, "Is it really that strange for a hero to go save people?" Kim Dane sat on the floor, still trying to explain, while Stardust curled up, her face full of annoyance. Kim Dane thought to himself that he had overreacted out of embarrassment, and quickly told himself it was just the lack of oxygen. Stardust lowered her head, her eyes cold, deducing that he was indeed the one who collapsed the Soul Bridge. Stardust continued, asking Kim Dane if he knew beforehand about the monster's appearance and that it would head toward the bridge to do what it did. Kim Dane forced a laugh, mocking Stardust for believing in ridiculous online conspiracy theories. He continued to reason that he was also a bit surprised, but it was clearly just a coincidence. Kim Dane looked at Stardust's determined expression and thought, "Is she actually testing me?" Kim Dane looked confused, wondering if he had missed something. A horrific image flashed, the Mapo Bridge destroyed in a sea of fire and smoke. Next came an image of a plane crashing down from the sky. And then the image of a giant black monster lurking like a catastrophe, a dark calamity. Kim Dane thought to himself, "Stardust doesn't believe in nonsense conspiracy theories. She's doubting whether I'm actually a villain at all." Looking into Stardust's suspicious gaze, Kim Dane realized this stemmed from her contact with him. Suspicion naturally arose from past terror attacks. In other words, a hero's intuition. Kim Dane stopped himself, thinking that if he gave a clumsy explanation, Stardust would only suspect him more, and he let out a soft chuckle. Stardust maintained her suspicious expression and wondered. Meanwhile, Kim Dane thought the only way out of this was a direct confrontation. Kim Dane laughed maniacally and said, "That's right, I know everything. I knew the monster was coming, so I took it down first." Stardust sat there in complete shock. The skill Kim Dane imagined was a secret move similar to an ego. Kim Dane continued, and in that moment, Stardust's expression darkened. Kim Dane similkit, chulinging Stardust. So, what are you going to do? He thought this strategy could be summarized as so what? It seemed plausible. Stardust leaned back, wondering how Kim Dane knew, if he could predict the future. Then he pointed at himself and said bluntly, hack. Kim Dane stood in a dramatic pose, surrounded by glowing red lines of code, eyes shining, boasting that as Korea's top hacker, knowing some classified info wasn't strange. He thought to himself, prophecy? What? How naive? Stardust still looked suspicious and said, it's still very strange. Kim Dane kept his cunning smile, eyes glowing red as he replied, what? What else is strange, Miss Stardust? Stardust glared angrily at Kim Dane, demanding to know why he prevented civilian casualties when he was supposed to be such a villain. Kim Dane, with panic on his face, explained that he hated having his spotlight stolen. He timed the monster's appearance and stopped it because if civilian casualties were too high, no one would pay attention to him anymore. It was all to draw attention and serve his own performance. Kim Dane broke into a sweat, his eyes darting around as he forced a laugh, saying that as long as things didn't spin completely out of control, he didn't care if civilians lived or died because it had nothing to do with it. Stardust turned away without a word. The room fell into silence. Kim Dane, looking a bit flustered, tried to emphasize his point, asking Stardust if she understood, his own heavy breathing still audible. Suddenly, Kim Dane held a cunning smile, his eyes glowing red. Stardust bolted up, making him flinch instinctively. Kim Dane looked straight at Stardust, his eyes serious and pensive, unsure of what she was about to do. Stardust glared at him for a long time without speaking, making Kim Dane a bit nervous and sweaty. Her face darkened, her blue eyes wide. Kim Dane watched Stardust carefully, waiting for her next move. Suddenly, she spoke briefly, move. Only then did he look up at the countdown clock. As the timer hit 0, the cold iron door finally opened. Stardust knelt on the ground, picking up a few small stones to gain more leverage in her hands, then punched the wall in front of her with force. Finished, she signaled Ego's Tick. Let's go, hurry. Ego's Tick tested his powers, lifting a few stones, and hummed as he followed Stardust. The two were silent for a long distance, one following the other. Suddenly, they discovered a lit-up machine with strange information on the screen. RKCB 1107, temporarily called the teleporter. Note, has the ability to teleport and escape, so A-rank protection must always be maintained. Tends to attack from behind, so high vigilance is required. After reading this, Ego's Tick couldn't help but wonder in amazement. Have they really developed teleportation abilities? Both Ego Tick and Stardust looked around cautiously. They surveyed the ruined, massive test tube before them. He said seriously, Behemoth Prototype number 0. It was the very tube that once held what was called the Calamity. It had shattered the glass and escaped. Having finished, he turned around with a dry laugh. Well, I guess our adventure in this cursed lab is over, right? Probably nothing left to see. Blood is splattered everywhere, and there's nothing useful left. Only then did Stardust speak up with an analysis. Wait, if this is just a prototype, that means the actual entity is still out there somewhere. Ego Tick, who was planning to leave, froze at her words, both praising and lamenting internally. She's really sharp. But then he just awkwardly scratched his head and suggested to Stardust. Then shall we try going over there? Stardust snapped that she wasn't going that way and turned in a different direction. His footsteps, headed the other way, stopped. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. What a pain. The two quickly reached another intact test tube. Stardust whispered hesitantly, We're here. This thing is Behemoth. She then went to stand before the machine, recording the tube's parameters, before shifting toward a nearby row of machinery. Seeing this, Ego's Tick groaned inwardly. Where's she going? Good grief, Miss Stardust. Are you really leaving me alone with Behemoth? We were like an alliance just now, but I've asserted many times that I'm a bona fide villain. Why is she so carefree? She even turned her back so decisively. My pride as an excellent villain is a bit hurt. Noticing Stardust was still focused on reading the information sheet, a crazy idea suddenly struck him. Seriously, she probably won't believe anything I say. I'll just have to show her directly. At that moment, Hearing the sound of glass breaking, Stardust turned back in a panic to see Ego's-Tick taking a sample of the entity with his bare hands. Stardust snapped angrily. "Ew, what the hell are you doing?" Ego's-Tick held up his hand, which was tightly wrapped in the entity's tendrils, and said nonchalantly, "What else? Betrayal, of course." Stardust was so angry she was speechless, only able to scream. Using his villainous memory, he recalled that in the original work, Dr. Kim Sun-woo used Behemoth to fight Stardust. This meant that now his eyes were glowing red and his entire body emitted a heavy aura. Ego's-Tick crooked his finger, provoking Stardust. With her heroic spirit, Stardust didn't hesitate and charged at him, shouting a declaration of war. "I'm going to beat you to within an inch of your life." Ego's-Tick swung his arm back for momentum and swung it straight at her. His arm grew massive as he and Stardust lunged desperately at each other. His giant arm and her punch collided. Sensing something, she froze for a moment. Ego's-Tick gave a sinister laugh. Stardust struggled and fought against the massive arm. One explosion followed another. The sounds of continuous blasting rang out without rest. Stardust tried her best to hunt down and kill Ego's-Tick. Ego's-Tick flicked the hem of his cape, speaking half-jokingly to Stardust as she unleashed a barrage of energy attacks toward him. "Are you planning to level this entire place, Stardust? Keep this up, and the whole building really is going to collapse." Stardust, unable to take his teasing any longer, snapped and screamed out a challenge. "Hey, fight me fair and square for once. I'm seriously losing it." But he still had the nerve to playfully fire a question back at her. "Have you ever seen a villain fight fair? You were just betrayed, and you still believe I'm going to play nice?" Stardust let out a curse in frustration. "Damn it," before quickly lunging at him again. Their fists collided, neither side willing to back down. Ego's-Tick gave a dangerous, cocky smirk and said, "This is how villains fight, Miss Stardust. Do you get it now?" Just as she carelessly turned her back for a split second, right in the middle of lecturing her, he suddenly stopped and stared at the monster appearing behind Stardust. It was charging straight for them. Ego's-Tick thought to himself with regret, "Too fast. I can't teleport and take Stardust with me in time. 1 second we're fighting, and the next she's gone." While Stardust stood there dazed and confused, a sharp claw lunged straight for her head. Ego's-Tick lamented inwardly, "It's too late." Despite that, he still appeared, shielding Stardust from the strike. Feeling his back pressed against hers, Stardust cried out, "Ego's-Tick." Ego's-Tick punched the monster away and clutched his stomach in pain. Stardust turned around, asking urgently, "You, what the hell are you doing? What was that just now?" Her eyes quickly landed on his bleeding wound, and she went dead silent. Ego's-Tick tilted his head toward her and said flatly, "I'll only say this once. You owe me for this." Then, he turned into light and vanished in an instant, leaving a bewildered Stardust staring after him. Meanwhile, at home, Hansen, Lee Ha-eun, and Soo Bin were pacing around, worried sick about him. Han So-eun complained incessantly. "He always disappears without a word. Does he have any idea how worried everyone is? I think I'm starting to get wrinkles on my forehead." Suddenly, the sound of a door slamming open caught their attention. Han So-eun jumped to her feet. "That's got to be him." She skipped toward the door, still grumbling. "Seriously, what took you so long? Why'd you just disappear without warning like that?" When she suddenly saw him collapse to the floor, Han So-eun's face froze before she let out a piercing scream. Hearing her, Lee Ha-eun and Soo Bin stood up and ran outside in a panic. Seeing Ego's-Tick lying motionless on the ground, Han So-eun sat beside him in a daze as red blood from his wounds soaked the floor. Soo Bin trembled nervously, muttering, "First aid kit, call 911 like last time." She quickly pulled out her phone to dial. After snapping out of it, Han So-eun helped Ego's-Tick up, shaking him and calling out, "Hey, wake up." Seeing him drifting in and out of consciousness with blood still pouring out, she panicked even more. "What do we do? He's losing too much blood." Lee Ha-eun, calmer than the other two, finally spoke up. "Let me take a look. Move aside for a second." Han So-eun looked up at her, her face a mess of tears and snot. Lee Ha-eun activated her healing powers, placing her hands over Ego's-Tick's abdomen. A bright flash of light filled the entire room. At that moment, Stardust was still sitting back at the laboratory. She absent-mindedly touched the dark red bloodstain on the floor. Her mind was a mess, feeling a mix of worry and suspicion. He looked like he was bleeding a lot. Why did he save me? What is that Ego's-Tick guy even up to? Looking at the spoonful of porridge being held to his mouth, Kim Dane said in a low voice. Subin, please. Please just let me eat by myself, okay? Let me keep at least a little bit of my dignity. Despite his complaints, both his hands were cuffed, making it impossible to resist. Lee Subin just kept smiling, shoving the porridge into his mouth and even praising him like a toddler. Good boy. Just then, Lee Hyun arrived with Father Yin. Hi, everyone. Well, I'm heading off to school now, okay? Seeing this, Kim Dane called out, Hyun, and waved her goodbye. Suddenly, Lee Hyun bowed her head, clutching her backpack straps tightly as she spoke with tearful guilt. I'm sorry for just now telling the truth about my powers. You were even worried about me going back to school. Kim Dane gave her a gentle, reassuring smile. What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be grateful. It's your first day of high school, so do your best. Han Seon happily chimed in. Have a safe trip, sis. The two waved goodbye to Lee Hyun and Father Yun again. Lee Hyun gave a bright smile and said, I'm off. Subin waved as well, not forgetting to wish Father Yun. Have a good day at school, Father Yun. You two be careful now. Thinking back to Lee Hyun's apology reminded Han Seon of the recent incident. Her temper flared as she raised a fist, her voice dropping to a terrifyingly serious tone as she threatened him. And as for you, try saying you want to go out one more time, and I'll end you. I'm not joking. She quickly changed the subject, holding up a strange ball of yarn and asking, By the way, what is this thing you picked up? It's pretty heavy. Kim Dane laced his fingers together and said nonchalantly, Thun, I told you, I use it for acupressure. Can you give it back? Han Seon looked at the strange object again, confused. It's perfectly round. How are you supposed to use this for acupressure? Without a word, Kim Dane used his power to pull the object back to his hand, making her nearly trip. Holding Behemoth's true form in his hand, he muttered a chant. Wake up, Behemoth. Hearing that, both Han Seon and Subin stared at him with a mix of worry and fear. A click rang out, and the handcuffs on Kim Dane's wrists fell away. Seeing the shifting tassels, they both instinctively stepped back. Kim Dane toyed with it like a plaything, spinning Han Seon and Subin around with one hand while feeding himself porridge with the other, then asked, Do you girls know what you did wrong yet? Do you ever dare do that to me again? Han Seon, dizzy from the spinning, screamed in surrender. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Then he asked again, Are you going to do it again? Han Seon, on the verge of tears, begged for mercy. I won't. Please just put me down. Outside, night had fallen and the full moon sat high in the sky. Inside a house, Shinharu was tossing and turning in bed. She dreamed of the moment in the lab when he stepped in to take the hit for her. The dream ended. Shinharu let out a scream and sat bolt upright, the moonlight drifting into her room. She sat huddled, gripping her shirt tightly as she tried to calm her nerves. In the quiet void, she whispered to herself, Egoistic, you're still safe, right? 1 month later, the sky was clear and the streets were peaceful. Shinharu sat in an empty classroom, leaning on her hand and staring blankly at the sunlight outside the window. Kim Chae-hyun walked over and asked with concern, Haru, why have you been such a space cadet lately? Is something bothering you? Shinharu forced a smile and brushed it off. It's nothing. But Kim Chae-hyun wasn't buying it. She puffed out her chest and insisted on an answer. What? No way. Come on, tell me. Hurry, hurry. Shinharu finally asked tentatively. Hey, if a villain saves a superhero, what does that mean? Kim Chae-hyun burst out laughing, asking confusedly, Where did that random question come from? Shinharu stubbornly explained. It's just a hypothetical. What if a villain and a certain hero? Seeing this, she realized Kim Chae-hyun wouldn't take such an absurd idea seriously. She quickly made up an excuse. Never mind. I guess I'm just getting too into the novel I'm reading. Kim Chae-hyun sat down beside her, digging through her bag as she said excitedly, Oh man, is that it? Actually, I'm hooked on a really good novel right now too. And the plot is pretty similar to what you just said. With that, she pulled out her tablet and shoved it in front of Shinharu's face. Look, what do you think? Looking at the cover and the title. The forbidden love between the villain Egotic and the heroine Stardust. Shinharu immediately slammed her head onto the desk. Seeing this, Kim Chae-hyun asked in a panic, What's wrong? How? Shinharu looked up but didn't answer. Her mind was racing, wondering, I wonder if he's okay. Could he actually be dead? Ignoring Kim Chae-hyun, who was hovering over her, asking, Haru, do you have a headache? Shinharu kept her face turned toward the window, her mind in the clouds. No way. A guy that calculating, someone who turned all of Korea upside down, someone that thick-skinned is definitely going to live a long life. Despite thinking that, she couldn't help but sigh, her heart feeling a spark of anticipation. I just wonder when his next attack will be. Meanwhile, on Kim Dane's side, he spoke seriously to everyone. We aren't going to do anything for a while. Hearing that, Subin stopped mid-peel with her apple. Han Seo-eun, with her mouth full of apple, froze too. Both of them turned to look at him simultaneously. Han Seo-eun asked in surprise, "Really?" Kim Dane lay back to soak up some sun, answering nonchalantly, "I'm going to rest for a bit." Han Seo-eun took the opportunity to start lecturing. "Good grief. What do you mean for a bit? We might as well just retire." Kim Dane dropped another announcement. "While I'm resting, someone else will take my place." Hearing this, Han Seo-eun froze again and asked in confusion, "What?" "Someone is going to replace you." Kim Dane said nothing more, a toothpick in his mouth as he thought silently. "I can't keep showing my face forever. Right now, I'm the strongest one in the group, and that's the biggest problem. Just looking at how Stardust handled Behemoth, like it was a piece of cake, I need an ally strong enough for the upcoming challenge. For Stardust's sake, I've already got someone ready." A new member at a cafe. A beautiful female employee was on her shift, her mouth fixed in a robotic smile as she said, "Welcome, valued customer." Then a young man with a bright red face holding a large bouquet of flowers stepped in front of her, squeezed his eyes shut, and blurted out, "I love you. Say, these pure white flowers represent my heart. Please accept them, and accept my feelings for you." And exactly at this moment, Kim Dane was sitting in the cafe, sipping his drink, getting a front row seat to the drama. This scene existed in the original story too, and of course the beautiful employee followed the script. Fuming with rage, she gritted her teeth and snapped at the guy, "Get the hell out right now. I'm already annoyed, and now I have to deal with some guy joking around in someone's sacred workplace. Do I look that easy to you?" Leaving the young man to run out crying with his flowers, wailing, "You're so mean," Kim Dane, having seen the show, chuckled to himself. Seeing it live is way more fun. Choi Se, 23 years old, helplessly face-palmed, her other hand holding a half-finished drink. Suddenly, her eyes locked with Kim Dane's, who was staring right at her. Choi Se, her cheeks turned pink, and she shyly looked away, whispering to herself, "What the heck? Why does he keep staring at me?" And according to the script, the Choi Se from the original story would eventually operate under the alias Elektra, an A-rank villain. Currently, she was living peacefully as a civilian, but she still struggled with destructive impulses in her heart. Her part-time job was just a way to temporarily suppress them. To put it bluntly, she was nothing short of a ticking time bomb. Once night fell and the moon hung high, Choi Se walked her usual path home, grumbling about her life. "Damn it. How much longer do I have to live like this?" One shift after another, and then another. Suddenly, in the deserted night street, Choi Se turned her head to scan her surroundings, her hands clenched tightly as she asked, almost as a statement, "There's nobody here, right?" With that, she sat down in a dark corner of the street and unleashed her special power. Looking at the brilliant energy in her hand, she couldn't help but smile with joy. As the power was released and soared upward, Choi Se watched, mesmerized, before breaking into a wide grin. Just then, a low voice spoke out in admiration. "That's beautiful." Choi Se jumped up to face the man in front of her. She tentatively called out, "Ego's Tick." Ego's Tick slowly walked toward her, making an enticing offer. "I've been looking for someone with your abilities for a long time, Miss Choi Se. With your power, would you be interested in helping me pull off a few jobs?" Choi Se didn't bother hiding her power anymore, even using it to guard herself against him. Then she boldly shouted a curse at him. "What? Jobs? You're crazy. Do you think every hero turns into a villain like you?" Ego's Tick brought out Behemoth's true form, his eyes glowing red as he stared at Choi Se, his tone dangerous and challenging. "Go ahead and strike. Let's see just how strong you are." Not wanting to disappoint her opponent, Choi Se gathered all her strength. The blue lightning surrounding her body grew larger, signaling a devastating attack. Immediately, she unleashed a massive, brilliant bolt of lightning, firing it straight at Dane, who stood there with an arrogant air. However, her lightning strike was easily blocked and completely neutralized by Kim Dane's strands of red energy. The collision of the two energies created a terrifying explosion, obliterating everything in the vicinity. As the smoke cleared, Kim Dane remained standing exactly where he was, completely unscathed. He let out a savage laugh, mocking Choi Se. Is this really all the power you've got? Choi Se he spat through gritted teeth in anger. But deep down, she felt a strange sense of relief. This was the first time she could fight with everything she had without holding back. Despite her fury, she had to admit the feeling was exhilarating. Before leaving, Kim Dane made her an offer, stating it would remain valid until next week, and told Choi Se to think it over carefully. Choi Se he stood there stunned. Before she could process what was happening, Kim Dane prepared to vanish. She hurriedly called out after him, but it was too late. Kim Dane vanished right before her eyes, leaving Choi Se alone amidst the ruins. She looked down at her hands, sparks still flickering from the aftermath of the battle. Exhausted and confused, she couldn't deny that the fight had been deeply satisfying. The scene shifted elsewhere. Kim Dane and his usual crew were acting out a scene of extreme pain and despair. Standing beside him, Lee Subin apologized with a somber face and suggested, "Maybe our relationship should end here." Kim Dane turned to Seon in a rage, screaming, "How could you treat me like this after everything I've done for you?" Seon gave a sinister laugh in response to the cryptic goodbye. It turned out the whole thing was just an act while they were playing Monopoly. Kim Dane shrieked in bitterness over his loss, while Seon laughed triumphantly. As it happened, Kim Dane had gone bankrupt in the board game. Seon wouldn't stop mocking his pathetic state. Being the loser, Kim Dane had to accept the penalty of washing a mountain of dishes for a family of 5 for 3 straight days. As Kim Dane trudged off to start his punishment, Seon reminded him that it had been 3 days since they discussed recruiting a new member and asked why he was still slacking off, but he only gave a dismissive reply. Seon watched him with suspicious eyes, unable to fathom what Kim Dane was plotting. Kim Dane pulled on his gloves, a smug smile spreading across his face, certain that the trap he had set so long ago was about to be sprung. The scene shifted back to Choi Se-hee's daily life. She was working at the cafe, absent-mindedly taking a customer's order with a blank expression. Exhaustion was written all over her face, to the point where she accidentally spilled coffee while working. It seemed like the daily grind was draining the life out of her. The kind manager noticed Choi Se-hee's burnout and advised her to go outside and take a break. Choi Se-hee gratefully accepted and thanked her. She sat down heavily on a bench outside, feeling drained. During her break, Choi Se-hee pulled out her phone, her hands trembling as she searched for information on someone. She was curious about Lee Gho-tik, the name everyone kept mentioning. She hadn't realized he was such a formidable figure. The most influential criminal mastermind in Korea, even boasting a fan cafe and more popularity than most heroes. But what shocked her most was the information that Lee Gho-tik's terror attacks caused no civilian casualties, only property damage. The death toll was always 0. This made Choi Se-hee wonder if he was actually a good person. The story then circled back to introduce her background, an electricity user who had never truly used her full power until she met Lee Gho-tik. The reason was that her parents hated people with superpowers and had strictly controlled Se-hee's abilities since she was a child. That suppression was like a battery being overcharged. The pressure built up over time and turned into a destructive impulse, Se-hee's unique trait. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Lee Gho-tik's offer echoed in her head, urging her to think it over. She went back to work, several days having passed since Dane's offer. She continued working day after day. The 5th day passed, then the 6th. At that point, she suddenly froze. A name flashed through her mind, Lee Gho-tik. Her face instantly shifted from cheerful to utter terror. Finally, the 7th day arrived, exactly 1 week since that meeting. That night, Choi Se-hee stood alone in a dark alley, seemingly waiting for someone. She bowed her head, her face full of resolve as if she had just made a major decision. Suddenly, she heard a noise. She looked up and called out joyfully, "Ego!" But it was only a stray cat. The cat hissed aggressively, first standing on end, before bolting into the shadows. Choi Se-hee felt embarrassed by the mistake. She clenched her fists, whispering Lee Gho-tik's name with a mix of frustration and anticipation. Right then, Lee Gho-tik actually appeared behind her and asked, "Have you thought through my offer?" After a moment of silence, Choi Se-hee exhaled and answered decisively, "I'll do it." Lee Gho-tik couldn't hide his delight. Choi Se-hee took his hand, reaffirming that she would do whatever he asked of her. She flushed with excitement and pleaded, "I don't care what we break, just let me smash something." "Hurry up, Dane." Sweating a bit at her intensity, he replied, awkwardly, Okay. Not making her wait, Egostick immediately teleported, taking her to a special location. They arrived at the Ego base, the secret headquarters. Upon arrival, Egostick introduced Choi Se-hee to the team members. Egostick made a grand proclamation. Choi Se-hee is the newest member of our family. Surprised by the warm welcome, she shyly introduced herself. Everyone happily introduced themselves in return. Subin waved from the center. Hi. Great to meet you. I'm Lee Subin. Lee Hyul, dressed in a neat school uniform, added, Hello. I'm Lee Hyul. In contrast to the warm atmosphere, Seon looked annoyed and muttered, Great, another girl. Dane reluctantly introduced her on her behalf. Her name is Seon. After finishing the introductions, Egostick turned to Se-hee and said, As for me, he slowly removed his mask. He smiled, revealing his true identity, Kim Dane. Choi Se-hee was completely floored. The image of the familiar guy sitting and drinking coffee at her workplace flashed through her mind. She realized with a shock that Egostick was the handsome guy who had come to her cafe the previous week. The sudden revelation plunged the room into silence. Kim Dane looked awkward. Choi Se-hee was mortified, and the other members were speechless. Overwhelmed by the shock and embarrassment, Choi Se-hee lost control of her power. A massive surge of electricity suddenly erupted from her body. The surge was so powerful that it caused a total blackout in Egostick's high-tech base. Everything plunged into darkness. In the dark, the group panicked. Han Seon guessed that Se-hee's electricity caused the outage. Lee Subin felt a tingling sensation all over, while Lee Hyul could only marvel at the terrifying power. While everyone was in shock, a light clicked on. The light shone directly on Choi Se-hee, making her shield her eyes. Amidst the chaos, Chae-yoon appeared at the door holding a flashlight. The boy irritably asked what everyone was doing and demanded they turn the lights back on so he could do his homework. An outside shot showed that the entire neighborhood had gone dark. The scene cut to Shin Haru reading something on her computer. She had just received a notification that her rank in Egostick's fan cafe had increased. She ruffled her hair and slumped onto her desk in frustration, blushing as she recalled Ice's teasing. Shin Haru's rank in the Mango Stick Fan Cafe had automatically gone up. She was a true elite member, a certified top-tier fan. Shin Haru told herself she should go to sleep. She hopped into bed but tossed and turned restlessly. She clenched her hands in anger, worrying about Dane and wondering if that guy was okay. The image of Dane flashed in her mind along with his words, You owe me a favor. Her gaze dropped. She anxiously whispered Egostick's name, as if there were some invisible bond between them. After the chaotic incident, the warehouse doors swung open. The group looked at a box that had been opened. Choi Se-hee felt guilty and quickly apologized, but Seon just said it was fine since she was bored anyway. In that atmosphere, Kim Dane suddenly placed a hand on Choi Se-hee's shoulder. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, asking her to go somewhere alone with him. Choi Se-hee was startled by the sudden request. She quietly followed Kim Dane. The two separated from the group and went to a quieter area. They approached a vast, luxurious mansion hidden in the silent night. Choi Se-hee looked worried and hesitant as she continued to follow him. Kim Dane led her out to a wide courtyard. He turned around, spreading his arms wide and saying, All right, no one else is here. Just the two of us. She looked at him and asked, And then what? Do it. Do whatever you want. You want to, don't you? With all that power of yours. She looked at him with determination, ready for what was coming. She let out a shout. Electricity began to surge violently around her. She looked straight at him and said, Then make sure you dodge everything, Kim Dane. Even though she used his real name, Kim Dane remained completely calm, not flinching for a second. Immediately, Choi Se-hee released all her pent-up power while Dane slowly activated his ability, emitting a purple light. Her eyes glowed brightly, reflecting the terrifying power being unleashed. Facing the massive surge of energy, Kim Dane simply used his teleportation to evade the attacks. He laughed with delight, clearly impressed and amused by the power she displayed. Choi Se-hee's power created a spectacular sight, an electrical storm swallowing everything around them. After exhausting her energy, Choi Se-hee knelt on the shattered ground, gasping for air. She was completely spent. Kim Dane walked over. Choi looked up and asked, Your terror attacks don't hurt anyone, right? He replied nonchalantly, Of course, I'm a pacifist. She smirked, obviously not believing him. Bullshit. If you don't hurt anyone, it counts as non-violence. Then she abruptly changed the subject, asking how old he was. Kim Dane pretended to count on his fingers. Let's see. I'm 22. No, I'm 23 this year. Choi Se-hee puffed her cheeks in annoyance. What? We're the same age. Didn't you look me up before coming here? Then why were you being so formal? She smiled, handed him a bottle of water, and suggested they drop the honorifics. Kim Dane agreed and took her hand. A pact was made. Amidst the ruins caused by her own power, Kim Dane officially welcomed her. Welcome to Team Ego. Choi Se-hee looked unimpressed by the name Kim Dane had chosen. Team Ego? Really? Is your taste in names that bad? 1 month passed. Choi Se-hee, now a member of Team Ego, was in a special training session with Kim Dane. He was instructing her on how to ground her electricity. That's it. Now, imagine wrapping the electricity around your legs and shooting it into the ground. She tried to follow along, but the unstable current made her lose her balance, and she tumbled over. Kim Dane startled and dodged to the side as she crashed down right next to him. Just then, Seo-eun walked out from the house, yawning as she asked, Ugh, it's early. What are you two doing? Kim Dane explained, special training. She's going to face off against Stardust in the next attack. Meanwhile, Choi Se-hee remained sprawled on the ground, asking skeptically, Hey, are you sure this is actually going to work? Kim Dane started to look confused too, muttering, That's strange. But then he suddenly remembered something important. That's it, he enthusiastically explained again. It's like wrapping the electricity around your legs and then shooting it into the ground. Right, I get it. But Choi Se-hee still looked lost. Around my legs? Huh, I'm not so sure. After a moment of surprise, Choi Se-hee seemed to catch on to the key point, and she succeeded. The stable current surrounded her legs, allowing her to hover in midair. Kim Dane announced with satisfaction, All right, that's enough for today. Behind them, Seo-eun cheered happily. After the session, Seo-eun cheerfully brought water over to Choi Se-hee. Here's some water. Choi Se-hee smiled, took it, and thanked her. She chugged the whole bottle, drenched in sweat after the intense workout. Noticing Kim Dane staring at her, Choi Se-hee turned and asked, What are you looking at? Kim Dane pinched his nose and said, Go take a shower. You smell terrible. His words immediately set Choi Se-hee off. She yelled, Of course I'm sweating. I was just working out. The anger of an S-rank talent was nothing to sneeze at. She threw the water bottle straight at Kim Dane's face. Kim Dane punichkit. A thought flashed through his mind. Good grief. Are you seriously telling me to go deal with this myself? Contrary to his fears, Choi Se-hee burst out laughing and teased. Come on, dodge it. Watching the two of them mess around, Soon could only let out an exhausted sigh. I wish these two would start acting their age for once. The night before the big operation, the whole team was intensely focused on a video game. Soon Shota sees Ninalok. Moved to 9 o'clock. The atmosphere was incredibly tense and chaotic. One person was telling her to press the A button, while another was screaming to fire right now. Choi Se-hee held the controller, looking bewildered, not knowing who to listen to amidst the conflicting orders. Suddenly, a sound made all three of them look visibly startled. The screen went black. Kim Dane screamed to drop the controller, while Seo-eun yelled at him to turn on the lights. Lee Soo-bin walked in. She saw the three of them huddled under a dim light, planning for tomorrow. The noisy gaming was gone. The atmosphere had turned serious. Seeing the whole team still wide awake as dawn approached, she couldn't help but sigh. The terror event is today, and you guys stayed up all night. I guess everyone's just excited since it's been a while. Hearing Lee Soo-bin's reminder, the group broke out in a cold sweat. She said softly, You guys have worked very hard. The tension reached its peak when Lee Soo-bin mentioned the name of this terror plot, Red Dead Redemption 2. She gave a bright smile and suggested, Instead of that, why don't you all go to sleep right now? That smile scared the living daylights out of the three of them. Hearing that, the whole group scrambled back to their rooms. Choi Se-hee shyly said goodnight, while Seo-eun said she needed to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. As Kim Dane tried to leave, Lee Soo-bin called out coldly, Dane, you stay here. From a distance, Choi Se-hee and Seo-eun whispered to each other. Soo-bin is terrifying when she's mad. Kim Dane bowed his head in apology. The next morning, emergency alarms blared everywhere. A criminal terror attack had struck Seoul City. Notably, all civilians within a 250-meter radius had been evacuated with 0 casualties. And the question was raised, where is the hero Stardust? Stardust was on her way to the scene. She plummeted from the sky at a terrifying speed. At the center of the attack zone, amidst the rubble, Choi Se-hee looked up at the incoming Stardust. Choi Se-hee, dressed in her new villain outfit, sat perched on a pile of bricks and greeted her sarcastically. "Hi, Stardust." Her villain name was Elektra. Stardust landed, eyeing Elektra with a cold, wary gaze. Stardust ordered, "Villain, cease your attack and surrender. If you refuse, I will use force to subdue you." Hearing that, Elektra only smirked as sparks began to dance on her hands. Surrender? Not a chance. And she fired a massive bolt of electricity toward Stardust. Stardust was taken aback by this preemptive strike. With a confident smile and eyes glowing with power, Elektra declared, "My name is Elektra. I'm here because of him, to take you down." The battle between the two officially began. A week before Elektra's terror attack took place, Dane met Choi Se-hee privately in a secluded spot. Se-hee asked him in confusion, "What is it? Didn't training end yesterday?" Sitting on a tree root, Dane said seriously, "It's because there's something I forgot to teach you. A move called Thunder Fist." Hearing that, Choi Se-hee reflexively repeated the name. "Thunder Fist?" Dane narcissistically assumed she was complimenting him and quickly asked, "So, just a name sounds cool, right? You're curious now, aren't you?" He was immediately shut down by Choi Se-hee, who said with contempt, "What kind of terrible naming sense is that?" Dane grumbled inwardly. "That's literally the name of the move. What do you want from me?" Setting that aside, he still carefully instructed her, "Don't think of it as firing a bolt of electricity. Think of it as coiling the electricity into your hand, clenching it into a fist, and then unleashing it." Se-hee followed his instructions seriously. Dane paused for a moment and continued, "Gradually push your mind toward pushing the electricity to the absolute limit, focusing everything into your fist." Doing as she was told, Se-hee reported back, "I'm doing exactly what you said." With that, she threw a test punch. The punch carrying the Thunder Fist truly possessed formidable power. Dirt and rocks were sent flying by the impact, creating an earth-shattering tremor. As the dust settled, a long crater appeared in the ground. Dane walked over to Choi Se-hee and asked, "What do you think? This is the Thunder Fist. Pretty epic, right?" Se-hee was still in awe, exclaiming, "That's actually insane." Dane looked at her and gave some encouraging advice. "For the week leading up to the attack, just keep practicing this one move. Save one big hit for Stardust. Good luck." Se-hee smirked and gave a dry insult. "You're crazy. Why are you always targeting that girl? You're really cruel." Dane wasn't ashamed at all, confidently saying, "I'm a villain with a backstory, you know." Se-hee instinctively insulted him again. "What the hell are you talking about, idiot?" And now, in the middle of this battle, Choi Se-hee was applying it against Stardust. She let out a mocking taunt. "Is this all an A-rank superhero has to offer?" Stardust wasn't about to lose and charged through the air toward her. Through binoculars, Ego's Tick was witnessing the fight between the two of them. He was happily enjoying some hot soup, clicking his tongue in constant praise. "This spot is perfectly safe. It's the best place to watch from. A free show just for me." Stardust looked at the electricity radiating from Se-hee and clicked her tongue. She thought to herself, "To get close to her, I have to endure this level of electricity and still be ready to charge at her." Seeing this, Se-hee couldn't help but be impressed. "Oh, you can actually push through that?" With that, Choi Se-hee threw a kick and muttered, "Then how about this?" Each of her strikes caused an explosion to erupt throughout the city. Stardust let out a cry of pain as she was electrocuted. Se nimbly lowered herself to the ground, looking towards Stardust as she muttered confidently, "That girl is easier to take down than I thought." At that moment, Stardust pushed through Sei's electrical sparks and slowly approached her. Stardust generated a surge of power that blew away the thick dust, walking forward with full authority. Sei's confident mood was instantly snuffed out. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Stardust. As Stardust prepared to launch a move, Se leaped up, backing away to the side, staring at Stardust and letting out a cold laugh. The two just stood there facing each other, neither one making the first move. Se asked herself nervously, "This girl is a total monster. Egostick has been playing with this monster this whole time?" Stardust stared directly at Se with a grim expression. It seemed like she was gradually adapting to Elektra's attacks. Egostick stood in the distance observing every move, making internal observations. The reason I poured so much effort into training Sei was to raise her durability against Stardust attacks. Compared to the original version who rolled around pathetically, this shouldn't be much for Sei. Back at the fight, Sei was about to launch a move when Stardust interrupted, coldly laying out conditions. You're Elektra, right? It's not too late to surrender. I'll arrest you without leaving a single scratch on you. Seemingly insulted by her words, Sei yelled out in anger. What? Damn it. Stardust dropped a short, ominous line. You brought this on yourself. Then she channeled all her power and flew toward Sei like a missile. Sei immediately entered her combat stance, and their fists collided, creating a massive explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and even Agostic's binoculars were swept away by the wind. He had to use a protective barrier just to stand his ground safely. The whole city was filled with the sound of thunderous explosions. Egostic didn't know whether to be sad or happy, so he opened a portal, took out a camera, and started filming the fierce battle scene. The smoke gradually cleared. Stardust looked directly at the person in front of her with an emotionless face. A long streak was carved into the ground. Behind her was a city engulfed in a sea of dust and fire, in stark contrast to Stardust, who was completely unharmed. Sei was significantly injured, clutching her bleeding arm in pain. Stardust finally spoke up, asking flatly, "What was it you said earlier? Who was that person you mentioned?" When the two first clashed, Sei had casually remarked, "I'm here to face you in that person's place." Stardust paid close attention to that detail and finally had the chance to ask, "Is there someone behind this?" But Sei, despite her internal injuries and coughing up blood, remained defiant. "Screw off. Did you think I'd actually tell you?" Stardust fell silent for a few seconds and then said, "Fine, I'll interrogate you slowly." With that, she reached out, preparing to strike. At that exact moment, an arm appeared and wrapped around Sei's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Egostic made Sei vanish, leaving Stardust standing alone, confused and wondering. Could it be? A familiar voice rang out. "Hello, Stardust." Stardust spun around at the sound of the voice and called out, "Egostic." Egostic held Sei as he hovered in the air. Looking down, he greeted her casually. "It's really me, long time no see." The camera was active. The Ego stream was preparing to go live. Even though it was just starting, there were already 14,000 viewers. Netizens were racing to comment in the chat box. "It's live. Let's go." Egostic is so sudden, you guys. Oh my god. Egostic is live. Oh my god. Egostic is actually live. I'm dropping everything I'm doing. I have to watch this right now. Sir, I'm dying. The screen showed an image of him holding Sei in his arms. The comments section exploded into a frenzy. As soon as I join, I see this. Who is this cool girl? Cheating scandal live, on air. He dares to cheat right in front of Stardust. Turn on the stream, only to see him carrying another girl princess style. His taste and my taste are so similar. Stardust, still in shock, asked him, "You're still alive?" Egostic thought to himself, what a weird thing to ask. Nevertheless, he gave a classic villainous laugh and replied, "Yeah, of course." Unfortunately, that's not exactly good news for you. But as soon as he finished his sentence, Stardust said with relief, "You're still alive? Thank goodness." This left him confused, thinking, Regaining his composure, Egostic teased her playfully. "You say thank goodness? Wow, I didn't realize Stardust was so worried about me." Stardust couldn't argue. Having her feelings exposed made her face turn bright red. Egostic continued, "Next time, I'll be sure to send my regards beforehand." Say he couldn't take it anymore and started scolding him. "Hey man, why were you so late?" Egostic gave a breezy, apologetic reply. "Sorry about that. The show was just too captivating." Taking in the sight of the two of them being so close, Stardust narrowed her eyes slightly. Noticing something was off, Egostic turned back to look at her. Even he saw Stardust's face darken. She was staring at the two of them with pure, murderous intent. She cried out in alarm. Hey, what the hell is wrong with that girl? Why did her face flip so fast?" Egostic remained calm, giving a rational assessment. She probably wants to tear the two villains in front of her to shreds right about now. Has a superhero's wrath finally been awakened? After a moment of silence, Stardust looked up and yelled, "What reason do you have for being here, Egostic?" Egostic held Choi Sei in his arms and smiled, saying, "Me? My purpose for coming here was to rescue my partner. Those words made Stardust's face darken. Partners. Before she could even process the information, he continued. Let me introduce everyone properly. Ego Stream. This is the association of villains. Stardust couldn't believe her eyes. An alliance of villains? Ego's tick reaffirmed once more. Exactly. Joining me right now are comrades in arms whose abilities are in no way inferior to the lovely Electra I'm currently holding. This means that from this moment on, I will no longer be carrying out acts of terrorism alone. Start preparing yourselves to be worried. Stardust. Actually, no. Make that the entire country. Attack. Electra. Release a 1,000,000-volt current. Choi Sei shouted angrily. I told you not to act like that. But her hand still unleashed a massive surge of electricity toward Stardust. The moment she leaped backward to dodge, the two of them instantly vanished. Ego's tick mocked. Hey Stardust, you're still far too weak to catch us. You'd better try a little harder. Stardust was livid. Stop right there, you two. Don't you dare run. Her rage made her lose control, and she punched the nearby wall, shattering it into pieces. What was this terrible, annoying feeling? Electra. Ego's tick. In her mind, she could see the image of Ego's tick laughing and saying, I have a lot of cute teammates, you know? Though, of course, Electra is still the cutest one in my heart. Choi Sei he leaned shyly in his arms. Oh, why are you saying such weird things? I told you not to do that. But the truth was, this event had never been recorded as having happened. At this point, anger had completely consumed Stardust. In our next rematch, I swear I will destroy you completely. Meanwhile, on Agostic's side, he was standing in front of a very ordinary-looking wall. This should be the place, right? Suddenly, he called out, Is anyone here? He then punched through the wall. Instantly, a hidden path appeared. Location confirmed. The 30th floor of the Infinite Staircase area. To the right of the disguised wall, an ancient-looking corridor lit with flickering blue candles led toward a massive gate made of obsidian. As if expecting his arrival, the gate opened, and Ego's tick stepped inside with a greeting, Hello there. The person inside asked while puffing on a cigar. That's a rather unfamiliar baby face. What purpose brings you to this place? Standing before him was the Vine Witch. Ego's tick made his proposal directly. I hope you can use your magic to seal these items for me. He thought to himself. First is the diary that records every event in human history from the past to the present. And the other is the notebook containing things that are about to happen in the future. Seeing these new objects, the Vine Witch couldn't help but be surprised. This stone looks exquisite. I accept. How long do you want the effect to last? He replied. For both items, seal them until my very last breath. The Vine Witch asked no further questions and immediately cast her magic upon them. After a bit of hocus-pocus, she handed them back to him. It's done. From now on, no one but the owner of the book will be able to peek inside. Ego's tick left a cold remark. My thanks, Witch. He immediately turned to leave, leaving the Vine Witch utterly speechless. She couldn't help but call out a reminder. You are choosing to embark on a journey fraught with hardships. Knowing she was concerned for him, Ego's tick turned back with gratitude. Because it is the path I absolutely must take. He teleported to the roof of a building, sitting there and looking out toward the distant horizon. This very spot was the starting point for his life's ideals in this world. Suddenly, he saw an image of Stardust being projected onto a large building. Stardust. After thinking for a moment, he stood up, stretched, and said, Good grief, from this moment on, horrific disasters will begin to fall. Stardust, you have to believe me. I definitely will. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. As soon as he picked up, a high-pitched voice like a stuck pig came from Han Seon on the other end, piercing his eardrums. Dinner is ready. Why are you still out there instead of coming home? The whole family is waiting just for you. Ego's tick replied helplessly. All right, I'm coming home right now. Han Seon barked. You'd better be here within 3 seconds. After hanging up, he stood there for a moment longer, reflecting. And now, the final milestone of the first stage. Finally, that moment was drawing near. On a certain highway, a truck was cruising along, unaware that it had become the target of a certain office. Suddenly, a drill attached to a mechanical arm protruded from the middle of the road. Following that, an entire robot emerged from underground, terrifying the driver. What the hell is that? The mad scientist let out a crazed laugh. All soldiers, heed my command. For the nation of Korea that once oppressed us, it is time to wipe it off the map. Inside a classroom, Two students were giggling with each other. They were looking at a video of Choi Se-hee and praising her. Electra is truly breathtakingly beautiful. She must be in a romantic relationship with Ego's Tick. The other student immediately replied, "Hey, you can tell just by looking that she's clearly just his comrade in arms." Shin Haru, sitting behind them, smiled slightly. Meanwhile, they continued to argue. Ugh, what are you blathering about? I don't know. Didn't you see them whispering intimately in front of the camera? Besides, who carries their female best friend princess style like that? The other guy disagreed with that logic. Wow, is this really how single guys see things? His friend spoke up again. Look, it's exactly because there are no feelings involved that they're so comfortable hugging in front of the camera. If it were really someone they had a secret crush on, they'd never dare to do that. So the other guy began to be convinced. That actually sounds pretty plausible, right? Go on, tell me more. The first guy continued. Man, it's not just plausible. Egostic's attitude has always been the same. In his eyes, only Stardust exists. That's just the truth as I see it. The friend went, oh, I see. Maybe that's why Stardust seems so pitiful. I almost teared up watching the live stream. The other friend analyzed it from her perspective. Even though Ego's Tick is just one criminal among many, you can't help but be affected by it. Who could stand watching him embrace another woman right in front of their face? His friend burst out laughing. Man, this guy is really deep in his delusions. As for me, I'm still rooting for the Ego-Ella couple. They just seem more like soulmates. Before he could finish, he caught a fiery glare from Shin Haru, sitting behind him. Huh, did I say something wrong? His friend started trembling too. Looks like she's a hardcore Ego's Tick and Stardust shipper. Her hair is even the same shade of blonde. Just then, the professor entered the room. All right, everyone, let's begin the lecture. The theory we'll be exploring today is... While listening to the lecture, Shinharu's phone buzzed with an emergency alert, forcing her to leave immediately. Running toward the emergency exit, she asked, Headquarters, is it a villain? They informed her that an unidentified giant weapon was heading north from the southeastern suburbs of Seoul, and the entire team was ordered to deploy to the scene immediately. Upon arriving, Stardust froze when she saw the thing. What the hell is going on? The robot continued to march down the highway, attacking motorists and destroying surrounding property. In its sights was a car with 3 passengers inside. Fortunately, Stardust rushed in just in time, grabbing the entire car and moving it out of the way. She set it down in a safe spot and shouted to the driver, "Can you still drive? If you can, get out of this area as fast as possible." The passengers immediately cheered. "Thank you so much. Do your best, Stardust." Having finished there, she immediately lunged toward the other side. From inside the robot, a voice rang out. "The lackey of the government and the association, Stardust. Do you have the strength to extinguish the final remnants of the Han-Un group?" She rushed forward and threw a punch at the robot, but was instantly knocked back. After fighting for a while, Stardust couldn't take it anymore. Where on earth is this overwhelming pressure coming from? Just as the thought crossed her mind, her body was sent flying like a cannonball into a nearby mountain. But when she returned, she heard strange sounds coming from inside the robot over there. "Doctor, is that you?" "What? Don't tell me you're Electra." "Go for it." Following that, a bolt of electricity discharged, causing the robot to short-circuit and fall over immediately. The voice from inside the robot became clearer. Now, make some room, step aside." "Can you hear me clearly?" "Miss Stardust." Stardust naturally recognized it. Ego's Tick. Having firmly subdued the mad scientist, he replied, "That's right, it's me, Ego's Tick. My friends at the Hanilon Group created this marvelous giant machine. If a true villain like myself didn't put it to use, it would be such a waste, wouldn't it?" Say he watched the scene with goosebumps and remarked, "Whenever he gets in a character, he really does look like a total lunatic." Han Seo-eun found it quite normal by now. "You'll get used to it soon enough." Through the headset, he continued his performance. "Now, Miss Stardust, I'm in a mood to use this beautiful giant toy to level the city. I wonder if you're capable of stopping me." Seeing it was him, Stardust actually laughed out loud. "I will definitely stop your path of destruction. Ego's Tick, you're going to pay for this." With that, she lunged straight for the robot. After recalibrating the robot, Han Seo-eun turned to report, "The power output adjustments are complete." Ego's Tick gripped the lever, thinking to himself, "Haru, let's see you unleash your power for real today," he shouted excitedly. "Come and get some." The robot stood up instantly, swinging its arm to strike directly at Stardust's path. The robot's arm was incredibly solid, so even though Stardust took a defensive stance, she still cried out in pain. Seeing this, Ego's tick burst out laughing. Stardust? Do you really think you can stop a giant OPAS weapon with that little bit of strength? In your dreams. Seoun, push the output speed a bit more. I'm going to do this once and for all. Let's go. The robot's arms were incredibly agile, relentlessly pursuing Stardust and forcing her to stay constantly airborne. While dodging, she told herself she needed to be even faster. Suddenly, both robot arms shot up simultaneously. Sensing the danger, Stardust quickly flipped backward to evade. Watching her escape his grasp through the screen, Ego's tick cheered internally. Yes, that's it. Finally, I can go home today in one piece. At the same time, at the National Assembly building, a staff member reported, "Sir, everything is ready." A bright red button was uncovered. The man sitting there was the president of South Korea, his face etched with grim determination. To destroy that giant weapon, this is the only option we have left. With that, he decisively pressed the button, causing the entire National Assembly building to shudder violently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ego's tick called out softly. Instantly, the power levels and speed reached their maximum. But surprisingly, Stardust was still able to dodge every single strike perfect. Contrary to the scowl she wore earlier while facing the mad scientist, she was now flying with a faint smile on her face. Suddenly, a series of mysterious explosions erupted out of nowhere. Ego's tick snapped into action and ordered, "Seoun, crank the energy levels even higher." Han Seoun shouted excitedly. "Copy that." Stardust lunged into the attack once more. Her collisions with the mechanical arm sent sparks flying everywhere. Watching the scene unfold, Ego's tick held on to a single firm belief. "I know you can overcome this." After holding her ground for a moment, Stardust unleashed a powerful haymaker that completely blew apart the mechanical arm, the shockwave causing the crew inside the robot to gasp and scream in a panic. Except for Ego Tick, who shouted with sheer enthusiasm, "Don't even dream about it." He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the robot lunged forward instantly. While his fingers flew across the keyboard, he added another challenge. "You want me to show you some god-tier controls like I'm at an arcade? Come at me, Stardust." Stardust felt as if she'd just taken a dose of adrenaline. She was absolutely thrilled. She could feel the power inside her body gradually exploding. "Bring it on, Ego's tick." She dove straight into the robot's pincer grip and used its own momentum to somersault away, as composed as a cat playing with a mouse. "I've completely mastered the movements of this machine now. You'd better prepare yourself for the end, Ego's tick." However, that very confidence caused her to get distracted for a split second, and she paid the price by being slammed into the ground. Ego's tick laughed out loud. "You really believe you've adapted to this machine's movements already? That is nothing but pure arrogance." Livid, Stardust crawled out from the pile of rubble. "You talk too much. You're so noisy I'm about to lose my mind." Ego's tick continued his endless banter. "Actually, this Octopat's features are still." Before he could finish, Stardust lunged forward and pierced right through the robot's right leg. Looking at the damaged section flashing on the display screen, Han Seoun screamed in a rage. "What the hell are you doing?" Ego's tick kept playing his part. "Now that's what I'm talking about. This is the kind of excitement I need for a fight. Stardust, I'm going all out now too." The Octopat was pushed to maximum capacity, but no matter how many buttons he pressed, it wouldn't budge. So Ego's tick turned to Han Seoun and urged, "Speed it up now." Han Seoun was completely fed up, but she did as she was told anyway. Once the technical glitch was fixed, he jumped back into character. "Can you even keep up with this insane speed of mine?" Stardust hadn't found the robot's weak point yet, so she could only weave through the air to dodge. Ego Tick mocked her. "Is this the limit of your abilities?" Watching the two of them trade blows, bystanders began to gossip. Is this level of power for real? It's truly a clash between the strongest beings on the planet. Has Stardust been holding back all this time? I'm getting literal goosebumps. Others wondered anxiously if Stardust would finally break through to S-Rank this time. Just then, a wave of chaotic noise crackled through Stardust's earpiece. Furthermore, "Big brother, focus on the controls properly. Stop slacking off." Hearing the female voice coming from inside the robot gave Stardust a new target to focus her attack on. "Now I have another reason and motivation to destroy that giant weapon. The girls around Ego's Tick are just way too annoying." If Ego's Tick hadn't been controlling the machine so erratically, Taking down this behemoth would have been unthinkable. But right now, she felt like she could actually do it. With that thought, she surged upward and landed a heavy blow on the flailing mechanical arm. Inside, Ego's Tick grit his teeth and commanded. Choi Sei gripped her seat, teeth clenched as she remarked, "Why do I get the feeling she's even stronger than before?" Han Seon hurriedly reported, "Big brother, the power is almost out. We have to finish this in the next 10 minutes. Unlike the worried pair, Ego's Tick simply clapped his hands happily and said, "If that's the case, we have to enjoy this fun until the very last second." Furious, Choi Sei he smacked him on the head. "Enjoy what, you lunatic? At this rate, everything is going to blow sky high." Ego's Tick was still hyped up. "Let's go." Seon felt bad for Subin, who was sitting on the floor, clutching her mouth. "I'm seriously going to throw up." Outside, Stardust ran along the length of the arm, slowly closing in on the control center and glaring inside with gritted teeth. "He's still in there." Just as she was about to charge straight in, a voice crackled in her ear. "Get out of there immediately, Stardust." Startled and unable to believe it, Stardust leaped back and demanded, "Why are you suddenly telling me to leave?" The voice on the other end reported back, "The President has ordered the launch of a tactical nuclear missile at the giant weapon. If you stay there, you'll be killed." Stardust couldn't help but scream. Has everyone lost their minds? If that missile detonates here, what about the lives of the civilians? Besides, I'm strong enough to take this thing down myself. Why are you doing this? The operative on the other end answered, "They're probably terrified that if they just stand by, the government will look bad. We can never predict these political calculations." Stardust still couldn't believe this was happening. Even so, this move was beyond absurd. The operative tried to persuade her, "Stop questioning it and just get out of there." "Stardust, how long are you going to just stand there? My octopus punch is dying to make a move." Stardust looked at the robot, which was standing still and not actively attacking her, and realized, was he pausing the fight to wait for her? A villain who actually cares about his opponent? It seemed he had no idea about the incoming missile. If that was the case, she could only say one last sincere apology. She then ripped out her earpiece, leaving the operative on the other side in shock. "What?" Stardust, gritting her teeth, she rocketed off in the opposite direction. Headquarters descended into chaos at the sight. She threw away her comms. "What do we do now?" Park Junho, munching on popcorn, calmed them down. "It'll be fine. We always find a way to work things out, no matter the situation. So just be patient and watch how this plays out." Inside the robot, Ego's Tick was equally stunned by what he saw. "Wait, Stardust, where are you going? You're not seriously running away now, are you?" Stardust had her own plan as she soared through the sky. Ego's Tick, the reasons the country wanted him dead were countless. An A-list criminal who specialized in terrorism and hijacking broadcasts. And yet, for some reason, she just couldn't bring herself to hate him. This time, she would be the one to save him. She kept charging straight up into the sky and quickly located the target she needed, which was the tactical nuclear missile launched by the government. An image of Ego's Tick suddenly flashed in her mind. Without another moment of hesitation, she slammed directly into the missile. Stardust grit her teeth against the searing pain. Ego's Tick's crew saw the scene from inside the robot and gaped in shock. "Something is coming from over there. What is that?" And Stardust, "Wait, isn't that a missile?" Ego's Tick was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Stardust, why?" High in the sky, the struggle reached its climax. Stardust let out a roar of effort. Just as the energy at the missile's tail began to fade, she quickly grabbed the warhead, forced it to change direction, and dragged it away. Meanwhile, inside the robot, Ego's Tick was screaming in a panic. "Son, have you figured out what that thing is yet?" Han Seon, sweating bullets, screamed back, "I'm looking, stop rushing me." A second later, the screen switched to a feed from inside the National Assembly. She reported back, "Found it. It was launched from the Blue House. The override code is, there's no time. It detonates in 10 seconds. Ego's Tick gasped, "What? 9 seconds left?" The old president smiled happily. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Stardust had dragged the missile to a different location. 6, 5, 4. The IC was still shopping with the security guards. 3 seconds, staring blankly at the screen. Stardust. 2 seconds. Stardust successfully redirected the missile high into the upper atmosphere. At 1 second, she used every ounce of her strength to hurl it straight up. The moment the timer hit 0, An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The sky turned a brilliant crimson, making students stare outside in bewilderment. The sight even made Old Man Park Junho stop eating his popcorn. The smile on the South Korean president's face froze. Han Seon whispered hesitantly, "It blew up." Choi Se stood up abruptly, wondering, "Stardust, where is she?" Ego's tick was already racing toward the site, screaming her name. Elsewhere, an unconscious Stardust was in a free-fall when a hand suddenly reached out and caught her. He held her in his arms, unable to understand why she had done it. Suddenly, Stardust weakly opened her eyes. Before she could even get a word out, he interrogated her. "Who told you to stop that missile? What if you had died?" But she didn't answer and simply closed her eyes again. Looking at her, Ego's tick felt a pang of heartache. She had unleashed such terrifying power, and now her body was so frail and weak. "She looks like she's going to be mad at me." While he was lost in thought, Stardust opened her eyes again. The look in her eyes was confusing to him. "Why are you looking at me like that? You're currently being held in the arms of a villain, you know." Realizing his position, he began to act. "Stardust, I thought you were only concerned with running away. Is your timing for distractions always this fast? Blocking a missile? From the looks of it, it seems you were aiming for something else." At that moment, he realized something. The giant weapon's core was already on the verge of exploding. If the missile had hit, it would have been irreversible. If she hadn't noticed in time and rushed to block that missile at the last second, both he and she would have been wiped out together. So why exactly did she block that missile? As if understanding his thoughts, Stardust rasped, I just wanted to." With that, she forced another smile and drifted off in his arms. Ego's tick stared at her blankly, his mind filled with confusion. What did that smile mean? Could she have realized it already? "Stardust, that I'm not actually a villain." He gently laid her down and checked her over before feeling relief. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be life-threatening. She was always tough after all. Suddenly, someone called out in his earpiece, and Ego's tick pressed it. "Seon." On the other end, Han Seon reported, "Appa, I checked. It was the president who launched it directly." He had guessed as much and only gave a silent nod. Truly an unpredictable world. Clearly, the whole world saw Stardust block the missile. Even now, people can't understand the connection between the two of us. This situation can't go on any longer. Thinking this, he made a decision. "Seon, start the broadcast." On her end, Han Seon, who had been waiting for a while, cracked her knuckles. "I've been waiting for you to say that." Egostic's broadcast went live immediately. "Hello everyone, I am Ego's Tick." Instantly, 67,000 people joined, and a flood of comments jumped up. He just went live out of nowhere. Why go live only now? The battle had my heart racing, but I missed the ending. Where is this? Why did you cut the feed right when Stardust flew up? What's happening? Why are you outside? Where is Stardust? What was up with Stardust's blonde hair getting darker earlier? I'm dying of curiosity. He spoke calmly to the camera. Where did Stardust go? Everyone is very curious, right? Immediately, the scene cut to Stardust lying unconscious. The viewers erupted. What the? Did Stardust lose? Ego's tick is going too far. Oh my god, this is insane. He immediately fired back. I am not the one who made her this way. The Blue House said they would catch me. They fired a nuclear missile at Seoul, the president of the Republic of Korea himself, just to wipe out a villain like me. To catch me, they threw away all the people of Seoul. Instantly, a barrage of comments jumped up without stopping. The South Korean president also gaped in disbelief. Magazines and media outlets scrambled to cover the building where his live broadcast was being shown. After the incident occurred, countless news stations began reporting. Since the launch of the new government, we are facing the worst crisis in history. Amidst calls for the president's impeachment being made, another news segment was broadcast. Here is a breaking report. At the International Hero Association Union, foreign media is reporting that they are discussing promoting the hero Stardust to S-Rank. COA, who was relaxing in her office, heard the news and remarked, Our Haru is doing so well. The news continued. It is said that the villain Ego's Tick is also being considered for promotion to S-Rank. Unlike Stardust, whose discussion has only just begun, Egostic's case has been under deliberation for several months. Association officials say an official announcement might come by the end of this month. At that moment, a voice called out from outside. Miss COA, excuse me. Seeing this, she grabbed the remote to turn off the TV and replied, Come in. She continued to calmly and gently pet her pet. She was the heir to the meteor group, the A-rank hero, Icicle. The secretary entered to report. I have successfully bribed the candidates for the next presidential term. They have pledged to follow the orders of the meteor group. She nodded in satisfaction. Very good. What about the other matters? The secretary replied. The chairman has declared that he will delegate all authority to Miss Sioa. Sioa broke into a calculating smile. Finally, then she returned to her normal state. You may leave now. The secretary bowed and turned to leave. The room suddenly became unusually quiet. Then Sioa let out an amused smile. Thanks, Egotic, for giving me the opportunity to swallow South Korea whole. I'll make good use of it. The scene shifted to Dane's villa, where he spoke up hurriedly. Hey guys, something big happened. His words caught everyone's attention. He continued in a worried voice. It seems like Stardust is suspicious of me. Seon questioned. Suspicious of what exactly? He replied, she thinks I'm not a villain. Say he wore a skeptical look and blurted out. Are you stupid? Seon continued. It's not like that. Do you seriously still think you look like a villain? Sei thought to herself while eating. Truly a short-circuited lunatic. Hale observed him and evaluated. Uncle Dane's technique is truly something else. Being attacked by the girls one after another made him jump and exclaim, What? What's wrong with me? I go and commit terrorism whenever I'm bored. The number of hostages I've taken lately is countless. Haru immediately cut him off, but you let them all go. At this, he jumped and exclaimed, I also kidnap people, don't I? And I've killed a lot of villains too. Sei curled her lip. You said it yourself. A lot of villains. Seon added. Thanks a lot. A rank hero ego's tick. He continued to explain. Either way, I've worked very hard, whether as a villain or as an individual. This made Sei wonder. What does you working hard have to do with anything? Your brain really has a problem. So all this time, you've been trying to look like a villain. He shouted. Well, obviously. Hearing this made Sei's temper flare even more, and she yelled, the moment you started trying to look like a villain was already a mistake. Honestly, one glance is enough to see right through it. There's no mistaking it. She continued to interrogate him. Why do you think I agreed to join you? Look at last time. If that giant machine had been left to plow straight into Seoul, what would have happened to you? If it had attacked with its full power from the start, could that kid Stardust have blocked it? Seon shook her head and added, no way she could. Not by a long shot. Lee Soo-bin, who was peeling an apple, wondered, but Mr. Dane blocked it instead of her. He even adjusted the firepower while fighting. You'd have to be an idiot not to notice, Seon mocked. He was speechless, but still tried to explain. Is it just for that trivial reason? Maybe you guys don't get it yet. Stardust is the embodiment of justice. It's impossible for her to suspect a brutal, inhumane S-rank terrorist like me based on just a few bits of circumstantial evidence. Sei narrowed her eyes slightly. So what? Embodiment of justice, my foot. Do you think Stardust is an idiot? No matter how you look at it, you are not a villain. These words were like a punch to Dane's face, leaving him dazed. Then she turned to ask Seon. I'm right, aren't I? Seon chimed in. Of course. I'm glad someone finally said it. What a relief. He thought to himself. If she knows that I'm doing these evil things not because I'm a madman, but actually to protect her in this world. If Stardust really knew that, she wouldn't be able to go all out when fighting. That means, naturally, she wouldn't be able to grow. And in that state, there's no way to prevent the apocalypse. He clenched his fists and shouted, that cannot happen. His loud shouts startled little Seon. You scared me. He then put on a face full of confidence. Oh, that's right. Stardust needs someone to constantly remind her that I am an extremely wicked person. Having finished his thought, he immediately rushed off, calling out, you guys stay here and go to Busan. The scene shifted to Shin Haru, who was currently in front of a tall building. She was very delighted by the surrounding scenery. As soon as she stepped inside, a receptionist came forward and bowed. Welcome. Are you Miss Shin Haru? She gave a gentle nod and replied, yes, I am. The receptionist then reached for her backpack. I will take your luggage up to your room for you. She happily replied, thank you. She felt anxious and told herself, maybe it's for the better. Then a gentle voice rang in her ear, calling her name, Shin Haru. Recognizing the familiar voice, she turned around happily and exclaimed, Coa. The two of them then stepped forward and gave each other a warm hug. Coa teased, look at this. You've gotten even prettier again. She replied shyly, so have you. Honestly, what are you even saying? Seoa made a suggestion. Come on, we have to have a lot of fun today. She took Shin Haru's hand and raised it in celebration. Congratulations on the birth of South Korea's first S-rank female hero. Afterward, the two moved to Seoa's villa. Looking out at the view from the balcony, Shin Haru let out a soft cry of excitement. The view in front of me is absolutely incredible. Stepping up from behind, Seoa smiled and said, Great, isn't it? Shin Haru nodded in agreement. Seoa pointed inside and extended an invitation. Please come in. Currently, in the dining room, chefs were laying out countless delicious dishes. Shin Haru's eyes caught a certain dish, and she exclaimed, Mango! Mango shaved ice. She immediately put a piece of mango into her mouth, chewing with pure delight. Across from her, Seoa teased, You like mango that much? That's so cute. She mentioned with a bit of wonder. Mangoes remind me of Ego's tick. Hearing that familiar name made Shin Haru jump slightly. Huh, what? Seoa continued. Actually, I want to have a dedicated villain, just like you do. Down here, it's all small fry. How am I supposed to reach S rank like that? That's why. Maybe I should just move up to Seoul this time. I want to try facing off against Ego's tick once myself. Immediately, she spoke up to stop her. You can't. She began to explain hurriedly. Wait. No. You know he's obsessed with me. If he calls me out, and someone else suddenly shows up to fight him, there's no telling what kind of impulsive action he might take. Remember the Seoul Bridge terrorism incident? That guy occasionally does things that are completely uncontrollable. Seoa thought about it. You're right. He doesn't really have a reason to call me out anyway. Shin Haru continued with another reason, and more importantly, if you leave, who will protect Busan? Then suddenly, Seoa's watch vibrated with a red alert. She thought to herself in shock. Someone touched the desk in my office. She immediately stood up and turned to leave. Haru, I have an emergency contact, so I have to drop by the company for a bit. You go ahead and enjoy yourself. Haru replied, Yeah, go ahead. Seoa felt worried. What is going on? She arrived at the company immediately. She examined the situation with some doubt. Is it just a system error? Then suddenly, her little cat let out a soft cry, which made her jump slightly. A familiar voice cut in. It's not an error. Looking at the person appearing before her, Seoa gasped. You are? The other person continued. I activated the security program. It was so I could meet you. Hello, Ms. Lee Seoa. I am Ego's tick. She questioned. Why are you here? Planning to surrender to a hero? Kim Dane laughed with amusement. Ha ha ha, surrender? No way that's happening. I'm just here because I'm interested in the person posing as a hero to silently swallow South Korea from behind. Ms. Lee Seoa, the real ruler of the Yuzeon group. Seoa also smiled with amusement. Haha, I thought our friend Ego's tick, who's busy protecting Korea in the shadows and playing babysitter for Stardust, finally got tired of being a villain and wanted to spend some time behind bars. Hearing those words, he could only laugh loudly. Haha. Watching their conversation, the cat nearby let out a long, bored yawn. He thought to himself, as expected of Lee Seoa, known as the total boss in principle. She's definitely not ordinary. But regardless, she's still just a rookie. On her end, she had her own thoughts. What exactly is the scheme of this unidentified man? Ego's tick. The atmosphere was silent when he suddenly spoke up. Ms. Lee Seoa, I want to make a proposal. This caused her gaze to shift, and she questioned again. What? A proposal? He continued. Let's shake hands. Let's collaborate. As for the cluster of villains, it's not about defeating them. They exist just for me to mess around. The scene shifts to Stardust. Suddenly, a cold shiver runs down her spine. Sipping on her favorite snack, she thinks, what was that just now? I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. Meanwhile, outside the building, a massive screen displays an image of Seoa. She introduces herself. I am Lee Seoa of the Yuzeon group, also known as Icicle. I will always stand by the people of Busan. Listening to the audio, he scoffs. A hero of justice, huh? I know it's all just a front. Your goal is to swallow Korea whole, isn't it? So, I'm going to help you. At his proposal, her face darkens slightly, and she falls silent for a few seconds. Then she stands up to retort. That's a bunch of baseless nonsense. Exactly what I'd expect from someone of your level. I can't find a single reason not to punish you right now. As she speaks, she summons her power, which begins to swirl around her body. In contrast to her impulsive attitude, he calmly holds out a USB drive. Before turning to leave, I'm sure you're busy merging companies after the Hanun Group bankruptcy, not to mention greasing palms with politicians now that the new government is in place. Consider this a small token of my goodwill. See ya. I'll be back in a week. With that, he teleports away instantly. As soon as he's gone, COA slams her hand onto the desk in a rage. Her entire body is trembling with fear. I thought my heart was gonna drop right out of my chest. Recalling that gaze, a look filled with such intense allure, left her absolutely terrified. She then looks at the USB drive on the desk and mutters, "Ego's tick. Overwhelming capital, superior intelligence gathering, and a massive fandom with absolute loyalty. He's a villain who wields incredible influence over the entire Korean political and cultural landscape. No, actually, he's more like an anti-hero than a villain. A guy like that saw right through my ambitions and offered to collaborate. Turns out, I've been wrapped around his finger this whole time. And now, do I even have the room to turn this down?" She then picks up the USB, plugs it into her computer, and begins checking the contents. As soon as she opens a folder, the information needed for Lee Seoa to take control of South Korea appears. Looking at it, she wonders, what on earth is this? She opens the subfolders, her eyes becoming more focused. Inside are countless smaller folders. She thinks to herself, with this, would it take a year? No, before this year is even over. She smiles with sheer delight. South Korea will be right at my feet. The scene shifts to Kim Dane, our protagonist, who is currently at Busan Station. He laughs miserably. Haha, I really have to pull this stunt again? This is such a pain in the neck. Cut to 1 week later at COA's office. He meets with her again. Are you satisfied with my gift? She responds excitedly, yes. Though I won't ask where you got it from. He immediately pivots back to the main topic. So, what about my proposal? She replies, there's no reason not to collaborate. He replies, good. This makes her a bit displeased. Wow. Dropping the formalities already, I see. He explains, we're allies now, aren't we? She agrees. Fair enough. Then she pulls out a stack of papers. Take a look at this contract. Taking the contract, he thinks to himself, yeah, basically a happy to work together deal. Then his eyes stop on a specific line. Must meet once a week. He questions her. Meeting once every week? What is this? She shyly turns away and explains. I told you we're allies. We have to meet often. We're on the same team now. He narrows his eyes and replies. You're sentencing me to come down to Busan every week? Yu Zeong must be really bored lately. If you have that much extra time, maybe save some of it. She immediately backs down. If you don't like it, I can just go up to Seoul. He starts bargaining. Once a week is a no-go. Let's make it once a month. She counters. How about every 10 days? He replies instantly. 20 days. After some back and forth, she settles on twice a month. He is clearly annoyed, muttering, every 2 weeks, huh? While he's still thinking, COA suddenly asks, by the way, why are you so hard on Haru? The sudden question startles him, and he stammers, me. What about me? She continues to interrogate him. It's obviously you. Aren't you doing all this just to help our Haru grow? It feels like you're power leveling a game character. Your villainous activities are all part of that plan, aren't they? Acknowledging her words, he tells himself, she's sharp, isn't she? Then she stands up and continues. To be honest, I'm jealous. You know it, don't you? Every time you cause a terror attack, our Haru's popularity skyrockets. That's why I want to ask you for a favor. Her expression turns shy. Could you terrorize me too? As she speaks, she leans in close to him, making things incredibly awkward for both of them. Suddenly, a sharp thwack sounds out. COA clutches her head, yelling angrily. What was that for? That hurt. He is clearly displeased with her request. What do you mean, what was that? You crazy hero. Go terrorize people yourself. Is that really something you should be saying to a villain? She explains. You're not even a real villain. Why are you only playing favorites with Stardust? At this, he thinks to himself, well, I guess it's because I wiped out the disasters too early. The kid can't power up like she did in the original story. Thinking this over, he replies helplessly, fine, I'll do it. She immediately asks, really? When? He replies, soon. But you have to do me a favor first. She looks a bit suspicious. What kind of favor? He replies, if you see or call Stardust, Shin Haru, be sure to talk a lot of trash about me. On a regular basis. Meanwhile, Stardust is still meticulously searching for information about him. Back to the scene, he continues. I'm telling you, talk bad about me behind my back to her as often as possible. This absurd request makes Seoa look concerned as she blurted out, "Are you some kind of pervert?" He continues, saying it so Haru won't have any suspicions about her. She's a bit skeptical, repeating, "Trash talk you first? And make her realize clearly that you're just a criminal?" He nods in confirmation. "Exactly. Talk as much crap as you possibly can. Call me a narcissist, someone who loves to lecture, a piece of trash criminal, a lunatic, a rebel, stuff like that." Her eyes narrow as she wonders. But narcissist who loves to lecture? I don't think this method will be effective. He sighs and replies, "No, it'll work. Do you have any idea how many times I've binged a Stardust series? Honestly, the only person who truly understands Stardust's sense of justice is me." Seoa gives up and gives in to him. She nods. "Fine. It seems the proposal to collaborate was for that reason too. I'll give it a try." Hearing this, he sets the little cat down so it can go play, then turns and holds his hand out to her, making her a bit flustered. He smiles. "I'm counting on you then." Realizing his intent, she reaches out to shake it. "Yeah, likewise." Then, from his arm, a surge of purple energy begins to appear. In an instant, Kim Dane vanishes without leaving a single trace. Seoa stands there with a dazed expression. Suddenly, she clenches her fists and holds her head, screaming, "Act seriously. That's the first time I've ever seen a fish bite the hook like that. I like you. I'm definitely going to make him mine." Huh. The scene shifts to that evening at Stardust's home. A voice calls out Haru. As soon as Haru opens the door, she jumps in surprise at the person standing before her. It's none other than Seoa. She waves cheerfully. She's at Haru's doorstep with a suitcase and a swarm of bodyguards standing around. Then she casually walks inside. "I missed you so much, Haru, so I decided to drop by for a bit. I'll stay for a while and then head out, okay?" This sudden request leaves Haru a bit stunned. "Huh? What? Coming over is fine. But what about the situation in Busan?" Seoa replies, "It's fine. It's all just small fry over there. B ranks and C ranks are enough to handle it." As she speaks, she thinks to herself, "Besides, they need a chance to shine while I'm away. It's a win-win." Then a bodyguard bows politely and says, "Please take care of the young lady. We'll be taking our leave now." She replies awkwardly, "Oh, yeah, sure. Have a safe trip back, everyone." As soon as the bodyguards leave, Seoa immediately dives straight onto Haru's beloved bed. She exclaims with delight, "Kia, it smells like Haru." This bizarre behavior makes Haru wonder, What are you even talking about?" She sits up and makes a suggestion. "Let's get a drink. I brought some with me." "Ha, this is so much fun." In contrast to her excitement, Haru narrows her eyes and puts on an annoyed face. Then she leans in and sniffs her own shirt, wondering, "Does it smell like something?" From behind, Seoa approaches with 2 bottles of liquor. She suggests, "Haru, come here, hurry. Let's drink. I brought this from home." She turns around, startled. "Oh, okay." The two of them sit down and chat for a long time. By now, Seoa is tipsy. She starts following the plan, bad-mouthing Ego's tick. "That guy's seriously a piece of work. I can't believe a disgusting guy like him actually has a fan cafe. The people who join that are just..." At this point, Haru's gaze suddenly freezes for a few seconds. On her end, Seoa doesn't notice and keeps going. The constant terror attacks are a huge problem, too. He probably gets more pumped up because of all the attention. Seoa unleashes a barrage of insults directed at Ego's tick. From being a Chinibyo narcissist terrorist to a starstruck criminal who thirsts for attention through terror. A criminal who's way too convinced he's above the law. That absolute bastard. I'd love to tear him apart. That's how it sounds on the surface. But internally Haru thinks, no. Still, saying it like that is a bit. Seoa continues her rant. "The way I see it, he's just a narcissist with a massive ego. All criminals are like that, really. But he's special. He only thinks about himself." Haru denies it internally. "That's not true. Ego's tick risked his life to save me." Seoa continues. "And the fact that he's so obsessed with you is super suspicious, Haru." She keeps thinking, "I don't think it's like that." Seoa keeps mocking him. "Either way, that guy's an extremely wicked person." "You got that, Haru." Having said her piece, she reaches her limit and falls asleep instantly. Haru, still somewhat sober, carries Seoa back to her room. She's still struggling with the thoughts in her head. Why did Seoa suddenly start trash-talking Ego's tick? Plus, I didn't feel a single bit of sincerity in it. She pulls out her phone and starts looking through the information in Egostic's fan cafe. She thought to herself, when will the next terror attack be? The scene shifts to the next day at Kim Dane's base. Cha-Yul happily enjoys breakfast, eating with great relish. After finishing his meal, he jumps up excitedly. I'm heading to school. Hale, standing nearby with a backpack, adds, I'm heading out too. The three members of Kim Dane's group wave goodbye. Be careful out there, kids. Little Son, just waking up and letting out a long yawn, calls out, Take care, Cha-Yul. Looking toward her, he teases, You're gonna rip your mouth open yawning like that, Son. What were you doing all night to be this sleepy? In her dazed state, she almost lets Stardust's name slip out, but she immediately regains her composure. She quickly changes the subject. No, it's a secret. He looks toward everyone, getting down to business. All right, everyone, pay attention. Seon, keep eating while you listen. The next terror attack will be in Busan next week. Subin asks curiously, In Busan? Sei chimes in, Shouldn't Stardust be there? Seon turns to tease him while eating. What wind is blowing the leader of the Stardust fan club all the way down there? He explains, a partner company just opened up in Busan. They want us to stage a terror attack for them. His words leave the three girls a bit stunned. A partnership? A company? Sei analyzes the situation. What kind of crazy partner company outsources their own terror attacks? The scene shifts to 1 week later in Busan. People are enjoying themselves at the beach. Suddenly, they look up at the sky in fear. A giant ship is moving through the air right above them. Suddenly, they look up at the sky in fear. A giant ship is moving through the air right above. On the deck, Kim Dane appears and gives an excited introduction. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Ego's Dick has officially arrived in Busan. Come on out, Icicle. As soon as he finishes speaking, countless artillery shells are fired from the ship, raining down toward the ground. But Icicle appears instantly. She creates massive ice pillars to intercept the falling shells. She points at him and screams, You bastard. Ego's tick. She thinks to herself, I finally got to say that line at least once. At the corporate headquarters, someone shouts, Stardust. If it's Busan, that's Icicle's territory. But she has no choice. She turns and heads out. I'm going. She begins moving at the speed of light. As she travels, she thinks to herself, What? What on earth is going on? The airship is actually the Alice, belonging to the Lapis gang. Inside, the guy in the yellow rabbit mask wipes his gun and says, You know what? I still think this is freaking miraculous. Blue asks, What is? Yellow explains, the fact that we actually built something this cool looking and are actually daring enough to pull off a terror attack. Blue replies confidently, Oh, that? I thought it was something serious. Honestly, I'm actually pretty nervous too. Red, positioned up front, chimes in, Brothers, we've finally become the pirates we always dreamed of. Are you ready to plunder the land of Busan? The other two reply in unison, I, Captain. Red orders looting and pillaging, that is. But just as he says this, Egostic's crew suddenly appears from behind. Seeing this, the two henchmen rush forward. Captain, he gets straight to the point. All right, this ship belongs to me now. His two teammates behind him look a bit helpless at his behavior. Red shouts angrily, Who gave you permission to take it? But only a few seconds later, their attitudes completely change. And the person responsible for this change is none other than Seihi. He sits calmly in front of the three of them and orders, Make yourselves at home. Relax a bit. From now on, you're allies of Ego Stream. Well, feels great, doesn't it? Red feels incredibly resentful, but doesn't dare say a word. As soon as they see the power radiating from Seihi's arm, they cry out in fear. It's great. Ho, it's seriously wonderful. This leaves him quite satisfied. Okay, Red, head to the back. Yellow and Blue, take the sides. We're about to start the attack, so get to your stations. They helplessly obey, crying on the inside, Ho, you're so cruel. He looks at Subin and instructs, You're in charge of steering. She nods in confirmation. This takes Seihi by surprise. Wait, what? You know how to fly a ship? She points to herself. Hey, hold on. What about me? What am I supposed to do? He reminds her just go relax in the cabin, or just watch if you want. He speaks in his phone. All right, we're all set on this end. We're moving out. The airship appears over Houndy Beach. Feeling left out, Seihi snaps. What? Wait a second. Hey, who exactly requested this terror attack anyway? Just then, they see Icicle appear to stop them. Seihi screams in anger. Are you serious? Isn't that the heir to the Yuzeon group, Lee Seoa? No, that's the A-rank hero, Icicle. His terror attack continues to be live-streamed. Viewers, Ego's Tick is here in Busan. Allow me to introduce some precious connections I just made. The villainous allies of Ego Stream. As soon as the stream starts, Countless viewers flood in. Messages pour in so fast there are 30,000 per second. The members of the Lapis gang appear on the screen. The viewers start buzzing with comments. Huh? These guys look weak as hell. Ha ha. Is that a Power Ranger? Ha ha. Isn't that their ship? Feels like they got wrecked by Apple Mango before the attack started. True. They're totally cooked. Ha ha. From the other side, Icicle's voice rings out. Ego's tick, stop right there. If you don't surrender, I'll freeze everything. He plays his part perfectly, looking toward her. Ha ha. If it isn't the pride of Busan, Icicle, then try and block this. As he speaks, he blows up the buildings and the stadium below. As the shells fall, Icicle reaches out her hand. Her power slows the descent of the artillery shells. Immediately after, she uses her power to neutralize them, causing the shells to drop harmlessly to the ground. This gets the viewers incredibly hyped. Is this really Icicle? Step on me. I mean, freeze me, ma'am. From today on, I'm Ice Mango. Ha ha ha. The production value is getting better and better. Without a moment's hesitation, she swings her arm forward. Countless ice pillars shoot up from the ground into the air. She uses them as stepping stones to leap high into the sky. She screams, Ego's tick. I won't let you get away. Watching her performance, he marvels, wow. Lee Seoa is a pretty good actress. On the other side, Stardust is still moving at full speed. A voice speaks in her ear. Icicle is currently handling Egostic's attack. Stardust, can you return to headquarters? These words catch the manager off guard. She says firmly, I'm going there. Then she pushes her speed even further, charging straight ahead. Back to the battle. Yellow fires a continuous barrage at Icicle. He screams, drop dead, but these attacks don't leave a scratch on her, as she has created a magical protective barrier. Then she gracefully snaps her fingers. An attack strikes Yellow directly, freezing him in an instant. This sends the audience into a frenzy. He was a good Yellow. The freeze ray has been fired. Icicle's fighting style is so satisfying to watch. Observing from the ship, he thinks to himself, looking good. I didn't expect her to have this much control over her abilities. She leaps high again, soaring past red and blue. They look up at her in terror. Stay away from here. She doesn't hesitate, preparing to launch another attack. But just as she's about to strike, countless guns created by Ego's tick appear above her head, aimed right at her. His voice rings out. I can't hand over my subordinates that easily. Seeing him step in, the viewers are loving it. Allies? Ha ha ha. They're basically his henchmen now. R.I.P. Yellow. She creates a protective magic layer with one hand, while forming another attack with the other. This attack flies straight toward the tail of the ship. The powerful impact causes the surrounding space to vibrate violently. He is genuinely surprised by her decisive move. Icicle looks triumphant. With a single strike, she has easily frozen the ship's tail, disabling the engines. The ship is now just floating helplessly in the air. This makes him feel incredibly excited. I didn't expect you to attack the ship directly. A direct hit, Icicle. She looks at him suspiciously. Humph. What are you planning? This ship is about to fall. He replies, what am I planning? I'm getting out of here, obviously. Furious, she reaches out and unleashes a barrage of attacks, screaming, damn it. I won't let you escape. Faced with this intense assault, he hides behind a wall and groans. Ouch. Being a terrorist in Busan isn't easy. This is actually pretty embarrassing. He immediately ends the broadcast for the day. Once the notification goes off, Seoa approaches him and sighs, phew, that was a lot of work. He turns and praises her. You too. That was some solid acting. Now that the tale has thawed out, go ahead and unfreeze this guy too. As he speaks, he taps on a frozen Yellow standing nearby. Icicle will give a sheepish laugh. Haha, sorry about that, Yellow. Then, he suddenly notices something and warns her, hey, wait a second. He looks up at the sky in disbelief. Is that? Are you kidding me? Icicle is just as shocked. Why all of a sudden? The person who has surprised them is none other than Stardust, because she has already arrived on the scene. They both scream in unison. What? Stardust. Seola stood there taking a deep breath, trying to keep her head clear after everything that had just happened. She told herself she had to stay professional and absolutely could not let her confusion show. Suddenly, a blinding streak of light from the horizon slammed down onto Busan Beach. Shinharu appeared surrounded by a brilliant aura, but her face was terrifyingly dark. She stared fixedly up at the sky, where Egoistic's ship was gradually vanishing behind the clouds. Seola rushed over to check on her, confused as to why her friend had traveled all the way out here. But the only response she got was a sullen face, full of murderous intent, hidden behind blonde hair. Haru walked silently towards Seola, ignoring the explanation that she could have handled the situation herself. With a cold tone, she pressed her for details on what the two of them had talked about. Seola gave a forced smile, saying she'd just scolded that villain a bit, nothing more. Haru immediately countered, insisting that she had seen them both laughing and chatting happily. That remark made Seola break into a cold sweat, clearly feeling the possessiveness radiating from her friend. She frantically clarified that it was just a war of words and that she hadn't enjoyed it one bit. Haru didn't bother listening any further and turned away with an incredibly annoyed expression. Seeing Haru suddenly brace herself as if to dash off, Seola couldn't help but be startled. She rushed over to grab Haru's arm, asking if she was really going to foolishly chase after Egoistic alone. But Haru only responded with a sharp glare and a cold demand for her to let go. Seola shuddered. She knew that if she let Haru go, something big would definitely happen. She braced herself to stop her, thinking she couldn't let her friend chase after him right now. Seola quickly used the excuse that Egoistic had threatened to level Busan if he were pursued to convince Haru to stop. Mentioning the safety of the citizens finally made Haru pause, even though she was still filled with irritation. Finally, she gave up, muttering that if that was the case, there was no other choice. Haru walked aimlessly along the sand, the atmosphere suddenly feeling unusually heavy. Before leaving, she just left a brief notice that she would head back to Seoul immediately. Seola waved goodbye, telling her friend to call her once she arrived home safe. Once Haru was out of sight, she collapsed to the ground, feeling like she had just lost 10 years of her life. But then she paused, reflecting on Haru's jealous attitude from a moment ago. She gazed after Egoistic's ship as it drifted further away in the windy sky. In the opposite direction, Haru had also transformed into a blinding streak of light, moving at a terrifying speed. Seola smiled meaningfully, thinking to herself that she never expected her friend to be so cute at times. Meanwhile, Haru was flying recklessly over the sea in an extremely chaotic state of mind. The image of Egoistic and Seola laughing and chatting intimately kept replaying in her head, driving her crazy. She gritted her teeth and told herself that Egoistic could only be her villain. Back to Hondane, he was sitting there with a blank expression at home while little Unha casually ate ice cream. The TV was flooded with news about Egoistic suddenly shifting his focus to attack Icicle. Experts were weaving all kinds of theories, claiming their relationship had entered a new phase. He was watching and felt furious, shouting at the TV station for broadcasting such nonsense. Dane sat in the middle, only able to silently endure the glares coming from all sides. Little Seoun saw the tense situation and ran away, telling everyone to eat some mango to cool off. Dane stared blankly at the piece of frozen mango being held right up to his mouth. Subin flashed an extremely friendly but murderous smile, forcing him to eat it. And so, the poor guy was forced to eat amid the chaos, closing out a long, troublesome day. Dane invited Subin to go with him to a special place. It was the Excal Auction House, a gathering spot for the wealthiest people around the world. But behind all that glitz, this was also where tragedy began, where a villain could be born. Dane sat in the auditorium, waiting for the next item to be brought onto the auction floor. The item was a ring that the B-Rank Hero Sortier had worn while alive, recovered after his final moments. The ring emitted a mysterious purple aura, containing enough power to create an S-rank villain. The starting price was $10,000, and a wealthy man immediately raised it to $25,000. Dane didn't even blink, decisively raising the paddle to the $100,000 mark. He smirked at those who saw him as just an insignificant nobody in this auction. The rich guy started breaking into a cold sweat, trying to keep up with a bid of $105,000. But Dane gave his opponent no chance, closing it out with a bid of $150,000. The hammer sounded, and the ring officially belonged to Dane, much to the astonishment of those around him. As soon as he got home, Subin and Seoeun rushed out to interrogate them about where they had just been. Sehee screamed like crazy when she saw a massive amount of money vanish from the account in the blink of an eye. Dane showed no sign of remorse. He excitedly showed off the trophy he had just purchased. Sehee picked up the ring to inspect it, complaining that it was ugly and looked like something an old lady would wear. Dane smiled smugly, claiming this was no ordinary ring, and slipped it onto his finger. The moment it activated, the ring emitted a brilliant purple light that engulfed the entire room. Both Sehee and Seoeun were stunned by the strange energy erupting from Dane's hand. A purple void vortex appeared, as if it wanted to swallow everything around it. From within the darkness, a cold iron suit of armor began to emerge with glowing eyes. A powerful dark knight appeared, radiating an oppressive aura that left everyone in awe. Seoeun stammered, unable to speak, while Sehee stared in wide-eyed amazement at the entity just summoned. The soul inside the armor spoke, asking who it was that had awakened him from his long slumber. He called himself Saint, but Dane immediately brushed it off and said the name didn't fit at all. Dane smiled deviously, deciding to rename him D-Sick to sound much cooler. The ring flashed once more, sealing the bond between Dane and his new subordinate. D-Sick stretched satisfyingly, remarking that the air and sunlight out here felt truly wonderful. Dane lay relaxing on a lounge chair in the yard, enjoying his victory. But then he interrupted the indulgence, reminding D-Sick that they still had important work to do. D-Sick still mumbled about his title, appearing not quite used to the new name yet. Dane lazily looked at the ring on his finger, not bothering to care about his subordinate's grumbling. Sehee stood on the balcony, frowning as she asked what kind of scheme Dane was plotting with that bizarre entity. D-Sick frantically begged Dane never to trap him back inside that cramped ring again. He complained that it was dark and tight in there, enough to scare even a powerful soul like him. Dane smirked, promising to find him a worthy opponent so he could cut loose as much as he wanted. He said straight out that D-Sick would have to handle the heaviest lifting in the upcoming plan. Sehee froze upon hearing that, unable to believe Dane intended to have that suit of armor fight Stardust. She worried that Stardust was insanely strong and wondered if this pile of scrap metal could even last a few blows. Dane wasn't worried in the slightest. He encouraged D-Sick to prove his strength to everyone. D-Sick immediately took a ready stance, radiating intense, murderous intent as if to swallow his enemies whole. The armored hand tightened around the spear shaft, prepared for the upcoming battle in Seoul. D-Sick swung his weapon, creating brilliant purple energy currents during the training session. The power from his swings was truly shocking, blowing everything around him away. The trees in the house's garden were destroyed in the blink of an eye by the shockwaves. Sehee stood frozen, speechless at the sight of her favorite garden being left in ruins. Dane nonchalantly explained that since D-Sick was an S-rank villain, this level of destruction was perfectly normal. Subin screamed in horror to see all her hard work over the years suddenly go down the drain. Dane and Sehee stood looking at the battlefield, while a furious figure approached from behind. Subin yelled in outrage, asking if they knew how hard she had worked to replant those trees. Dane immediately blamed everything on D-Sick, while the foolish knight thought everyone was praising him. D-Sick stood dazed with a blank expression, not understanding what he had done wrong to get yelled at like that. Subin continued her never-ending lecture, while Dane could only cover his ears and endure it helplessly. The birds chirped merrily outside the apartment building, contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere inside. On the forums, netizens were buzzing about the leaked images of Egoistic. Many people started shipping Egoistic with Blizzard because of their unexpected synergy recently. A diehard fan of Stardust was frantically typing away to protest this new alliance. She was determined to protect the Egoistic X Stardust couple until the end against the invasion of Blizzard fans. The scene shifted to the Hero Association headquarters, where the atmosphere was always solemn and busy. Firm footsteps echoed along the hallway as the heroes prepared for their shift. An association staff member was excited to accidentally run into Stardust in the lobby. Haru gave a forced smile in response, saying she was in a state of readiness for any mission at any time. But deep down, she was feeling restless because lately, Egoistic had only been causing trouble in the Busan area. Haru bit her lip, feeling a bit disappointed that her destined rival had suddenly changed his area of operation. Suddenly, the alarm bells rang out repeatedly, shattering the building's silence. Hearing news of a terrorist attack right in the heart of Seoul, Haru couldn't hide the excitement on her face. Haru immediately activated her power and zoomed off like a streak of golden lightning toward the scene. At an old apartment complex waiting for demolition, loud explosions rang out one after another, shaking the ground. Dust and smoke blanketed the collapsing buildings under the attackers' destructive power. Haru landed at the scene with sharp eyes, but she suddenly paused, realizing the person in front of her wasn't egoistic. D6 stood amidst the rubble, loudly declaring himself the Black Knight loyal to the Ego Stream organization. Meanwhile at home, Dane was sitting comfortably on the sofa eating popcorn and watching the drama unfold on screen. D6 realized Stardust was the target Dane had mentioned and prepared to step into the confrontation. Haru focused intensely, feeling an immense pressure radiating from this mysterious knight. Both faced each other in the skies of Seoul, creating a highly tense atmosphere before the big moment. D6 kicked off the battle with a powerful spear swing aimed straight at Stardust. Haru calmly dodged the attack, but inside, she couldn't stop wondering about Egoistic's current whereabouts. A blinding energy explosion occurred when the two opposing powers collided violently. The shockwaves from the clash shook the entire area of space, scattering the clouds in the sky. Brilliant purple light and golden tones intertwined, creating a visually stunning battle scene. D6 laughed loudly in excitement, admitting that Stardust was indeed a formidable opponent, just as rumors said. Online, the live streams of the battle were attracting millions of views and heated comments. Many people felt a bit of a void without Egoistic's familiar, witty commentary. Haru felt the same. She fought while constantly hoping for the appearance of the true villain. Haru mused sadly, wondering if from now on Egoistic would only operate in Busan and never return to Seoul again. An extremely powerful collision exploded mid-air, immediately breaking the heroine's vague train of thought. D6 unleashed a powerful purple blast of energy towards Stardust, who was hovering between the city's high-rises. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, D6 admitted that Egoistic was absolutely right to judge her as an incredibly strong opponent. The Ghost Knight, D6 sighed to himself, saying it had been centuries since he last met such a formidable opponent. Opposite him, Haru shouted in rage, demanding that Egoistic show his face instead of just hiding and observing. On the forums, fans were buzzing, some excited to watch a visually spectacular battle. D6 laughed loudly with a sarcastic tone, asserting that Egoistic definitely wouldn't be coming. He added a painful dig. His master said that he alone was more than enough to handle someone like her. Haru hung her head, her hands clenching in frustration. The fact that she was being looked down upon felt deeply insulting. D6 began to channel his power. A vortex of purple energy swirled around his hand. He swung his weapon, declaring he would end the battle right there. Haru looked up with eyes burning with murderous intent. She was livid that he had only sent a lackey to deal with her. She felt disdain for the knight's declaration. Being abandoned by Egoistic made the power within her begin to surge violently. At the villa, Dane was relaxing and eating popcorn when he nearly choked, seeing Haru suddenly display an awakening effect. Flames of power engulfed Haru. She vowed to show the knight what the real difference in power was. Rewinding a bit, Dane was sitting on the floor, training the newly recruited knight spirit. He told him to restrain his power, stall for a bit, and then find a way to pretend to lose for a graceful retreat. D6 felt his pride deeply wounded, as a noble knight had to play act a loss to a human. But faced with Dane's firmness, he had to reluctantly accept following the script. Back to reality, Haru was hovering in mid-air, looking down at D6 with eyes of death. D6 realized she was going all out, and he also prepared his stance to receive the blow. He loudly challenged Stardust to come at him and settle things once and for all. Dane at home started feeling worried, cold sweat dripping as the situation seemed to be going too far. Haru dove down like a flaming meteorite, focusing all her power into her fist. A thunderous punch struck the target from above. The ground shattered. A terrifying explosion occurred, creating a deep crater that obscured the view. Haru landed amidst the rubble, her face cold and emotionless after the devastating blow. D6 collapsed amidst the broken bricks, his knight's body beginning to shatter into shards of purple smoke. Before dissipating, he still tried to leave some cool final words, asserting that he was immortal. He told her to prepare herself for his next return, then vanished completely. D6's soul escaped, asking Dane if his pretend-to-lose performance was Oscar-worthy. Haru stood frozen amidst the ruins, the wind blowing her golden hair onto the blue sky. Night had fallen. The lights from Dane's villa were still shining brightly in the quiet space. Dane had just finished uploading the highlight video of the battle to Stardust's official fan cafe. He stretched comfortably, intending to read the comments to see how people reacted to his script. However, the smile on his face suddenly vanished when he saw the confusing comments on the screen. Netizens were rumored that Stardust's awakening was due to jealousy because Egoistic didn't bother to meet her. Dane got angry, typing to scold those talking nonsense and threatening to ban them immediately. He sighed helplessly, wondering why she had suddenly awakened so powerfully at such an awkward time. Right then, the phone rang, making Dane jump and turn back. The caller was Ciola. She seemed to be following the event very closely. Over the phone, Ciola complained about why he sent someone else instead of appearing to confront Stardust himself. Comments were still popping up, suggesting that Egoistic had actually changed his registration to the Icicle side. Ciola smiled meaningfully, reminding Dane not to forget their important meeting tomorrow. Saying that, she hung up, leaving behind an atmosphere full of mystery for the events to come. Ciola rested her chin on her hand, looking at the computer screen with a satisfied smile. What she saw didn't seem bad at all. It was already night, and the Yuzeon Corporation headquarters in Seoul was still brightly lit. She let herself fall onto the bed, tired but still focused on her phone. At the Yuzeon Corporation office in Seoul, another secret meeting began. Dane was sitting loosely on the sofa, opposite Ciola, who was working at her desk. He adjusted his hat and mask, looking as calm and at ease as if he were in his own home. Ciola excitedly threw her hands up after finishing an important task. Dane handed over a USB drive and said it was the last file she needed. She nodded, telling him to leave it there and that she would handle the rest herself. Ciola smiled triumphantly because everything was going exactly according to plan. She curiously asked Dane how he managed to get secret information that even a large corporation like hers couldn't find. Dane remained silent, causing Ciola's curiosity to rise even further. She called his name intimately. Ciola leaned in close, her eyes sparkling as she asked if she could occasionally stop by his place to hang out. Dane looked at her with a blank expression and refused point-blank, making Ciola extremely annoyed. Seeing she couldn't sway him, she changed tactics, demanding he at least reveal his real name. Dane maintained his indifferent attitude and refused that request from her as well. Ciola narrowed her eyes suspiciously, saying that mask looked really annoying. Dane watched her silently for a long time, as if considering something very important. Ciola angrily raised her voice, asking if he actually thought she was the type of person who would betray him. Dane thought to himself that she was extremely loyal, but she was too close to Stardust, so he had to be cautious. Seeing he remained silent, she clicked her tongue and let it go, taking that as his answer. She asked what he planned to do next, but Dane honestly replied that he didn't know yet. He planned to rest until that event happened at the end of this year. Ciola's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe he intended to stay in hiding for that long. Dane prepared to leave. He reminded her that she should go visit Stardust more often. Ciola still intended to say more, but he interrupted her with an unexpected action. Dane suddenly removed his mask and revealed his real name. Ciola froze, completely shocked. She repeated the name Dane with a stunned expression, as if she still couldn't believe her own ears. Dane disappeared into the purple smoke, leaving Ciola standing bewildered alone in the office. She walked across the wooden floor, her mind still lingering on the secret that had just been revealed. Returning to her desk, Ciola began to put her own plan into motion. A mysterious smile appeared on her face as she thought about the recent meeting. She glanced at the phone sitting on the table, as if waiting for the right moment. Her hands glided quickly across the phone screen to make a call. Shinharu was busy working when her phone suddenly started buzzing on the desk. She picked up and was startled to hear Ciola asking to meet. Ciola laughed gleefully dropping the shocking news that she was already in Seoul. Haru frowned suspiciously, her intuition telling her that something bad was about to happen. As soon as she saw Haru get home, Soo rushed out to welcome her warmly with hearts fluttering everywhere. She hugged Haru tightly, as if they had been apart for a long time. Knowing her sister liked sweets, Seola ran straight to the fridge to get some special mango shaved ice to treat her. Looking at the overflowing bowl of shaved ice in Seola's hands, Haru suddenly lowered her head to apologize. She was still feeling guilty about the unfortunate events that had happened in Busan. Haru remembered the time she had acted cold and irritable towards Seola. Seola gently placed her hand on Haru's to reassure her younger sister. She smiled and said that in such a situation, anyone would have reacted that way, so don't take it to heart. Haru looked up in surprise, not expecting Seola to be so forgiving. Late at night, Seola sat alone with a glass of wine, her eyes gazing out the window, lost in thought. She looked at Haru, who was fast asleep, but her mind was drifting somewhere else. The image of Egoistic's eyes from that day kept lingering in her head, and she couldn't forget it. Han Dane had a serious look on his face as he calculated the incidents about to occur in the coming year. Seola realized that he seemed to foresee a huge disaster looming near, and that was the Moonlit cult, an evil force plotting to rise again. On the old wall was a painting of the moon goddess, full of the cult's eerie mystery. Below, a crowd of followers in dark, hooded cloaks knelt in devout prayer. Footsteps echoed steadily on the stone stairs. The high priest stood on a high platform, loudly declaring that a cleansing was about to begin. He raised a scepter adorned with a purple gem, shouting about the day the moon goddess would descend. The crowd below cheered excitedly, their voices echoing through the dark basement. The high priest raised his hand to signal everyone to keep quiet. From afar, a figure slowly walked into the rows of kneeling followers. This person's appearance caused the surrounding followers to tremble in fear. A cultist bowed his head low, not daring to look up for even a second. The mysterious woman in red walked straight toward the high priest's platform. She was a girl with long, smooth black hair, exuding an overwhelming aura. The high priest smiled triumphantly when he saw his trump card had emerged. The girl closed her eyes halfway, preparing to receive dark power. The moon priestess opened her glowing red eyes, ready to dispense punishment upon the world. The next morning, Kim Dane stepped outside and had to hug himself, shivering from the sudden cold. At the Lapis Squad dining table, Seo Eunha was still yawning repeatedly because she wasn't fully awake. Everyone started their hot breakfast, but the atmosphere seemed a bit pressured. Subin loudly reminded Seo Eunha not to pick the beans out because they were healthy. It was Choi Si-hee's turn to be scolded for leaving her elbows on the dining table. Dane looked at the bowl of rice full of beans in front of him, and a strange sense of familiarity rose in his heart. Seeing Dane eating heartily, Subin smiled with satisfaction, making him feel as if he were being lectured by his mother. Even so, Dane silently marveled at how truly reliable his teammates were. Seo Eunha grimaced in misery as she had to force down the rest of the black beans to finish her meal. Lee Hale sat next to her, eating very slowly. She was the only healer in the group. Meanwhile, Choi Si-hee was still fuming, pulling at her hair because she had been nagged so much. Behind the house, the Death Knight, the illustrious S-Class warrior, was now diligently sweeping the yard with expert technique. Han Dane looked at his teammates with surging pride in his heart. Lee Hale stood up, asking permission to leave for school early, leaving her meal unfinished. Seo Eunha watched Hale's back, marveling at her friend's diligence, while behind her, Choi Si-hee was still fired up with training. Eunha cheered enthusiastically for Hale before she left. After Hale left, Eunha turned to ask Dane what they would do next. Si, standing nearby, was also ready to get to work. Subin observed thoughtfully, wondering what those two girls had been plotting lately that seemed so secretive. Dane thought to himself that they spent all day in the basement, so they occasionally needed to come up to breathe some air and catch some sunlight. Looking through the window, Dane knew that the first snow would fall soon, and that was when those cultists would begin their large-scale terrorist attack. Dane called Subin over to give some important instructions for the upcoming plan. He gave a meaningful smile instead of sunlight, he would let those cultists enjoy plenty of moonlight. Subin stared blankly, not understanding what Dane was rambling about regarding moonlight. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the quiet night. That night, Dane led the group out into the cold. Sion shivered from the bone-chilling cold, even though she had been told to dress warmly. He grumbled, asking Dane why he dragged them out here in the middle of the night just to look at the city streetlights. Dane looked serious and asked if the two of them had ever heard of the Moonlit Cult. He explained that it was a group of perverted fanatics plotting to destroy this country in the near future, and currently, no one in this nation could stop them. Dane glanced at the two girls and stated firmly that apart from himself, there was no one else. Dane smiled confidently, beginning to implement the first step of his plan. He asked Sion to take the special goggles out of her backpack. The high-tech goggles were quickly brought out, ready for the search mission. Dane asked everyone to put on the goggles to start looking for the magic circles the cult had secretly hidden everywhere. He explained that through these lenses, those circles would emit an extremely blinding light. All three put on the goggles, staring into the space in front of them with high expectations. But instead of seeing circles, they only saw the city glowing with lights as usual, making Dane look like a fool. He started shivering because she had been standing out in the cold for too long, seeing nothing but streetlights. Dane hurriedly asked Sion to try expanding the goggles' observation range to see what happened. He believed that those magic circles had to be much larger than they imagined. Sion focused intensely, squinting slightly to adjust the focus of the goggles. Suddenly, a strange point of light appeared right in her sights. He also hurriedly asked where it was. Sion pointed toward the edge of the city, where a faint glow had just appeared. Dane was overjoyed. He rushed over and lifted Sion up to celebrate, because she had done a great job. Suddenly being lifted, Sion screamed in terror at her boss's over-the-top action. She frantically asked Dane to put her down immediately. Behind her, Dane was also startled by her reaction. A surge of energy suddenly swept past, causing both to turn back in surprise. He angrily called Dane an idiot. Sion blushed beet red, her heart pounding from Dane's sudden hug. Looking closely at the wall in front, he gasped in amazement at the bizarre characters painted all over it. Dane explained that this was part of a giant magic circle covering all of Seoul that the Moonlit Cult had spent years preparing. If anyone touched these characters, they would lose their memory or have their powers diminished. That's why the heroes in the original story never won. Below was the bustling city of Seoul, hiding a massive threat. Dane remembered in the old story that Stardust had also been completely helpless and collapsed before this terrible power, a very tragic sight of the heroine. Sion asked if they should erase these characters, but Dane had a much bolder idea. As they were talking, a surge of purple energy suddenly appeared behind Sion blankly asked where that mysterious woman had disappeared to. And Sion jumped in fear when a mysterious entity suddenly appeared behind them in the dark alley. Dane gave a calculating smile, affirming that he would turn this magic circle into a tool for his own purposes. And Sion were still bewildered, wondering who this woman with the appearance of a witch really was. Silently marveled at the witch's eerie appearance, a type of mysterious person she had never met before. The vine which began to chant, her hands touching the wall filled with glowing magic characters. A brilliant green light radiated from her hands, engulfing the cult's entire magic circle. Under the witch's control, the structure of the ancient characters began to break down and be reconfigured according to Dane's will. The vine which focused all her magical power, blue energy vines coiling around her body. Screamed in terror as she saw a powerful surge of energy suddenly lash out at Dane. Dane stood motionless, feeling a strange source of power creeping into and blending with his body. After the glow gradually subsided, he asked softly if everything had been finished. The witch affirmed that he would now be completely free when stepping into the circle's activation range. Dane gave a triumphant smile, knowing he had just grasped an important key to changing the upcoming situation. That's right, you already knew that, didn't you? The vine which looked at him with deep, expectant eyes. She glanced at and Sion, curiously asking if these two girls were his loyal teammates. Dane happily clapped, announcing that the mission had ended successfully, A major threat had been silently eliminated. Sihi and Sion were exhausted and demanded that Dane treat them to a feast tomorrow to make up for their night shift work. Dane promised to take the group to eat something good. Meanwhile, Sion silently judged Dane and Sihi's disheveled appearance at that moment. Suddenly, the vine witch leaned down and kissed Dane on the cheek, leaving him stunned while the two girls were completely frozen. What the hell just happened? Dane touched his cheek, still unable to digest her bold action. With a meaningful smile, the vine witch slowly dissolved into smoke, not forgetting to leave a message that she would always support him. What just happened? Sihi and Sion screamed in unison, full of indignation under the quiet night sky. Changing the scene to another place, a criminal was showing off his power by crushing a large rock with his bare hands. He boasted of his bulging muscles, a terrifying result from illegal human enhancement experiments. The A-rank criminal laughed gleefully, happy that his power enhancement process had gone extremely smoothly. He aggressively declared he would crush anyone who dared to show up and be an eyesore to him. Back at Dane's villa, the atmosphere seemed peaceful, but the question about the future still remained. Dane was relaxing on the sofa with popcorn and soda when Sion brought him her phone to show him the news. On the screen was a scene where a villain had just been defeated easily with a single blow. Dane sighed slightly. This was the issue that had caused him the most worry and anxiety over the past few days. He leaned back, silently thinking that Stardust was becoming excessively powerful and resolving all opponents too quickly. The image of Shin Haru with determined blue eyes appeared. She was gradually becoming a hero with absolute, overwhelming power. Dane drank his water while pensively thinking about the first snow, the time when important plans would begin. Sion sat beside him, muttering calculations about reinforcing the durability of her combat suit's gloves to withstand greater power. The genius hacker was engrossed in scrolling through her phone with a very serious look, as if plotting something grand. Dane peered into Sion's screen, curiously asking what she was doing that seemed so secretive and serious. Sion proudly showed off an official egoistic fan cafe called Mango Squad that she was the administrator of. She yelled excitedly and then ran off to finish her work, leaving Dane standing there with a bewildered expression. Sihi suddenly appeared in her gym clothes and didn't forget to tease Dane with an extremely mischievous expression. Dane returned to his desk, telling himself that Sion must also be doing something useful for the organization. He began writing an anonymous letter to the chairman of the Hero Association, warning about a large-scale terrorist attack that was about to happen. Siola brought a tray of tea over, and seeing him deep in thought, she teased him by asking if he was feeling sentimental in the autumn. A restaurant in Seoul was filled with laughter as everyone celebrated Hale for successfully completing her exam. Hale, the student with brilliant orange hair, smiled shyly and replied to everyone's sincere thanks. In the cheerful atmosphere of the party, Dane suddenly asked about her grades, causing Hale to jump in surprise and react intensely. Sion curiously asked Hale which department she intended to apply to, while Dane was still blank since he had never heard her mention it. With a face flushed with embarrassment, Hale quietly revealed that her biggest goal was to apply to medical school. Both Sihi and Dane were stunned. They couldn't understand why someone with an innate healing ability would want to study medicine. Hale irritably stuffed a piece of food into Dane's mouth to make him stop asking, forcing him to stay quiet and focus on eating. Dane could only sadly accept this rough care, while Sion calmly requested a clean spoon amidst the minor chaos. Just then, Icicle, the heroine with icy blue hair, called Dane and informed him that it had started snowing in Seoul. Dane's eyes widened in horror when hearing about the first snow, a signal that the disaster he had always feared had begun. Outside the window, pink magical energy streams began to swirl violently, tearing through the city's quiet night sky. Dane's gaze hardened and became extremely serious. He whispered to himself, "It has truly begun." Amidst the first snowfall, the priestess of the moon, Wulwa, appeared, powerful and possessing a threatening, melancholy beauty. Her face was cold, her glowing red eyes radiating a terrifying pressure that seemed to choke the surrounding space. Powerful pink energy streams blew away everything in their path, throwing debris and pushing back those who dared to block her. From beneath the ground, Pitch-black energy pillars erupted like dark tornadoes, spreading terror everywhere. Shadow Walker tried to hold his ground, but his face clearly showed shock and helplessness before power that could not be measured. Icicle rushed to the scene in a panic, shouting her partner's name when seeing Shadow Walker screaming in despair amidst the storm. Shadow Walker shockingly confessed to Icicle that all his superpowers had completely vanished and become ineffective. Pitch-black liquid pillars continued to shoot up from the ground, blocking all attempts at rescue by other heroes. A high-rise building was heavily devastated, collapsing into ruins under the terrible pressure of the pink energy stream surrounding Wulwa. Shadow Walker was thrown into the air like a leaf amidst the beautiful but deadly pink magical storm. Icicle stood rooted to the spot, watching the dark pillars surrounding her, a deep fear never felt before rising in her heart. Shadow Walker screamed in pain as he was pulled into the center of the tragedy. He couldn't understand why this disaster was happening. Seola stood amidst the ruins, her face showing clear shock at the scene before her. A strange pink vortex of energy was devastating the city, sweeping away everything in its path. In the distance, a beam of bright golden light shot straight into the sky amidst the rubble. The building shook violently, bricks and stones flying everywhere after a large explosion. Seola screamed Stardust's name, worried for her partner stuck in the heart of the explosion. Shinharu was bracing herself, sweating profusely under the terrible pressure of the attack. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure and not let herself be subdued. Meanwhile, Han Dane's group was huddled together watching the battle on TV right at the dining table. Netizens started going crazy, saying South Korea was about to be finished. Seon yelled for the group to go out and save people, but Dane still sat calmly, slurping his noodles. The room was immersed in a strange atmosphere, as the tense news of the war contrasted completely with Dane's calm meal. He smiled, telling everyone to just eat, because it wasn't their turn to act yet. In fact, Dane was calculating to recruit the Moon Priestess after this terrorist act ended. But first, he had to let her owe him a favor. Seeing Stardust overwhelmed on TV, he clicked his tongue, thinking this was a necessary challenge for her to become strong. Dane philosophized while stirring his chopsticks, saying that if a hero was too protected, they would only get lazy. They had to taste hardship to improve. The group of beauties around him looked at the guy with unbelievable eyes, silently thinking this guy was a true pervert. Back to the battle, Seola created an ice slide, zooming away through the pink energy fire. She focused her power into her hands, which were radiating a glowing blue cold current. Seola shouted the command to summon ice arrows, creating a forest of sharp thorns attacking directly into the pink stream. Ice thorns collided violently with the energy shield and shattered into tiny pieces. Inside the pink vortex, a mysterious figure began to emerge, leaving Seola stunned. She realized someone was actually standing in the center of the explosion. The counterattack from the vortex tore everything apart, blowing away even her hardest ice blocks. Seola was thrown far away, screaming in pain. She struggled to stand up on an ice floe, panting from exhaustion after the recent attack. Looking at the scene before her, she realized the situation was spiraling out of her control. Just then, Shinharu rushed in like a golden lightning bolt to rescue her. A powerful punch collided with the pink energy stream, creating a huge explosion of light. Haru flew across the sky, which was radiant with shimmering light trails. She accelerated, heading straight toward the center of the mysterious energy source. A blinding explosion occurred right in front of her, making her squint to block the shockwave. Standing amidst the pink energy zone, Haru wondered what the hell these things were. Immediately, the golden light beams chased her as if they had a mind of their own. She flipped to dodge, realizing they acted no different than heat-seeking missiles. Those light beams shredded the surrounding high-rises in the blink of an eye, dust filling the air everywhere. Haru felt her body getting heavy, her powers seemingly being drained as she moved deeper inside. Through the smoke and dust, she saw the figure of a child standing in the center of the vortex. The pink light stream engulfed Haru, locking all her movements. Her legs buckled to the ground, no longer having any strength left to resist. She staggered, unable to stand steady, her vision starting to blur from exhaustion. Haru's eyes widened, full of shock, as she realized the gap in their power. A massive downward force slammed down from above, burying her into the ground amid a pain scream. The collision created a massive dust cloud, completely obscuring the devastated scene. Haru collapsed amidst the wreckage, exhausted and in pain. Seola and another person rushed to her side to protect her. Seola anxiously checked on her partner, but Haru seemed completely drained after the attack. Behind them, a stream of pink light was still rampaging wildly across the city, creating an incredibly tense scene. Haru looked up with eyes full of confusion and remorse for her own helplessness. The energy vortex was so powerful that it lifted cars into the air as if they were toys. Watching the citizens flee in desperation, Haru bitterly realized that the villain egoistic had actually been going easy on her all this time. She fell to her knees, completely shaken by the brutal scale of this real terrorist attack. Debris from high-rise buildings was swept into the vibrant yet deadly pink energy spiral. The heroine Stardust blamed herself for being too complacent and off guard, leading to this terrible outcome. Her gaze trembled, and both fear and regret were evident on her sweat-drenched face. Seola clenched her fists, helplessly wondering how to stop the horrific disaster unfolding right before her eyes. A close-up of Seola's eyes as she looked toward Haru and called out her friend's name with deep anxiety. On TV, the image of Haru shedding tears left those watching feeling heartbroken. Angry screams echoed from the restaurant as everyone witnessed their hero being backed into a corner. At the base, Dane, the guy who was calm just a moment ago, was now wailing desperately, shouting Haru's name and demanding to rush out to save her immediately. The Lapis squad had to gather around to hold back their out-of-control fanboy, while the younger sisters beside them could only sigh in embarrassment at their brother's actions. Dane still struggled to break free, whining and insisting on saving his idol. Unable to take the noise any longer, Sion used her lightning ability to knock Dane out, leaving him as nothing more than an electrocuted skeleton in a comical frame. The two girls in the group embarrassedly bowed their heads to apologize to those around them for the chaos Dane had caused. After being tranquilized by electricity, Dane slumped down, mumbling Haru's name before passing out in a bittersweet state. Back on TV, Stardust was still suffering while facing her bitter failure, tears streaming down her cheeks. The scene her ruined soul was broadcast on the news. Fire and smoke were rising everywhere, and everything had completely collapsed after the attack. On the screen, Shin Haru was sobbing uncontrollably. This rare weakness of a top-tier heroine was causing a public uproar. Kim Dane and Seo Eunha were strolling through the wreckage. Dane looked around and remarked that this was truly a terrible disaster. Eunha reminded him that the villain had declared he would return. Dane just silently nodded in agreement. Seeing his boss so indifferent, Eunha impatiently asked why he wasn't planning to do anything, because at this rate, Shin Haru would get beaten up again. Eunha grumbled in annoyance, but Dane insisted firmly that she would never fall. He flashed a proud smile and dropped a cheesy line. "Because she is my hero." After all, Eunha gave a speechless look at this display of affection from the hero-obsessed guy. Dane nonchalantly wondered what Shin Haru was doing at that moment, while Eunha could only sneer. Eunha imagined the heroine sitting and crying in some corner. Hearing that, Dane couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. But in reality, Shin Haru was training furiously. She was straining herself to lift a 12-ton weight in the gym. Just then, a giant pink tornado appeared in the Seoul sky again. This was already the third terrorist attack. Behind this incident was a mysterious cult calling itself the Moonlight Cult, and the black-robed figures were performing a bizarre ritual. Seola was trying to stop the tornado, but was blown away by the energy pressure. Her teammates had also collapsed on the floor. Seola panted, feeling her strength drained just by standing near the pink energy stream. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the very center of the tornado. Seola shouted Stardust's name loudly when she saw the familiar figure rushing in. Despite her body still bearing wounds, Shin Haru lunged straight into the battle with a look of determination. Seola screamed for her to stop, knowing she had reached her limit and couldn't take any more. But Shin Haru didn't stop. She poured all her remaining strength into creating a bright golden aura around her body. The heroine shot forward like an arrow, piercing straight into the heart of the pink vortex. Her eyes burned with resolve, even though her breathing had started to become ragged. As soon as she touched the strange energy stream, she was knocked back by a powerful repelling force. Shin Haru landed with difficulty. She knelt, struggling to regulate her breathing. She gritted her teeth, telling herself that she was everyone's only hope right now. A radiant aura began to emanate from her body. Shin Haru vowed to protect the citizens of Seoul no matter what. She bowed her head, channeling her entire will to trigger a new source of power. With sharp, icy eyes, she determined to overcome this challenge at any cost. A golden energy explosion erupted, sending all the surrounding debris flying. In Dane's apartment, he was jumping for joy to see Stardust awaken again, while Ego could only sigh at this power logic. The orange-haired girl asked what would happen if Stardust defeated that priestess. Hearing that, Unha was startled. Unha was dumbfounded to hear news of a new member, and another girl at that. She turned to scold Dane for not bothering to inform them about such an important matter. Unha squeezed her boss's shoulder menacingly, making Dane tremble. He could only stammer an apology, saying he had been too busy lately to remember. The orange-haired girl pointed at the screen, calling everyone to look at how Stardust had closed in on the center of the tornado. Amidst broken rocks and pink energy, Shin Haru was standing and observing her opponent. In front of her was a mysterious girl with long hair floating in the air. That was the priestess of the moon. Unha screamed in panic on the sofa, afraid that the priestess would be captured. Dane was so touched that tears were streaming down his face. He laughed happily, thinking that his hero's opponent couldn't be that weak. The priestess of the moon kept her eyes tightly shut, exuding a strange, sorrowful aura. A giant magic circle appeared beneath the two of them. Shin Haru realized the pressure coming from the girl was extremely terrifying. The heroine broke into a cold sweat. She was stunned to realize the massive disparity in power. The priestess of the moon softly apologized, her tone filled with a strange melancholy. Shin Haru still couldn't recover from her shock, panting as she stood before the immense pressure from her opponent. The priestess repeated her apology, believing that all the terrible things happening were her own fault. The mysterious girl reached out her hand, and pink energy rays began to converge with great power. Spheres of light surrounded the priestess of the moon, preparing for a decisive attack. Shin Haru's eyes widened in astonishment. She felt a terrifying threat approaching right before her eyes. A radiant pink light beam shot out from the priestess's palm at incredible speed. A massive pillar of energy crashed down straight from the magic circle in the sky, aiming directly at the heroine. Shin Haru was completely helpless, her body swallowed entirely by the blinding pink light. The power of the strike caused the surrounding space to shake, blowing away every obstacle. The heroine was sent into a free fall, piercing through the dense energy layers of the tornado. Shin Haru crashed straight onto the ground, creating a massive explosion followed by thick dust clouds everywhere. Seola hurriedly used ice magic to slide over to her teammate, who was lying motionless amidst the wreckage. Seola's eyes revealed extreme worry when she saw Stardust's terrible condition. She hurriedly supported Shin Haru's limp body, who had now completely lost consciousness. The priestess of the moon hovered in mid-air, gradually fading into the night along with the vibrant pink energy streams. A final glow flashed before the tornado, and the priestess completely vanished from the city center. Shin Haru lay still in Seola's arms, her breathing extremely shallow after the heavy defeat. Back at the apartment, Ego, the sole personality, stared at the TV screen with a look of weariness at the outcome of the battle. The whole group was gathered in the living room. The atmosphere became extremely tense and silent. Suddenly, Han Dane jumped up with determination, his hands clenched, showing a different aura than his usual self. He loudly declared that the moment had arrived, then began calling out to the group with a very serious gaze. Dane gathered all his strength to shout the call sign, EGO Squad. Assemble to the extreme embarrassment of the remaining members. Shin Haru strode down the hero headquarters hallway, ignoring the greetings around her. Her expression clearly showed exhaustion after the never-ending battles. A staff member chased after her to ask how she was, but she just waved her hand to signal she was fine and needed some quiet. Haru stood blankly, wondering where that crazy egoistic was and what the hell he was planning to do next. She stood still in the quiet hallway, a feeling of unease beginning to bubble up. Suddenly, the alarm blared incessantly, and notices about a terrorist attack flooded everywhere. Haru gritted her teeth upon hearing that a pink tornado had just appeared and was devastating the Yunnan district. Without hesitation, she activated her energy and shot off like a flash of light tearing through the sky. The scene at the location was horrible. The entire neighborhood was being swept away by a strange pink storm. Haru knew that guy wouldn't come to save her. She was forced to end this thing with her own hands at any cost. Amidst the center of the storm, a giant pirate ship suddenly appeared, looming large and obscuring an entire section of the sky. Han Dane in his egoistic outfit stood on the bow of the ship, and his rabbit-masked subordinates greeted the captain in unison. He turned around to check on the preparation progress of Seo Eun-ha and the young healer Hayel. A shy figure stepped out from behind the ship's deck door, looking quite flustered. It was Hayel. The girl was wearing a pure white dress, but her face clearly showed her tension. Dane curled his lip in a satisfied smile at the impressive debut of his new teammate. The Lapis squad ship officially changed course, aggressively rushing straight into the center of the pink tornado. Seo Eun-ha pouted and muttered, not expecting that even a gentle person like Hayel would have to act as a villain. The hacker girl had her cheek pinched by another member for the crime of talking without respect for seniority. Dane reassured Hayel that she could just rest, and he would handle cleaning up this mess. Hayel gripped her skirt tight, fearful of being forced to do bad things, even though she didn't want to at all. Dane's sharp eyes surveyed the battle situation through his familiar mask. Below, vehicles were being hurled into the sky. The power of the pink tornado was gradually tearing everything apart. He placed a hand on Hayel's head, saying that the group would help her, the one struggling down there. The young healer blushed, her heart pounding at Dane's unexpected act of care. Through the monitor, they saw the priestess of the moon being brutally knocked down by the storm. Dane narrowed his eyes, realizing the situation was actually worse than he had anticipated. Stardust was doing no better. She was being surrounded and attacked repeatedly by pink energy beams. Dane loudly ordered the ship to get as close to the tornado as possible, regardless of the danger. The pirate ship roared, tearing through the pink mist to head straight into the center of the disaster. The wind force was so strong that even Dane had to hold tightly onto the ship's railing to avoid being blown away. He told himself to try a little harder. His target was right in front of him. Haru was covered by a golden light. Her body was fading due to total exhaustion. Looking down from above, Dane saw his hero lying motionless on the ground. His face became serious, his eyes gleaming with steely determination that he must save her at all costs. A horrific explosion occurred. Thick dust covered the entire battle area. Haru knelt on the ground, trying to cough violently to expel the dirt and dust from her lungs. Her legs trembled. She had no strength left to stand up and hold on any longer. Sweat and blood soaked her face. She could only pant in extreme despair. On the ship, Seo Eun-ha and the others anxiously observed the magic circle shining unusually bright. Hayel looked around the deck in a panic, realizing Dane had disappeared out of nowhere. On the ground, Haru was shocked to see a figure approaching her through the thick dust. Shin Haru collapsed onto the ground, her breathing interrupted in despair. She bitterly realized that she could not stop this enemy, and perhaps all of Seoul would fall. The pink energy waves swept through, causing her body to be thrown like a rag doll. Just as her will was about to fade, a hand suddenly reached out, piercing through the dusty haze. Haru wheezed in pain, wondering if everything would end so miserably. A dark shadow loomed over her, bringing a feeling that was both familiar and threatening. It was egoistic. He stood there, looking at her with cold but respectful eyes, then softly said she had worked very hard. Haru looked up, her tired eyes filled with surprise as she saw her fated enemy. He smirked arrogantly, saying that when his hero was in danger, How could an opponent like him be absent? She let out a bitter laugh, feeling the sarcasm but also a sense of relief from this villain. Egoistic watched her for a moment and remarked that it seemed good she still had the strength to laugh. He lightly touched her head, an incredibly gentle gesture in the middle of the ruined battlefield. He asserted that she had done her job very well up to this point, but he would handle everything from here on out. With absolute confidence, Egoistic declared that from this moment on, this battlefield would be under his control. He turned his back and walked away. His tall frame gradually entered the furiously roaring pink storm. Watching that back, Haru suddenly felt her heart pounding, a strange feeling she had never experienced before. She clutched her chest in shock, her face flushed, unsure if it was from exhaustion or fluttering emotions. News about the appearance of Egoistic exploded across all media. The whole world was following his every step. The field reporter screamed in amazement to see the notorious villain single-handedly confronting the deadly tornado. High-ranking officials broke into a cold sweat. They didn't know if the appearance of this madman was a salvation or a new disaster. Amidst the debris and flying fragments, Egoistic calmly walked forward as if the storm was just a light breeze. His eyes behind the mask became sharp, containing an overwhelming power waiting to erupt. A flashback appeared. It was the secret meeting between Han Dane and the witch just as the magic circle was completed. The witch explained that once this circle was activated, he would have absolute freedom within it. Dane listened with a serious expression. He knew the price for this power was not small. She smiled cryptically, asserting that he already clearly understood the limits of the power he was about to touch. Returning to the present, a brilliant green-yellow energy stream covered Egoistic's body, radiating terrifying pressure. He spread his arms to welcome the power, and the entire space around him began to shake violently. With just a light snap of his fingers, Egoistic made the pink energy waves vanish instantly. The witch's words echoed in his mind. Inside this circle, you are a god. Egoistic's eyes glowed a deadly red. He smiled scornfully at the energy, like at a bunch of annoying flies. Egoistic stood amidst the energy vortex, silently thanking the vine, which for the instructions. Everything was going according to plan. Before that, the vine which had explained carefully about this reversed magic circle. One only needed to step inside for everything to completely reverse. The principle was actually quite simple. It would drain the entire strength of the enemy. Then that massive energy flow would flow back into his body. Dane stood firm, despite the pink air currents swirling around him. Green lightning bolts began to crackle violently. A terrifying stream of power made even him feel amazed. He looked at his glowing hand, feeling the abundant energy. This feeling, it was like he possessed Electra's power. A confident smile bloomed on his lips. Chibi Dane was thrilled, his heart pounding for the windfall that had dropped from the sky. He got serious again, adjusting his gloves, ready for the next step. All right, let's go. It was time to meet the Moon Priestess. Dane dashed off as fast as a ghost, leaving trails of light behind. On the ground, Shinharu looked up, wheezing his name in total shock. The pink energy vortex was still roaring wildly in the sky. Haru lay, flattened beneath the debris, completely exhausted. Her eyes widened in disbelief when she saw the silhouette of Egoistic shining brilliantly right in the center of the storm. How could this happen? In the control room, experts were scrambling because of the data. The disaster's energy was being sucked dry by Egoistic. While the staff panicked, the chairman was still nonchalantly chewing popcorn, nodding in satisfaction. Ah, so that's how it is? The employee called the chairman anxiously because of his strange reaction, but the old man was laughing very heartily. He knew for sure that that kid would be able to do it. Inside the storm, Beck Ellen Wool knelt amidst the debris, her mouth constantly apologizing. Her eyes were empty, desperately begging someone to kill her. She tormented herself for causing so many people to be injured. I don't deserve to live on. Tears rolled down the young girl's pain-filled face. Suddenly, she felt someone approaching. It wasn't the hero from before. This person moved with much greater speed. The sound of footsteps echoed steadily amidst the quiet wreckage. Who is that? A silhouette appeared in the blinding light. Ellen Wool was sure it was an extremely powerful hero. Finally, This fear is about to end. She bowed her head, ready to accept death to liberate her soul. Dane stepped forward, nonchalantly remarking that the eye of the storm was surprisingly peaceful. Ellen Wool looked up, stunned, her light red eyes still brimming with tears. "Hey there." A greeting so casual it was hard to believe in such a situation. He approached the girl with an extremely polite attitude. "Very nice to meet you." Dane tipped his hat to greet her, introduced himself as egoistic, and declared he had come there to stop her. Ellen Wool stood silently looking at the person standing before her. She had long since guessed his identity. "I'm sorry," she whispered again in despair. Dane reached out his hand, ready to face the next attack. A pink lightning bolt shot toward him, but was immediately swallowed by Dane's green energy with ease. Ellen Wool was completely stunned by the overwhelming power of the man before her. Egoistic stepped into the center of the storm, where energy was still chaotic. He moved calmly, as if on a stroll. Standing before him was the Moon Priestess, who was submerged in the light of her own magic. Dane was unfazed by the surging power. He stood there, majestic and mysterious. In his egoistic persona, he offered a cryptic smile beneath his mask. "It's all over." He called her by her real name, Beck Ellenwool. The girl froze, confused as to how this stranger knew her secret. Dane continued to reveal what he knew about her true identity within the Moonlight Order. He knew she was raised by the cult leader and granted magic by the moon god. But he also knew she loathed these terrorist acts and was only being forced by a curse. Ellen Wool was stunned, and tears began to fall. Dane's understanding touched the depths of her pain. "Why don't you stop doing something you hate?" Dane's question carried great weight. He reached out his hand, an irresistible invitation accompanied by a rare, warm smile. "Leave the Moonlight Order." Dane firmly offered her a path to salvation. "Come with me. I will be the one to destroy your cult leader." Ellen Wool burst into emotion, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and internal torment. She collapsed to her knees, sobbing and asking if a monster like her deserved to be helped. Dane gently placed a hand on her head, a sincere gesture of comfort. "The fact that you're still resisting shows you are not a monster. So stop crying." Those words seemed to shatter the psychological chains that had bound the young girl for so long. A gentle light surrounded the two of them, signaling that the disaster was gradually fading away. Ellen Wool was still sobbing. She couldn't believe she was actually allowed to keep living. Dane smiled brightly, deciding to lighten the mood. "All right. Mind if I borrow this spot for a second?" A teleportation circle appeared beneath Ellen Wool's feet, leaving her bewildered and confused. Chibi Ellen Wool looked around in surprise, sensing that something was about to happen. She looked around for Dane, but a blinding light obscured her vision. The summoning magic was reaching its brilliant peak. Ellen Wool clenched her fists, her heart racing due to the unexpected arrival of someone else. The young girl trembled, her tears flowing again at this sudden change. No sooner had he finished speaking than Seo Eunhai appeared from the teleportation circle, breathing a sigh of relief for having arrived safely. Dane introduced Ellen Wool to his teammate, who would assist with the relocation. Eunhai had barely set foot on the scene before she was ready for her mission, but the situation before her left her stunned. Ellen Wool suddenly lunged forward and hugged Dane tightly, sobbing like a child finding support. Dane froze at this overly sudden action. The touching scene unfolding right before Seo Eunhai's eyes left her only able to exclaim in surprise. In chibi form, Eunhai looked at her boss with a judgmental gaze, demanding to know what he had done to make the poor girl cry like that. Dane could only stand there awkwardly. Dane coaxed the girl crying on his shoulder, inwardly wondering, did I do something wrong? The disaster had passed, leaving behind a bittersweet and awkward situation. A reporter was standing right at the scene of the mysterious tornado in Seoul, the wind blowing her hair everywhere. Breaking news erupted. Stardust had just been found unconscious. The rescue team rushed Shin Haru onto a stretcher. She looked completely battered after the recent battle. Meanwhile, a giant airship loomed, hovering right near the eye of the storm. The reporters were in a frenzy because Egoistic had not yet revealed himself, and his livestream channel remained dark. The pink tornado was still rampaging wildly with no signs of stopping. On the other side, a pair of hands were tightly hugging a trembling young girl. It turned out to be Egoistic, He was patting Baek Eunwoo as she saw. Eunwoo had cried until her eyes were red, and her whole body was shaking with fear. Han Dane firmly asserted that he wasn't going anywhere, so she shouldn't worry. He looked at her with sympathetic eyes, placing a hand on her shoulder to encourage her. Tears rolled down Eunwoo's cheeks. She looked incredibly pitiful. Dane introduced Seo Eun-hai as the one who would help Eunwoo break the curse. The saintess could only scratch her head in greeting. Eun-hai looked a bit flustered by this sudden responsibility. Eunwoo looked up, her heart still full of anxiety and chaos. Suddenly, the image of the evil cult leader returned to her mind, questioning where she thought she was running off to. Eunwoo clutched her head in pain as his voice echoed, forcing her to answer. Dane urged Eun-hai to just do her usual thing. The saintess nodded immediately. A blue light flashed, and Eunwoo screamed in pain during the purification process. Eun-hai poured all her strength into her palms to shatter the darkness clinging to the girl. When the light faded, Eunwoo blankly realized that the terrifying voices in her head had completely disappeared. Dane hurriedly asked if everything was all right now. The girl burst into tears, but this time they were tears of gratitude for the two who had saved her life. Immediately, Egoistic turned on his stream, flashing his signature smile to welcome the audience back. On the ground, Haru slowly woke up, her eyes still a bit dazed. She opened her eyes, her gaze still somewhat weary after being defeated. Medical staff hurriedly stopped Haru, telling her to lie still and not exert herself. But the first thing she thought of was where that villain, Egoistic, was now. Everyone looked up at the sky in astonishment as the death tornado gradually faded away. Seeing that sight, Haru smirked, even though she wasn't the one who had saved the whole city. She whispered to herself that he had finally done it. The name Egoistic once again kept Haru preoccupied. On her phone screen, Dane's livestream officially began with an enthusiastic greeting. He appeared with two beauties beside him, hat in hand, looking suave amidst the ruins. Haru saw this scene and felt her blood boil, her teeth gritting together. Egoistic began to complain about the unbearable things that had happened in his absence. The chat box exploded with all kinds of comments, and fanboys were calling their idol's name repeatedly. He cursed out the person who had caused this cheap terrorist attack, showing obvious disdain. The public scrambled to ask about the identity of the mysterious, trembling girl standing next to him. Dane proudly introduced her as the Moon Priestess, the one who had created the tornado earlier. But he also quickly cleared her name, saying she was just a pawn manipulated by the cult leader. Egoistic declared eloquently before the camera, challenging the world to define what a true villain was. Egoistic kept that arrogant look before the lens, claiming to be the worst villain of this era. Behind the scenes, Seo Eun and Eunwoo could only sigh. Seo Eun thought that since he hadn't been on air for a while, the guy was just overdoing. After the dramatic act, Dane gave a light cough to regain his composure. He placed a hand on Eunwoo's head, loudly declaring that from now on, she would be a new member of the group. Dane turned and asked craftily, "Right, Lady Priestess?" Eunwoo blushed in embarrassment, whispering her agreement. And thus, the ego stream ended with resounding success. The scene shifted to a modern house amidst the white snow, where everyone was gathered. Eunwoo took a big spoonful of rice, starting to enjoy her first warm meal. She choked up, confessing that she had never eaten this much meat in her life. The more she ate, the more her tears flowed from emotion. Seeing this, Eun-hai patted her and told her to eat as much as she wanted, while Dane was bewildered, not understanding why she was crying just from eating. The saintess gifted Dane a thunderous slap, scolding him for being heartless and emotionally dry. Dane rubbed his aching arm, thinking that at least he had averted the disaster and recruited a new teammate. Eunwoo continued to eat happily, ignoring the commotion around her. However, Dane suddenly felt uneasy, as if he had forgotten something extremely important, just as Seo Eun shouted that he had a phone call. Seo Eun picked up the phone and announced a horrifying number: 67 missed calls. Looking at the screen, they were all from Lee Seola. Dane froze for a few seconds. He was done for this time. He tore at his hair in panic, not knowing how to face the queen. Immediately, he had to fly to the Yusung building in the middle of the night. The moment she saw him, Seola scolded him relentlessly, asking how long he intended to hide everything. In his egoistic suit, Dane apologized profusely, explaining that he had been forced to act that way so Stardust wouldn't suspect him. Seola covered her face and sighed, disappointment evident on her beautiful face. She sulked, claiming that she was nothing more than a tool he used in his plan to deceive Haru. After a while of sulking, she peeked at him through her fingers, setting a condition. If he took off his mask for her to see, she would forgive him. Dane sighed. He had no choice but to take the risk, reaching up to remove his mask. The mask fell onto the table with a dry clack. The true face of Egoistic was finally revealed, and Dane awkwardly asked if she was satisfied now. Seeing the true beauty of the villain, Seola blushed and broke into a satisfied smile. Dane still felt a bit shy, while Seola was secretly pleased that her sulking plan had succeeded perfectly. She felt incredibly special because she was the first person to see his true appearance before anyone else. A satisfied and happy smile from Seola ended the long day. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dim hallway of the base. Seo-eun walked energetically, while Soe looked around furtively with a slightly wary expression. Soe's eyes widened as she looked around. She didn't seem used to the modern space here yet. In another corner, Eun-woo was focused on slicing carrots for a meal, looking strangely peaceful. This ordinary scene made people forget that this was the lair of a villainous organization. Eun-woo performed a superpower, creating a giant purple energy phantom in the middle of the training yard. Soe smiled slightly, admitting that this place also had such gentle moments. But then she was startled when Seo-eun led her deeper into the secret area behind them. Standing before a large door, Soe curiously asked where they were going. Seo-eun turned back with a mischievous grin, telling her to just trust her and follow along. Seo-eun began to boast, asking Soe if she knew who the first founding member of Ego Stream was. She proudly pointed at herself, firmly asserting that it was yours truly and no one else. Both stood before a glowing space portal, radiating a deep blue energy. Soe was surprised. She felt this was a completely different form of power from ordinary mana. Seo-eun climbed onto a platform, asking Soe if this baby was strong enough to crush that woman. Before Soe was Starbuster, a giant, powerful robot waiting for orders to deploy. Soe stood dazed, not yet understanding who the woman Seo-eun mentioned was. Seo-eun smiled smugly, having already targeted the group's biggest enemy in her mind. The name Stardust rang out, and immediately the image of the heroine appeared, full of pride. The scene shifted to a tree-lined park, where the atmosphere was initially very peaceful. A couple was arguing fiercely right in the middle of the lush green grass. The guy tried to explain that he slept through his phone calls, but the girl wouldn't believe him. The girl was seething with rage, believing his apologies were hollow. The guy fell to his knees, begging her to believe him one last time. Suddenly, he screamed when he saw he had been locked in a giant iron cage out of nowhere. Both froze for a few seconds, bewildered, looking around to figure out what was happening. The cage began to soar into the sky, accompanied by the guy's tragic wailing. The iron bars glowed in the sunlight, locking the poor people inside. Dozens of bird-like cages hovered all over the city park sky. The girl screamed for help in a panic, and just then, a polite, black-gloved hand offered her a handkerchief. The stranger advised her that she should probably start looking for a new boyfriend while she was at it. He used his power to make the handkerchief float right in front of the sobbing girl. Egoistic appeared, looking dapper, standing right next to the iron cage. He smirked, saying if she didn't want to find someone new, she could just go in there and reunite with the guy. The girl's jaw dropped in fear when she realized the famous villain was standing right before her. Egoistic raised his hand in a formal greeting before a series of flying drone cameras that were broadcasting live. He confidently introduced himself, accompanied by a standard villain aristocrat bow. He even boasted that he had just topped the list of most loved villains. Egoistic mocked the crowd, saying that the fact they liked a villain like him proved they were all out of their minds. The image of the people locked in bird cages appeared clearly on large advertising screens. He stood with his arms spread wide under the sky, full of iron cages, declaring today would be a day of disaster. Egoistic coldly delivered his final threat. All of you will die. Egoistic stood in the middle of the park, laughing gleefully before the crowd of flying cameras. At the base, Zoe anxiously asked Eunwoo if she was all right, as maintaining such large-scale telekinesis usually caused people to cough up blood immediately. Eunwoo suddenly looked up at the sky with a stunned expression. A brilliant golden light descended from above onto the ground, signaling the appearance of a high-caliber character. Stardust landed with an extremely impressive superhero landing, shaking the entire park area. Egoistic silently mused to himself that it had been a long time since he'd witnessed a superhero entrance like that. Stardust shouted loudly, demanding that Egoistic stop these crazy actions immediately. The heroine's rage was evident in her eyes, ready to punish the villain before her. Egoistic smirked, saying the party pooper had finally decided to show up. Stardust gritted her teeth, demanding he release the citizens he had trapped immediately. Egoistic challenged her in return, asking what she would do if he flatly refused. The atmosphere around Stardust exploded with energy. She had no more patience to negotiate. Immediately, Stardust lunged forward at incredible speed, aiming straight for the black-clad villain. Her eyes were full of determination, vowing not to let Egoistic run wild for another second. A blinding energy explosion occurred when her attack was blocked. Egoistic laughed as he backed away, announcing that today her opponent was not him. He began to introduce a living weapon created specifically just for her. The name Starbuster echoed through the space, signaling the arrival of a new enemy. The giant combat machine loomed behind Stardust, radiating a pressure that was suffocatingly heavy. Dane encouraged Seoeun over the radio, saying this was the villainous debut she had always wanted. He ordered her to show all her power to the heroine. Inside the cockpit, Seoeun was focusing intensely, though she still felt some anxiety. She stuttered Stardust's name, trying to regain her calm before the big fight. The Starbuster robot officially declared war, emitting a cold mechanical sound aimed at Stardust. At the base, Eunwoo and Zoe were screaming and cheering enthusiastically for their friend. Stardust narrowed her eyes to observe the new enemy. She felt this was no ordinary threat. The heroine realized the opponent's voice sounded very young, and it was certainly a girl. Seoeun shouted with determination, pushing the control lever to make the robot attack. Starbuster swung its arm, creating a powerful gust of wind, forcing Stardust to defend. Flaming energy focused on the giant fist of the combat machine. A powerful punch was launched, tearing through the air straight toward the heroine. Stardust raised her hands to block the attack, creating a fiery collision that shook the entire ground. Stardust was covered in a brilliant golden aura, ready to battle amidst the grass. She was extremely focused. The reason was that Egoistic had just carried out another brutal attack. In the sky, giant iron cages holding civilians were hovering, surrounded by protective drones. Seoeun's Black Starbuster robot appeared, accompanied by arrogant laughter that echoed everywhere. An explosive tremor occurred right underfoot, with dust and smoke filling the air when the robot attacked. Stardust leapt into the air to dodge. Inside, Seoeun didn't stop mocking her, asking if dodging was all she could do. Haru began to lose patience. She wondered who this girl piloting the robot was that she was so annoying. Without saying much, Stardust lunged straight down, delivering a powerful kick that made the robot wobble. Seoeun screamed inside. Stardust hovered amidst the powerful swirling winds she had created herself. A heaven-shaking collision occurred. The giant robot was thrown back, plowing up the ground. Stardust was a bit surprised. She hadn't even used her full power, and the robot already looked battered. In the cockpit, Seoeun gritted her teeth in anger, calling Stardust a brainless muscle hag who fought dirty. Hearing that, Haru's face darkened, veins popping on her forehead. "That's enough," she declared coldly, the atmosphere around her beginning to tremble. Haru was determined that today she had to catch this criminal, no matter what. Her body glowed brilliantly, a massive stream of energy concentrated, preparing for the finishing blow. Seoeun began to truly panic, her hands fumbling with the controls. But it was too late. A part of the robot was crushed under terrible pressure. The robot tried to struggle amidst the ruins, but Stardust had gotten too close. She threw herself high, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the surprise of her opponent. Seoeun frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. On the screen, the comments from the audience watching the live stream were scrolling continuously. A large flame shot out from the robot's engine, trying to push back the superhero lunging toward her. The robot swung its arm to attack, but Stardust was too fast. She slipped past easily. A streak of golden light tore through the air, crashing straight into the flank of the giant machine. Haru performed artistic acrobatics amidst the bullets and smoke. From the inside, Sun mumbled jealously, wondering why Mr. Dane cared so much about Stardust. Hearing that question, Haru stopped for a beat, her face showing confusion. She wondered, egoistic, cares about me? The image of the high-hat-wearing villain appeared in her mind. Haru suddenly realized, how could a strange little brat like this know that unless she was extremely close to him? She thought to herself, if she caught this kid, she could definitely pry a lot of information about egoistic out of her. Haru began to use psychological warfare, asking if egoistic had hired an underage child to do his dirty work. The statement hit the mark. Seo-eun screamed in anger, not accepting being treated as a hired hand. She proudly declared she was the first teammate, standing side by side with Mr. Dane from the very beginning. Haru smirked. The fish had taken a bait. She continued to provoke her to get more information. The robot shook violently when Seo-eun lost her cool, energy spraying out uncontrollably. Seo-eun screamed in resentment, revealing that she was the one who had hacked the TV signal and performed every system intrusion since the beginning. Haru kept her cold expression, saying it was hard to believe a child could do those things. Seo-eun shouted as if to say something about them living in the same room, but suddenly went silent. It seemed Dane had contacted her over the radio to tell her to be quiet. Seo-eun pouted, sulking because she had been stopped. Stardust didn't give her opponent a chance to breathe, lunging forward to demand Seo-eun's surrender and spill the beans nicely. She clicked her tongue in annoyance at having almost nabbed her, but then her gaze turned razor-sharp. The fun was over, and Stardust flared with energy, ready to step into the danger zone to finish the fight, warning her opponent to just sit tight for a second. She swore she'd drag whoever was inside out of that tin can with her own two hands as the superhero's fist glowed, gathering a massive amount of power. A direct hit. The violent shockwave triggered a massive explosion, blasting everything around them into oblivion. The giant robot shattered to pieces, with electrical sparks dancing across the smoke-filled, smoldering wreckage. Seo-eun was trapped in the mangled cockpit, whimpering in pain from the brutal impact. Haru landed on the ground amidst the smoke, her aura still crackling with power around her. Seo-eun shrieked in terror, begging someone to pull this scary old hag off of her. Hearing the words, old hag, Stardust snapped, veins popping on her forehead for being teased about her age by a mere brat. Not letting her opponent catch her breath, she lunged forward at breakneck speed. Haru performed a stylish mid-air flip to close in on her prey. Suddenly, a strange girl emerged from the smoke, blocking the superhero's path. Stardust skidded to a halt, her blue eyes narrowing in caution as she faced this new obstacle. The strange girl, Seo-eun, apologized calmly but declared that Stardust's journey would end right there, as a brilliant burst of pink energy erupted from her hand, knocking the superhero back. Haru gritted her teeth in frustration, determined to round them all up in one go. She stared intently at the energy barrier blocking her way, searching for any sign of a weak spot. A massive wave of pink light blanketed the wreckage, forming an impenetrable wall. Stardust was absolutely furious when a stranger insisted that protecting her teammates was just a matter of course. Just then, Egoistic appeared beside Seo, who was sobbing uncontrollably in fear. Seo-eun bawled, demanding that the guy in the top hat get her out of this hellhole immediately. Egoistic scanned the ruined battlefield and then nonchalantly remarked that it was a fairly successful attack. He turned to reproach Stardust in a provocative tone for having been so heavy-handed with his people, a comment that hit Haru like a bolt of lightning, leaving her stunned and shaken. His people, Egoistic, declared proudly that they were a family, and he couldn't just stand by and watch his longest-standing companions fall. The word family echoed, making Haru's heart feel like it was being squeezed, and she was overcome with intense jealousy and bitterness. The villain said his goodbyes and vanished in the blink of an eye, despite Stardust screaming at him to stop. Haru lunged forward, but only the lingering remnants of pink energy remained in the park. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in frustration, having let him slip away once again. Suddenly, a series of cages holding hostages began falling freely from the sky. With no other choice, Haru was forced to turn her back on her target to fulfill her duty to save the people. She reached out, using every ounce of her strength to grip the heavy steel structures plummeting downward. Stardust braced herself to hold up a massive stack of iron cages, preventing them from crushing the civilians below. Her face was drenched in sweat, her eyes showing clear exhaustion. Yet she remained determined to shoulder the heavy responsibility. The giant cages were slowly lowered to safety right in front of the onlookers. Inside, the people were still in shock after their brush with death. A young girl on the ground put her hands together in admiration, her eyes sparkling as she watched her hero save everyone. Even though she'd saved them, Haru didn't feel a shred of joy listening to the crowd buzzing excitedly about Egoistic. She let out a weary sigh, brushing off the concerns of those around her while her mind was clearly somewhere else. Elsewhere, Seo-eun's furious scream tore through the air, the hacker girl throwing a tantrum over her humiliating defeat in front of her team. "I'm so mad," Seo-eun sobbed, swearing she'd kill Stardust, while Egoistic struggled to comfort the girl who was losing her mind. Cut to the evening, when the group was sitting down to dinner together, and suddenly Sun started giggling, making him glance over in confusion. "Is it that funny?" The girl nodded in confirmation. What she loved most were the comments on social media. It was hilarious to see Stardust being called a keyboard warrior, while Egoistic was called Appa. Stardust is a keyboard warrior. That top comment is so salty, haha. To the kids, she's basically an old lady, isn't she? The more she read, the more excited Soon got, and then she jumped up and shouted, startling both him and Hale. Then she scurried away. "Well then, let's create something new with this new energy source." Subin sighed helplessly, reminding her, "So, you're still recovering, don't run." The posts included heartfelt confessions about Egoistic. Honestly, there were no casualties, haha. Or maybe he's just a hero playing a villain for the fun of it. Haha. Seriously, is there anyone here who doesn't know Egoistic is a villain? Haha. He stroked his chin in thought, musing that even if he caused trouble, the public opinion was too good, and if this kept up, he wouldn't be able to maintain his villain persona. Not with these channels. All of them were just full of praise for him. He suddenly had an idea and started searching for criticisms of Egoistic. The information that popped up made him feel a bit excited. One post read, "Exposing Egoistic. He's truly a righteous villain." He relaxed on his bed, listening to the video about himself. Honestly, people, Kim Dane just does whatever he wants, and clearly he's trampling on the societal rules we've set, right? In this latest terrorist attack, he didn't even ask for anyone's permission, did he? Didn't he lock everyone in cages and hold them hostage at a height of over 10 meters? Then she posed a question. He's paying compensation? Does he think money solves everything? It's just like he's playing with us. This pragmatic attitude of wanting to use money to solve every problem is a real issue. Hearing this, he felt a bit swayed. This is interesting. If there wasn't any public criticism of him, then he'd just have to manufacture it himself, wouldn't he? Cut to a room somewhere, where a shaky, apologetic voice rang out. "I'm sorry, everyone. I already said I was sorry." It turned out this was the room of the journalist girl who had been streaming the video bad-mouthing Egoistic. "I'm not giving up," she said, pulling back up to her computer to check again. 2,500 dislikes and one single like. Damn it. The post didn't even catch anyone's attention. Then she looked up at the ceiling and screamed in despair. What the hell? Is Egoistic some kind of god? So what if he's a god? Even gods make mistakes. This is a channel I started while working 2 part-time jobs at a convenience store after getting fired, and right now, when there's almost no one, absolutely no one, criticizing Egoistic, it's the perfect time for me to post a hit piece on him, and I was so sure this would attract all of Egoistic's anti-fans, yet not a single soul likes this post. Her spirit was on the verge of collapse. This was her only hope, and she didn't know what she was going to do about her rent. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a voice message. "Hello. I've always really enjoyed your videos. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a voice message. Hello. I've always really enjoyed your videos. She read the message aloud. Don't lose your faith in the future. I hope you continue to make videos like this, especially this one. I really like it. Please be persistent in attacking egoistic. She mused to herself. Should I keep criticizing him? Then something appeared on her screen that made her jump so hard she dropped her phone. Because at that moment, 10 million won had been deposited into her bank account, and the sender was an anonymous person with a nickname DH who left a message. I hope you'll be more persistent in criticizing that egoistic guy. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. This wasn't a dream, was it? Cut to a few days later at Haru's apartment. After a long, exhausting day of work, she was finally able to relax in her small home. After showering, she went straight to her beloved computer and started looking up information on egoist. Reading the posts on the screen made her eyes darken. Appearing before her eyes now was a video criticizing egoistic with the title, "Let's analyze the dark side of this ruthless, psychopathic villain." This video had 23 million views and was currently #1 on the real-time trending list. And all of this was the work of that kid, Seon. In the video, the journalist girl continued to analyze egoistic, the villain who was surprisingly well-loved by the public. Even though he's caused countless terrorist attacks, the number of casualties is still 0, but can we call him a good villain just because there were no casualties in his attacks? This ruthless, psychopathic villain must be isolated from society immediately. People, please don't let yourselves be fooled by him. If the death penalty were reinstated in South Korea tomorrow, the first person to be executed would be the worst villain in history, egoistic. Haru immediately scrolled down to the comments below. Haha, but she's right, isn't she? He's just a troublemaker who likes to show off his money. Haha, his image is so good, I thought I was the only one who felt dissatisfied. No matter how much of a good villain he tries to be, he's still a villain. The only solution for trash like that is the death penalty. Haru then continued to read the comments and watch the rest of the video. Meanwhile, back at Kim Dane's side, he was extremely satisfied with what he had done. Now you'll truly realize how evil I am, Stardust. Right, this amount of attack should be enough, right? Then, comments started popping up on the screen one after another. No, egoistic is a bad guy, but isn't this going too far? It feels like they're intentionally trying to force this criticism. You're extremely biased against him. Your logic is way too cold, and the arguments seem very forced. Kim Dane's expression remained satisfied. Well, let's move on to the next step, shall we? Then, he appeared on the top floor of a skyscraper. There are currently 3 A-rank heroes in South Korea, including Stardust of Seoul, Icicle of Busan, Shadow Walker of the Dark Knight. Shadow Walker is an A-rank hero who possesses absolute power, but is limited to the shadows of the night. Yet even he couldn't escape the grasp of this dark tale, and the reason is, cut to another place, where a girl on her way home from work was moving through a small alley. Watching through the screen for a long time made Seo-eun bored to the point of sleepiness. Watching through the screen for a long time made Seo-eun bored to the point of sleepiness, and she wondered, are they really planning to kidnap her? Immediately afterward, something appeared on the screen that made Seo-eun jump. They were actually kidnapping her. Everything was going according to plan, which pleased Kim Dane. Very good. In that case, immediately afterward, he teleported to an apartment somewhere. He stood outside the window and knocked on the door as a signal. Inside, someone came out wondering, who is it? This person was Shadow Walker, and as soon as he opened the window, he was extremely surprised by who had appeared. He cheerfully introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Shadow Walker. If you have some time, could we have a little chat? This sudden midnight visit made Shadow Walker's expression turn dark and suspicious. Ja-hyun sat blankly on the sofa, looking completely exhausted and devoid of life. His eyes were vacant, and the dark circles under them were very prominent. In his mind, memories of that horrific pink explosion kept replaying. That power had blown everything away, tossing him around like a rag doll. The heroine Icicle stood amidst the rubble, her face cold and full of authority. Ja-hyun screamed in desperation, unable to believe he had failed so miserably. Back in reality, he gritted his teeth, his expression full of bitterness. He told himself he had to be the strongest when night fell. The room was pitch black, with only a little faint moonlight shining in. Ja-hyun sighed heavily. He picked up his tablet and scrolled through the news with an indifferent expression. Glancing at his phone, it was almost 6 p.m. Still no reply. Suddenly, a knock on the balcony made Ja-hyun jump to attention. He stood up and slowly headed toward the window to check. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he sensed a strange pressure. Ja-hyun whipped his head around, staring out at the pitch-black glass. He heard the sound of soft, bare footsteps tapping on the balcony floor outside. A hand suddenly pressed against the glass, making the air immediately thick and heavy. It was egoistic. He stood tall on the balcony, greeting him with a cheerful, teasing tone. He asked if he could come inside for a quick chat, causing Ja-hyun to freeze for a few seconds. Shadow Walker wondered if he was daydreaming in broad daylight. Ja-hyun scratched his head awkwardly and retorted, asking if the villain had come to surrender. Egoistic just smiled mysteriously and began talking about his recruitment plan, mentioning that he had his eye on 2 people from the Hero Association. The first was Icicle. The moment Ja-hyun heard Egoistic call her by her real name, he panicked and waved his hand, telling him to shut up. Before Ja-hyun could react, Egoistic went straight to the point. He dropped a bombshell. Ja-hyun's girlfriend, Suk-hee, was in danger, and Ja-hyun immediately flew into a rage, ready to lunge, assuming Egoistic was the culprit. Egoistic hurriedly waved his hands, telling him to calm down and listen to the explanation, arguing that if he were the culprit, he wouldn't have shown up there to warn him. Egoistic rasped that Ja-hyun shouldn't waste time arguing, but should hurry to save her. He tossed over a car with the location details and turned to vanish. Ja-hyun picked up the paper, his eyes still full of suspicion and caution. Egoistic vanished into a cloud of purple smoke so fast there were no traces left. Down on the street, a car sped past the glittering skyscraper area. Inside, Subin smiled brightly when she saw Egoistic return faster than expected. Egoistic leaned back in his seat, breathing a sigh of relief that everything had gone smoothly. Subin eagerly turned the steering wheel, ready to head to the next location on the card. The car zoomed off, leaving behind streaks of light that tore through the quiet night. Subin looked extremely excited, grinning nonstop. The car came to a stop with a thud in a dark corner near the construction site. Subin waved her hands encouragingly from the car, while Egoistic stepped out to prepare for his appearance. He walked toward Ja-hyun, who was holding Suk-hee, telling himself this was a golden opportunity to rack up some good karma points. Ja-hyun held Suk-hee tightly and looked at the villain with suspicion. Egoistic goofily gave a thumbs up, making Ja-hyun confused that a bad guy would help him. In the shadows, Egoistic just shrugged and said it was nothing worth making a big deal about. The villain philosophized that even bad guys could do good deeds occasionally, as long as they did it quietly. Ja-hyun was left speechless. A close-up of Shadow Walker's eyes showed he still didn't fully trust him and asked about Egoistic's true motive. Egoistic only asked for one thing: don't go around telling everyone he had been there. Looking at his lover, sleeping soundly in his arms, Ja-hyun recalled the rumors that Egoistic had never caused any casualties and often cleaned up the messes caused by others. Looking at his lover, sleeping soundly in his arms, Ja-hyun recalled the rumors that Egoistic had never caused any casualties and often cleaned up the messes caused by others. Egoistic smiled slightly behind his mask, then dissolved into a brilliant cloud of purple smoke, ending his short, dramatic performance. Standing under the moonlight, Ja-hyun silently admitted that Egoistic was a man with real character. And just then, Suk-hee began to stir awake. Scene shifts to the university campus. The atmosphere was the complete opposite of the gloom from before, with students bustling about, starting a new day full of energy across campus. Hyul wore simple student clothes and carried a bouquet of white tulips, looking absolutely radiant. He cheered when he saw a familiar figure approaching. Lee Hale appeared amidst a shower of cherry blossom petals, beautiful and shining in her neat school uniform. Dane's friends, including Han Seo-eun, couldn't stop praising Hyul's perfect student look. Dane gently handed over the bouquet and congratulated Hyul on officially becoming freshman. Hyul received the flowers with radiant happiness, her eyes glistening with emotion. The group started noisily demanding that he treat her to a celebration, but Dane warned everyone not to exploit and extort his sister. Hyul generously declared she would cover it all because she had just received a scholarship, and the whole group, especially Seon, was excited about the idea of going to the school's famous cafeteria. While everyone was lively, Dane seemed worried, glancing around as if afraid of something. When Subin called, Dane jumped, stammered, and hurried to follow, leaving Hyul looking bewildered. In reality, he was panicking because this was his final semester at school, and even though he was in a different department, he was extremely afraid of running into that person. The camera cuts to the central library of Yonhee University. Inside the quiet library, someone had their head slumped on the desk from exhaustion when suddenly a stomach growl rang out loud. It turned out to be Shin Haru, who was covering her face in shame as her stomach betrayed her in public. Han Seo-eun was sitting in the student cafeteria enjoying a bowl of noodles, remarking that it tasted just like school cafeteria food. Seo-eun jumped, turning around to explain that she was just talking about the familiar feeling. Subin sat beside her, smiling and saying that eating there made her miss her school days a lot. Dane nodded in agreement, and Hyul promised to enjoy it as much as she could while still a student. Subin even suggested that Hyul stop by the cafeteria from time to time so the group could have a warm meal together, which Hyul happily agreed to. At a nearby table, Shin Haru was eating with a friend who wondered why Haru was suddenly craving school food. While half-eaten, her friend suddenly froze as if seeing something bizarre. Haru blinked, following her friend's gaze, her mouth still chewing. Her friend pointed at Dane's table, joking that if the criminals in egoistic streams lived normal lives, they would probably look exactly like those people. She guessed that the brown-haired girl looked just like the female employee kidnapped by egoistic in the first attack. Then she pointed at Hyul, guessing she could be the supreme priestess, though admitting she had never seen her real face. Her gaze shifted to Subin, saying this kid looked exactly like the chubby robot pilot from the previous terrorist attack. Finally, she pointed straight at Dane and declared firmly, "That guy is egoistic." Hearing this, Haru's face instantly paled, sweat pouring out because the joke had hit exactly where it hurt. Haru observed Dane's calm, smiling face closely, her heart filled with extreme suspicion. She reached out toward them to check something, but then hesitated. Suddenly, the entire cafeteria was engulfed in a terrifying, bright red light. The TV screen started to glitch, and then a notification appeared announcing the arrival of the Moonlight Cult. The face of old Chinwang, the cult's leader, appeared on the screen with an evil smile and a provocative greeting. He called out Stardust's name directly, asking if she was witnessing this salvation. Haru's eyes widened in shock. She bit her tongue in frustration, realizing the situation had become extremely serious. Haru immediately jumped up and bolted out of the cafeteria, only managing a brief apology to her friend. She ran while still glancing back one more time, her face full of worry. The rest of the people in the cafeteria stood stunned, staring at the strange news broadcast. On TV, Chinwang declared he would bestow a gift upon those who had not yet been saved, opening the path to the moonlight. Outside, the moon glowed a blood-red color amidst a horrific roar that tore through the air. The leader declared that death was the only fate for the heretics. Seo-eun held her ears in pain, not understanding what the hell was happening. Dane also covered his ears because of the piercing sound, muttering that he needed to prepare immediately. Hyul looked at him with deep concern, while Dane gritted his teeth in fury, wondering why the old man had appeared so early. Was it because he had recruited Eunwoo? Roars and screams echoed throughout the cafeteria, and everyone was stunned by the deafening noise. Subin's face went white as a sheet, sweat pouring out from fear at the chaotic scene. Looking out the window, a giant, pitch-black silhouette with glowing red eyes was approaching, and everyone began wondering what kind of monster it was. Seo-eun grabbed Dane's hand in a panic, hoping for a rescue plan from her boss. Dane's face turned pale, sweat streaming down his face from the unexpected shock. He cursed under his breath, realizing that the final boss of the Moonlight Cult had appeared far too early. His script was being torn to shreds. The Crimson Monster roared madly, beginning the massacre. Contrary to the danger, A few bewildered students outside remained calm enough to take out their phones and take pictures, as it was their first time seeing a real-life villain. The colossal entity let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire city. A close-up of the monster's bulging muscles and vein-streaked red skin made it look even more terrifying. Suddenly, white smoke began to pour from the mouths of the people nearby, as if their life force was being drained away under the blood moon. The monster hovered high above while droves of citizens collapsed to the ground, creating a scene of hell on earth. Haru zipped between the skyscrapers, looking down in horror at the wreckage below. A scene of devastation unfolded before her eyes. People lay sprawled everywhere amidst the thick smoke and dust, and Stardust's face hardened with determination. She reminded herself that she had to minimize the damage to the city at all costs. Amidst the ruins, a child in a yellow shirt was crying out in desperate agony. Stardust dove down like a streak of light, quickly reaching the child's position. She hurriedly shielded the child just as another explosion hit. Stardust held the little one gently, asking anxiously if they were hurt anywhere. The child kept wailing, eyes rolled back and face twisted in unbearable pain. Haru watched in horror, realizing something was terribly wrong. The people around her were collapsing. She quickly placed her hand on the child's wrist to check for a pulse. Stardust's eyes widened in shock. The child had stopped breathing and had no pulse. She looked around, stunned by the sight of citizens falling like soulless corpses. Stardust gritted her teeth in fury, realizing that those who had been drained of their life force were on the brink of death. A brilliant aura flared around Haru, signaling that her anger had reached its boiling point. Unable to hold back any longer, she charged straight at the Crimson Monster. She roared in anger, ordering the beast to stop its brutal actions immediately. A punch encased in brilliant golden energy slammed into the target with terrifying force. However, the monster stood still, not flinching, its red eyes staring at Stardust with a provocative gaze. It opened its mouth and emitted a thunderous roar, exuding an overwhelming bloodlust. Suddenly, a voice called out, warning Haru to dodge immediately. Startled, she turned back. Stardust hurriedly flipped in midair to avoid the enemy's lethal sweep. A familiar dark figure appeared, intervening just in time through the smoke and dust. Stardust let out a sigh of relief and smiled slightly when she recognized Shadow Walker. He replied in his trademark weary tone, apologizing for being late. Shadow Walker panted, staring at the massive entity before him and wondering what the hell this thing was. Haru replied in a voice of steel, asserting that whatever it was just a villain that needed to be destroyed. She exploded with power once again, launching herself like a flaming missile straight at the monster. The collision between the two opposing energies caused purple and gold lightning to tear through the night. Surrounded by a dazzling aura, Stardust looked straight at the beast and declared with a touch of arrogant humor that its opponent was none other than herself. The energy from her punch erupted, colliding violently with the enemy's body, which felt like a defensive armor. But the soul-draining monster was completely unaffected. Haru gritted her teeth as she realized its power was overwhelming. The monster roared, firing sharp rays of energy that left her no choice but to take the hits. Below, Shadow Walker was gasping for breath, completely exhausted and relying entirely on Stardust. In this desperate moment, Haru focused her will, and an intense aura began to flare around her body. A massive explosion shook the city center, with dust and smoke obscuring everything. As the smoke cleared, the soul-draining monster was still standing tall, surrounded by flickering purple electricity, looking even more terrifying than before. Haru began to falter. Her breathing was chaotic, while the enemy seemed almost entirely unharmed. Her eyes showed extreme astonishment as she felt the terrifying pressure from the monster. The soul-draining monster opened its mouth, firing a massive beam of purple energy straight at the heroine. The direct hit sent Haru flying into the rubble, with thick smoke rising from the impact. She collapsed amidst the debris, and even though she tried to stand up, her body was completely spent. The Crimson Monster roared, emitting a killing aura so thick it could swallow the very space around it. It began to accumulate energy in its mouth once again, preparing for a brutal finishing blow. Haru stared blankly, her mind sinking into absolute despair. Everywhere, souls were being withdrawn by the soul-draining monster, and civilians lay sprawled out, their vitality drained away. But from afar, on a high rooftop, someone was quietly observing the entire battle. It was Dane in his egoistic persona, silently cursing the Moonlight Cult's old master for acting so hastily. The soul-draining monster was supposed to be an ultimate weapon, appearing only in the final chapter of the original story's second part. Dane realized this was just its unevolved form, but he still wondered why it had appeared so early. He squinted through his scope, wondering if his own presence was disrupting the script. That roaring monster was actually a gimmick boss with a fatal weakness. In the original work, the heroes only needed to find Silver to defeat it easily. Dane was ready. With his heavy sniper rifle, he could end it all immediately. His finger rested on the trigger, but then paused. An interesting idea just flashed through his mind. At that moment, Han-Seon called anxiously over the radio to check on the OP's safety. Dane smiled triumphantly. He wanted to stage it so that Stardust will be the one to deliver the finishing blow at the most dramatic moment. From high above, he reassured Subin that everything was fine. Even though Subin teased him for acting out, Dane seriously insisted that the situation was extremely intense. He squinted as he observed through the scope, searching for the perfect moment to provide support. Stardust was being completely overwhelmed by the soul-draining monster. But Dane believed this was the opportunity for her to break through her own limits. Through the scope, he saw Haru's eyes suddenly change. A new power was rising. A brilliant golden aura exploded dazzlingly. The heroine had officially awakened, and Dane could not hide his excitement, cheering Stardust on to deliver the final blow. The punch containing all of Haru's energy slammed straight into the monster's body. The soul-draining monster took the hit, screaming in pain as the terrifying force knocked it back. The monster crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater and seemingly defeated. On the rooftop, Dane cheered joyfully. It was exactly the Stardust he expected. Amidst the remaining wreckage and smoke, Haru stood firm, wondering if it was truly all over. The crimson, soul-draining monster reappeared from the purple smoke, looking like something that had just crawled out of hell. Before its giant hand, Stardust looked small and fragile. Haru looked up in horror, unable to believe her eyes at this aberrant monster. It roared fiercely and lunged at her with dense, murderous intent. Stardust tried to dodge the enemy's powerful sweeps. Just one stomp of its foot was enough to make the ground shake and explode. On the rooftop, Egoistic was breaking into a cold sweat, his hands gripping the sniper rifle tightly. Looking through the scope, the monster's grotesque face made him shudder. He silently urged Stardust to try and hold on for just a little longer. The plan was about to begin. Below, Haru was gasping for breath from exhaustion, but her fighting spirit hadn't cooled down. The monster didn't give her a break, lunging again like a furious storm. Haru skillfully navigated through the giant's crushing attacks. She shouted, pouring all her remaining strength into her legs to keep her distance. But its sweeping arm was too wide, constantly pushing Haru into dangerous situations. The monster suddenly roared, red electricity flashing around its body, looking incredibly frightening. A deadly purple energy orb began to accumulate in its mouth, ready to wipe out everything. Haru gritted her teeth. She couldn't hesitate any longer. With the lives of the citizens at stake, a brilliant aura suddenly erupted from her body, dispelling the surrounding darkness. A massive explosion occurred as Stardust poured all her power into a counterattack. She unleashed a fiery, iron-fisted punch straight into the monster's face, creating a terrifying shockwave. The two sides collided violently, generating deafening explosions amidst the city's ruins. Haru was thrown back. She tried to regain her balance against the enemy's strength. The heroine collapsed to her knees, gasping for air as her body began to revolt from the overload. A part of her soul was also being drained by the monster. Amidst the dust and smoke, Haru collapsed from exhaustion. As the monster slowly approached, seeing the pool of blood on the ground, a deep sense of despair welled up in Haru's heart. In her delirium, memories of the old days rushed back. The image of a little girl crying inconsolably with her family. But then, Her heroic spirit urged her to stand up, stronger and more resilient than ever. Haru knelt amidst the ruins as a pure white light began to envelop her. Memories of the smiles of the villagers and her friends became an invaluable motivation to help her overcome her limits. The image of Dane suddenly flashed in her mind, carrying a silent promise kept in her heart. The soul-draining monster lunged again, but this time Haru was ready to face it with her awakened power. The punch, carrying all of her essence and power, exploded as brilliantly as a small sun, her eyes burning with a supernatural blue, signaling the birth of a new legend. After that, a massive vortex of energy appeared, completely swallowing the monster into the void, which even surprised Stardust herself. The witnesses were stunned, then erupted into wild cheers. They shouted her name, honoring Stardust as the savior who had pulled them back from the edge of the abyss. Haru stood amidst the cheering, but still felt suspicious. She softly called out Egoistic's name when she felt his presence nearby. A few minutes earlier, two civilians lay collapsed amidst the wreckage and thick smoke after the horrific battle. The girl stared in terror at her unconscious companion right next to her. Her hands trembled as she covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering with terrified tears at the sight before her. The man beside her was also exhausted. With breathing broken by sheer fatigue, she held her head in despair, frantically calling out Stardust's name. Weighted down by psychological pressure, she could only pray for a miracle, preferably a favorable dramatic plot twist. The crimson, soul-draining monster slowly approached, its giant shadow swallowing the two of them. The girl let out a painful no as death stood at the door. At that very moment, a blinding light erupted, sweeping away everything around. From above, Egoistic coldly pulled the sniper rifle's trigger, his gaze locked onto the target through the scope. A pool of thick black blood spilled onto the cold tile floor. The abuse of spatial teleportation made Dane cough up blood. His body shook violently from the side effects, and a familiar voice made him jump in alarm. Shadow Walker had been standing there for a while, quietly observing his every move. The hero declared he knew everything. Nothing escaped his eyes. Egoistic glanced over wearily, his hand tightened in a state of vigilance. Not wanting to get involved in trouble, he immediately activated his energy to vanish from the scene. Watching the villain's figure leave, Shadow Walker smiled gently with admiration. Behind the shiny mask, another truth was gradually being revealed. A teleportation error caused Dane to be thrown out of space, tumbling clumsily in midair. A rainbow arched across the city sky after the storm, bringing a strange sense of artificial peace. At the base, violent coughing echoed from within the room. Han Seo-eun was panicked, not knowing what to do when seeing her brother's condition. Meanwhile, the association building remained brightly lit as if nothing had ever happened. The old chairman happily congratulated Stardust and promised an extra reward for this achievement. When done, he and his entourage left with smug expressions. Icicle also came to celebrate. She was convinced that Shin Haru was the one who had destroyed the monster. Haru only knew how to be silent, bowing her head as thoughts swirled in her head. She hesitantly confessed that she didn't feel like the one who had defeated it. Her words left Icicle and Shadow Walker stunned, not understanding what she was talking about. Icicle pressed her, asking who else could have the power to do such a thing besides her. The image of Egoistic's smile suddenly flashed vividly in Haru's mind. Shadow Walker confirmed he had checked thoroughly. There was no one else there but her. Haru clenched her arm, trying to dispel the suspicion that was engulfing her. Standing by the window, looking down at the city, she wondered if she was being too sensitive. A terrifying thought flashed. Was she becoming dependent on Egoistic? She turned away hurriedly, running from the truth she had just realized. Haru's face flushed red. She reassured herself that it was probably just from drinking a bit too much. At the base, Hayol was carefully feeding Dane small pieces of apple to help him recover. Seo-eun looked on with annoyance while Dane clumsily wanted to eat by himself. Eun-woo asked anxiously if he was feeling better. Dane gave a thumbs up to confirm he was okay, but immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, making Seo-eun sigh. Dane suggested to Han Seo-eun that when he recovered, the whole family should go on a trip together. Eun-woo beamed with joy, her eyes shining brightly when her brother made the promise. Han Seo-eun beamed with joy, her eyes shining brightly when her brother made the promise. He picked up the call, wondering who was calling at this hour. On the other end of the line was Lee Seoa, sobbing and pretending to cry dramatically. She scolded him for being injured without telling her the address, saying she was so worried she wanted to cry. Facing her dramatic tears, Dane became flustered and felt guilty. Seoa continued to sob, insisting she valued Dane very much and couldn't sit still when something happened to him. Dane was silent, his heart softened by her excessive concern. Finally, he gave in, agreeing to send the address and inviting her to the base. Immediately after hanging up, he froze, wondering if he had just been played by her. His intuition was completely correct. Seoa immediately stopped crying and smirked triumphantly, thrilled that she had hooked her prey. Now, the secret of Egoistic's residence was in her hands. With a calculating look, she strode off to prepare for this surprise visit. The sound of high heels echoed through the hallway as she stepped out. Seoa prepared thoroughly, wearing an elegant white suit to make a strong impression on her friend and perhaps his entire harem. She smiled confidently in the mirror, vowing to appear at Dane's house looking gorgeous. The doorbell rang continuously, breaking the apartment's quiet atmosphere. All the girls inside were startled, looking at each other, wondering who was visiting at this hour. Dane calmly announced it was his guest and told everyone to go open the door. A curious member went out to greet the guest and nearly held her breath at the other person's gorgeous appearance. Lee Seoa appeared radiant, introducing herself as Lee Seoa, a close friend of Dane. Only then did Dane panic, realizing he forgot to warn them that he was living with a harem. Seoa smiled meaningfully, her sharp eyes beginning to observe the situation inside the apartment. The girl who opened the door stood stunned, silently wondering about the relationship between the host and this beauty. As soon as Seoa stepped into Dane's house, Subin politely led her to meet him directly. But having only walked a short distance, Seoa noticed Sei sitting on the sofa with an extremely annoyed expression, and the entire aura she exuded seemed like she wanted to crush her skull. Everyone in the house wished she would just die, while Eunwoo stood to one side, unable to hide her admiration for Seoa's beauty. Finally, they reached the door at the end of the hallway where Seoeun was waiting. Subin introduced Seoa to Seoeun, explaining that she was visiting as a guest. Seoeun immediately turned away and let out a grunt of annoyance, clearly showing her disgust at the appearance of another woman in the house. Paying no mind to that, Seoa decided to step into the room to meet Dane. Watching her step into his room, Dane said in surprise, "Oh, you actually came. I didn't think you would decide to show up. Oh, and by the way, why are you dressed like this? Is there a festival or something?" However, these words were clearly unnecessary. Seoa tried to suppress her rage and asked Dane, "I didn't know you lived with such a large group of beauties. What magic did you use to make them all revolve around you?" Before he could say anything, the air in the room suddenly turned freezing cold. Seoa handed him a gift bag containing abalone porridge. Dane thanked her, but just as he intended to receive the expensive gift, she suddenly pulled her hand back, changed the subject, and said in an unhappy tone, "It seems there are already many people here ready to take care of you. Plus there's that girl Subin, I think her name is. She keeps feeding you, right? Perhaps you don't need my gift." Hearing this, Dane could only force a smile. "How do you know all this?" Seoa only replied in a dissatisfied voice, "Well, I just asked around a little bit about you." But Dane, understanding her concern, decided to act. He took the gift from her hand and said, "Actually, you are the first guest in the history of this base. Therefore, any gift from you is extremely precious to me." This answer left her completely surprised, her heart beating faster. A moment later, Seoa left Dane's room, but as she walked out, Seoeun was standing right near the door. Looking at Seoa leaving, Seoeun asked, "So you're Dane's friend. If I remember correctly, you are the hero of Justice Icicle, aren't you?" Seoa decided to respond, "Oh, little girl, you don't need to worry. Your brother Dane will be fine. We have a very close relationship with him." Seoeun continued to provoke. "Oh, such a close relationship. Does that mean you've already gone on a trip with him?" "Because we go often, especially to the beach. Soon our whole family will go to the warm, southern beach together." Seoa was stabbed straight to the heart by Seoeun's sarcastic provocation. Returning in a completely depressed mood, Seoa decided to get drunk. She sat musing about the conversation, swirling the glass of red wine in her hand. She couldn't shake the thought that a hero like Dane lived with such cunning, beautiful women. Drinking while miserably considering her next move, Seoa decided that although she might endure it today, she absolutely could not sit still and let those villainesses possess the young man. Recalling Seoun's bragging about the warm southern beach, she took out her phone to check the location of the exclusive beach. A cunning idea popped in her head on how to completely destroy Dane's harem. She dialed her friend Haru, asking if she wanted to go to the beach together. A while later, when they arrived at the beach, the egoistic team started playing volleyball. Seoun jumped enthusiastically, ready to serve. Seoun smashed the volleyball with immense force, sending the ball soaring over the net. On the other side of the court, seeing the speed of the incoming ball, Sin only had time to scream, "Are you crazy? Smashing it that hard?" The ball nearly shattered her skull, knocking her straight to the ground. Waking up, Sehi immediately shouted, "Hey, you brat. Did you hit my face on purpose?" "Huh?" Seeing her annoyed, Umil stepped in to defend Sun, timidly saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, Seoa. She didn't mean it. Please forgive her." Approaching Umil, Soun said, "Oh, no need to apologize. It's totally fine. We were just playing." Hearing that, Sehi jumped up, put her full strength into hitting the ball straight at Seoun, and said, "Oh, well then, have a taste of my super serve too." Even though the ball missed the target, the lightning clearly struck Seoun. Watching Seoun writhe in pain, Sehi laughed loudly, the sound echoing across the beach. "So do you like my serve?" Not far from them, Dane was lying down resting. He pondered on the fact that this beautiful, warm beach was managed by a private corporation year-round, utilizing fire ability users, and they had rented out this entire area. His peaceful monologue was suddenly cut short by Subin, who asked, "Oh, Dane, who were you just talking to?" Dane looked at the girls and realized this reminded him of their previous trip to Busan, adding that their family circle had grown larger since then. Giving in to nostalgia, Dane added that watching the children play made him feel like they were playing parents together. Hearing those words, Subin suddenly blushed, her heart pounding, and she could only mumble, "We're raising a child like a married couple. We're a pair." Deciding to seize the opportunity, Subin turned to Dane and said, "Oh, Dane, let me put sunscreen on you." Dane tried to refuse, but a second later, Subin had stripped off his clothes and seriously told him not to move, starting to apply oil to his back. That moment threw Dane's thoughts into chaos. He told himself this was wrong, that their story genre was about to shift and turn into some kind of harem hentai. However, their peaceful atmosphere was about to be destroyed, for the ticking time bomb had arrived. She had just arrived at the beach by car with Seoa. Seoa had calculated carefully when inviting Haru, turning her into a truly formidable weapon against Dane's harem. Han Dane and Lee Subin were planning to take a nap on the beach chairs. Dane still looked visibly exhausted, sporting his signature dark circles under his eyes. Dane still looked visibly exhausted, sporting his signature dark circles under his eyes. Immediately, both the group of disciples and the monster minions gathered around. Dane and Subin sluggishly sat up and stretched. This short nap hadn't helped them recover much. Sei stood nearby, teasing the two who were sleeping with the weary expressions of parents on vacation. Dane could only respond with a helpless stare. Sei was fired up, asserting that she still had plenty of energy to keep partying. Subin smiled and suggested, "Either the whole group goes to the night market for dinner, or everyone goes back to their rooms for some free time." Seon was the most excited and insisted on going to the night market, while Lee Hale made up an excuse about having homework to sneak off early. Seeing that, Sei followed suit, saying she had to go back to her room to see if the bed was comfortable. The two girls offered the most unconvincing reasons possible. Thun immediately blew a fuse upon hearing that, scolding both of them as traitors for wanting to quit halfway through the fun. Determined not to let anyone escape, the girl turned to grab Dane and Subin, forcing both of them to come along. Looking at Seoun's overly enthusiastic demeanor, Dane and Subin could only look at each other with a bitter smile before giving in to the kid. So, the three of them strolled through the streets as the city began to light up. Seoun walked in the middle in a state of absolute excitement. So, The three of them strolled through the streets as the city began to light up. Seo-eun walked in the middle in a state of absolute excitement. Seo-eun excitedly accepted immediately, even making a bet that whoever lost would get flicked on the forehead. The group surrounded the stall, and Seo-eun volunteered to play first to show off her skills. The girl didn't forget to bring up old debts to apply psychological pressure on Dane before his turn. When it was Dane's turn, he held the dart, sweat pouring down his face from the pressure. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from the side, asking if Shin Haru liked playing darts. Dane's group froze for 5 seconds. It turned out Lee Seo-ah and Shin Haru were passing by as well. Dane's face went pale. He cursed internally, wondering what kind of scheme Seo-ah was pulling now. The reward for the game was a chibi doll that looked exactly like Egoistic. The sound of balloons popping rang out in succession. A perfect, flawless dart performance left everyone in awe. The shop owner's jaw hit the floor, having never seen anyone play so well. Haru hugged the doll tightly to her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. Several missed darts lay scattered on the ground. The result of a normal person like Dane wasn't anything impressive at all. All three, Dane, Seo-eun, and Subin, immediately turned to stone at the unexpected appearance of the female lead. Shin Haru curiously looked at the three figures who were planning to sneakily slip away. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion, feeling as though she had seen these figures somewhere before. Seo-ah suddenly called out Dane's name loudly, making him jump in surprise. In a panic, Dane whispered to Subin to take Seo-eun and go ahead, while he stayed behind to handle the situation. Shin Haru walked straight toward them, wanting to confirm the identity of the person standing in front of her. Shin Haru walked straight toward them, wanting to confirm the identity of the person standing in front of her. Knowing it was game over, Dane turned to greet Seo-ah as if the two had just accidentally run into each other on the street. Seo-ah flashed an enigmatic smile and responded in a very intimate tone. She casually introduced Dane to Haru as her business partner, leaving Dane speechless and completely cornered. Hearing the name Dane, Haru's expression shifted slightly. She mentally noted the name. Dane forced a smile and nodded, acknowledging that he was indeed Kim Dane, as introduced. Seo-ah suggested the group go for a walk on the beach instead of standing around in this crowded night market. On the way, Dane trembled with fear, not knowing what Seo-ah was plotting by dragging Haru along. Seo-ah looked at Dane with a playful smile. It was clear she was thoroughly enjoying this teasing. The three of them strolled along the quiet night beach. The sound of the crashing waves only heightened the unease in Dane's heart. Seo-ah innocently exclaimed that she was so happy to see two of her favorite friends walking together like this. Dane tried to stay calm, telling himself he was in the guise of an ordinary person and had a camouflage spell on, so surely Haru wouldn't recognize him. Yet, a hero's intuition is terrifyingly sharp. Haru intently watched Dane, internally affirming that she had met him somewhere before. Right at that moment, Seo-ah made an excuse about a phone call and stepped away, leaving Dane and Shin Haru standing there staring at each other. Seo-ah giggled to herself. Seeing that look, you knew she was plotting something. In reality, there was no phone call. It was just an alarm Seo-ah had secretly set to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. One unpredictable move. Seo-ah fabricated an urgent reason and hurried off, leaving Dane gasping for air while calling out to her helplessly. The space suddenly became unusually quiet. Dane stood frozen, his hand still raised as if to pull Seo-ah back, while Haru stood quietly beside him, hugging the doll tightly. The sound of bare feet on the sand broke the silence of the night. They walked together under the brilliant full moon, the sound of the ocean waves pulsing with every beat, but the atmosphere between the two was awkward to the extreme. Dane tried to break the silence with a bitter smile, remarking that Seo-ah was truly unpredictable. Haru just silently nodded in agreement. A strangely familiar feeling began to well up in Haru's heart. She narrowed her eyes at the guy next to her, feeling that his demeanor was extremely similar to someone she had met before. Haru began to recall her previous confrontations with the villain Egoistic. From his behavior to his gestures, everything kept overlapping with the shadow of Dane. The more closely she observed, the greater her suspicion grew. The sharp gaze of a female hero was trying to find a flaw behind Dane's mask. The moments of battle, the words, and the arrogant laughter of egoistic appeared vividly in Haru's mind. She wondered if there could be such a huge coincidence in this world. Suddenly, Haru stopped, looked straight at Dane's face, and asked point-blank, "Do you know the villain, egoistic?" Dane froze, and beads of sweat began to pour out like a stream. He tried to keep a calm expression, but his heart was pounding uncontrollably. The two stood opposite each other amidst the roaring waves. Dane asked back with a completely blank look, as if he had just heard the name for the first time. Haru seriously repeated the question, her eyes not leaving Dane for a second. She was waiting for a slip-up. At that exact moment, in Dane's mind control room, the red alarm bells were blaring loudly. The other versions of Dane in his mind were in a state of absolute panic, fearing that COA had sold him out. Another Dane tried to reassure everyone, saying that COA gained nothing by doing this, and perhaps this was just Haru's sharp intuition. But the current situation was hanging by a thread. Haru was waiting for an answer, and Dane was as pale as if he had just seen a ghost. In desperation, Dane decided to switch to Plan C, which was to come up with anything at all to cover it up and distract her. So he laughed loudly in a very awkward manner, pretending he had misheard it as ego cane, a brand of walking sticks for the elderly. A sharp turn that left Haru stunned. To make it more convincing, Dane started babbling nonsense, trying his best to curse egoistic as a piece of trash who disregarded human life. He humiliated himself mercilessly to dispel her suspicion. Dane continued to bluff that egoistic did everything only for personal gain and had no noble ideals whatsoever. He said that with his mouth, but he must have been crying inside. Hearing Dane curse himself like that surprised Haru. She seemed to want to speak up to defend the villain, saying he wasn't entirely evil. Seeing Haru defend him, Dane awkwardly tried to smooth things over, saying those were just rumors he'd heard from others. They continued to walk in the strange atmosphere. Haru suddenly changed the subject, asking what Dane thought about the hero Stardust. Dane paused for a beat, and sweat began to pour down again. The moonlight shone on Haru's serious face as she waited for an answer from the guy. A breathless, intense moment. In Dane's head, the versions of his mind were once again in chaos because of this tricky question, everyone afraid that one wrong word would mean it's over immediately. A red warning signal flashed in his mind. Dane had to be extremely careful with this answer. Haru stood there patiently, her orange blonde hair fluttering in the sea breeze. She called her own Stardust title as if to remind him of the question. Haru's blue eyes looked at Dane with great anticipation. She truly wanted to know how a normal citizen like him felt about her. She truly wanted to know how a normal citizen like him felt about her. He looked straight into Haru's eyes and affirmed, "Stardust is the hero I like the most." A confession heavy with thoughts stirred the night beach. The unexpected answer made Haru's face flush with shyness. Her heart raced, and all previous suspicions seemed to vanish completely, leaving only the bashfulness of a young girl.